Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku was reincarnation of Naruto? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, and there's a new hype feature in YT, so please hype this video. This story is the reincarnation of the 7th Hokage by MinerFae. What if I told you, a boy, who had no power, and no one believed he could become a hero, that everyone shut him down, and laughed at him for being a powerless nobody? What if that same powerless boy became the world's greatest hero? Sounds impossible, right? Yeah, that's what I thought too, but the impossible became the possible. Let me tell you a story, a long one in fact, on how a powerless nobody became somebody that everyone dreamed to be. This is the story of how Izuku Midoriya became the world's greatest hero. We start his story with a young boy at the age of 13 wearing his school uniform. He has green hair and has 3 whiskers on his cheeks. He stopped at a big crowd of people watching a fight go down with a big giant monster, fighting the new pro hero Kamui Woods. Izuku looked in awe as the fight went down. "Whoa, it's the new pro hero Kamui Woods," Izuku said, grabbing his notebook and writing some stuff down when a civilian decided to start a conversation. "A big fan of heroes, kid," he said, looking at Izuku. Izuku jumped up and blushed and rubbed his head. "Why, yeah, I'm a big fan of heroes, so it's kinda my dream," Izuku said, chuckling. "Well, I'm pretty sure you'll become a good hero one day," he said. "Yeah, I will believe it," Izuku said with pride and confidence. When the battle kept on unfolding, Kamui Woods was about to finish the battle, but then another pro hero came in and stole his thunder. It was a giant woman with her hero costume on. She's a new pro hero as well. Her name is Mount Lady, and whenever she appears she likes to show off her assets. "Hey everyone, I'm new around here and I saw a fight unfold, so I decided to." She then showed off her round butt. She said in a sultry voice, showing off her cleavage. The civilians started to take pictures and record it, and Izuku looked at them wondering why they were taking pictures, but Izuku shrugged it off and decided to head to school. When he got to his classroom, he took his seat and decided to keep his head low because he was not the most likable person in the school. "Alright students, you know the end of the school year is coming up, so you have 2 choices. Then the teacher then threw his papers away and shrugged. "Who am I kidding? You all want to be a hero, right?" the teacher said, looking at his other set of papers. And then the whole class started to shoot up from their seats and show off their quirks. But then a blonde-haired kid with his legs crossed on the table. "Please teach, don't put me in with these extras." He then standed up on his desk. "I'm going to be the #1 hero in Japan, even surpassing All Might, and it all starts in UA High," he said, shouting, smiling. "Oh yeah, Midoriya, didn't you want to go to UA too?" the teacher said, looking through his papers. Then everyone stopped and they all looked at Izuku, and Izuku just kept his head low and they all burst out laughing. "Midoriya, are you for real? You can't get into a hero school without a quirk," one of the students said. And Izuku got up from his seat. "And know that they got rid of that rule. I could go in the support grow," but before he could finish his sentence, the blonde-haired kid blew up his desk and Izuku backed away and fell on his hip. "Deku, you're trying to compete with me, is that it?" he said, cracking his knuckles. "No, Kachan, that's not it, I swear," Izuku said, waving his arms around. "Alright Bakugo, that's enough. Get back in your seat. You know using quirks without permission is against the rules," the teacher said, looking at his papers, not even paying attention to what Kachan is doing to Izuku. Kachan just scoffed and walked back to his seat, and Izuku sighed in relief and got up and sat down back in his chair. A couple hours passed and the day was done. Izuku wrote some last things in his notebook, but then he saw Kachan and his group of friends staring at him. Izuku then got pinned in the wall by Kachan. "Hey Deku, you're still planning to go to UA, Kachan said, giving him a fake smile, and Izuku got scared as Kachan held his shoulder tightly. "The hell is this Deku Hero Alliance?" One of the group of bullies looked at his notebook and then the other one laughed at that. This got Kachan's attention and grabbed the notebook and took a look at it. "No, wait, that's mine," Izuku said, stepping back from the wall, but got pushed by one of the bullies as Kachan looked at it. While Kachan read his notebook, he got pissed at it. "Plans for the future, Kachan said, reading it, and blew his notebook up with his explosion quirk and threw it out of the open window. "No," Izuku said, running and looking out at the window. The bullies chuckled at this. "You know Deku, there might be a way for you to get a quirk," Kachan said, speaking up, and Izuku stopped looking around and heard him out. Take a swan dive off of a RO0F of a building. Wish for a quirk in your next life. Kachan said, and the bullies chuckled. At that moment Izuku gritted his teeth and something sparked inside Izuku, but never came out, but nonetheless Izuku looked back at Kachan. Something to say, Kachan said, grinning evilly with explosions coming out of his palms, and Izuku looked away out of fear. At the end of the day Kachan and his group of bullies left Izuku alone in the classroom. Izuku grabbed his stuff and headed outside to find his notebook, which he did in a little pond with fish nibbling on it. Come on, my notebook is not food, Izuku said, waving the fishes away, and grabbed his notebook and walked away. Stupid jerk, does he really expect to become a hero with that type of attitude? Izuku said, wiping his tears. What if I did jumped, what excuse would he make up then? Izuku said, walking in the alley. No matter what happens, all I have to do is keep smiling, Izuku said, thinking of a smiling All Might. Just like him, Izuku said, walking in the alley, but then a strange green goo monster looked at him. Ah yes, a perfect prey, the green goo said, looking at the walking Izuku. Izuku then looked back and saw tentacles coming at him. Something then sparked inside Izuku again, but this time it reacted. Izuku then did a flip in the air, dodging it, and landed. Izuku was confused. He had never practiced parkour in his life, but he was able to do it just like that. TCK brats good, the goo said, and grabbed Izuku's arms and body. Izuku was now trapped, and then tentacles went inside Izuku's mouth, taking his body. Izuku was losing consciousness, everything was going black. Everything is going blurry. This is how I die, Izuku said, thinking to himself, crying. Sorry, Mom. Izuku thinked for a second and saw a blonde guy with a cape on his back. Wait, who is that? Izuku looked at his memories, but everything went black. Izuku opened his eyes again and looked around and saw nothing but black and darkness. Where am I? Izuku looked around. I must be dead. Is this heaven? Izuku said to himself. I thought heaven would look more like Oh, you're not dead. Far from it, kid. Someone said, and Izuku turned around to see a man with blonde hair and 3 whiskers just like Izuku. He had a white cape that said, 7th Hokage. He also had a yellow jacket with black stripes on it and black pants and black soles. Who are you? Izuku said, looking at the man. The man chuckled and responded. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, believe it. Naruto said, grinning, and Izuku tilted his head. Naruto. Izuku said in confusion. Yep. I have been waiting for you, Izuku, Naruto said, and Izuku jolted up. Wait, how do you know my name? Izuku said, you see, I don't know how to say this, so I'm just going to say this. I'm your ancestor, Naruto said. Wait, ancestor, but how? The only thing I have is your whiskers and that's it, Izuku said. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. You're the last one of our kind, Naruto said. Our kind? Izuku said, repeating his words. Don't worry about it, it will all make sense soon, Naruto said, walking up to him and placing a hand on his shoulder. But now I need you to wake up, Naruto said playfully, slapping him. Hey, Izuku said, and Naruto chuckled. Come on, Naruto said, continuing playfully, slapping him. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Naruto's voice was getting louder. Izuku then woke up on the street where a different hand was slapping him and looked to see his hero, a big buff man with blonde hair, shooting straight up and looked at him. Hey, thought I lost you there, All Might said, looking down at Izuku, waving at him, and Izuku couldn't believe his eyes. His favorite hero was standing right in front of him, and Izuku then got up fast. Oh my goodness, All Might, I'm such a big fan, Izuku said, entering fanboy mode and looking around the road. Oh man, where is my notebook? I need an autograph. Izuku found it and grabbed his notebook to see he already signed it. Ah, Izuku got up quickly and bowed down fast. Thank you, this will be cherished, passed down between generations, All Might just chuckled. No need to thank me, young man, it's what heroes do. No, if you would excuse me, All Might said, stretching, getting ready to leave. A hero's work is never done, gotta get this guy to the station, All Might said, patting the bottle which contained the slime monster. Wait, just like that, no, I have so many questions, Izuku said to himself quietly, and then All Might jumped high in the air leaving Izuku, but what he didn't know is that he felt something on his leg. It was the same boy he was talking to earlier. "Hey, what are you doing? I love my fans, but this is too much," All Might said, trying to shake him off. Hey Santo, stop, if I fall I might die," Izuku said, gripping on All Might's leg tightly. And All Might stopped trying to shake him off. "Oh, you make a good point," All Might said. "You have been my hero for a long time, All Might. I just want to ask you a question," Izuku said. All right, just keep your head low," All Might said, grabbing his head and putting it down and looking around for a building to land on, and he coughed up some blood a little. They both landed on a rooftop and Izuku got off of All Might. "That was really dangerous, young man. You could have gotten yourself hurt, or worse." "I know, All Might. I just have one question I need to ask you," Izuku said. "Well, ask away," All Might said with steam coming out of him. "Crap, I'm out of time. Well, I was wondering if it is possible for me to become a hero. I'm a quirkless boy with no power, but is it possible for me to become a hero like you, who smiles while facing strong villains?" Izuku said, and a cloud puff of smoke came out, not to relieve the buff man, but a skinny skeleton-looking man. "Ah!" Izuku screamed. "Who are you? You're not All Might, you're an imposter." "No, I assure you I am All Me Blash HH. All Might couldn't finish his sentence as a big splash of blood came out of his mouth. "Ah!" Izuku screamed again. "Will you calm down?" All Might said, and sat down on the ground. If you're All Might, how did you get like this?" Izuku asked. "Well, 7 years ago I fought this big bad villain who gave me this nasty bruise," All Might said, lifting up his shirt to show a big wound, and Izuku winced while looking at that. "And ever since that, my time in my buff form has been brought down to 3 hours a day. If people know about my secret, the world might go haywire." All Might brought his shirt down. "Gotta be the one who is always smiling, right? 7 years ago, the report of a villain that was fighting All Might was Toxic Chainsaw," Izuku said, remembering the article. "Whoa, you know your stuff, kid, but no, that guy could never even touch me," All Might said, and got up and looked at the city. "Your question, on becoming a hero even when you are quirkless," All Might looked down and said these words that struck Izuku deep. "No, it's impossible." Izuku's heart stopped for a moment, like everything he had been doing all this time was all for nothing. To be thrown right at his face by his favorite hero. "It's okay to dream, kid, but your dreams should be realistic. You can still help, by being a police officer, or a firefighter, but I'm sorry, being a hero is not an option for you." "Oh, I see, I understand." Izuku looked down with slow tears coming out his eyes. All Might felt bad. He didn't want to crush the boy's dreams, but he had to think realistically. All Might walked over to him and patted his shoulders. "Listen, I don't mean to bring you down, but just don't tell anyone about this, all right?" All Might spoke up. Yes sir," Izuku said softly. All Might didn't like to see people's dreams get crushed, especially one of his fans. Maybe he could. No, he didn't even know the kid all that well, he just met him. All Might left the boy on the rooftops and went to the stairs, then checked his pockets, but nothing was there. The bottle, where did it? All Might think for a second, as Izuku grabbed onto his leg. The bottle must have fallen out. All Might quickly rushed down the steps and into the city. Meanwhile, with Kachan and his friends were walking down the alleyway and kicked a familiar bottle. "Stupid Deku, who the hell does he think he is?" "Hey man, forget about Deku, alright, he's a nobody, relax," one of his bullies said. "Hey, to get Deku off of your mind, Bakugo, how about we go to the strip club and hit up some ladies," the second bully said, rubbing his hands. "You idiot, if I go to one of those things I'll never be accepted into UA." Kachan scoffed and looked away, and then looked back to see his friends backing up and having a scary look on their faces. "Who the hell pissed your guy's pants?" Kachan said, and he turned around, and something lunged at him. Back with Izuku. Izuku was walking on the sidewalk with a frown, holding his backpack close to his stomach. "Well, guess that tells it. I can't become a hero, the others were right," Izuku said, sniffing his tears. "No, they're not," someone said, and Izuku looked back fast. Who said? But Izuku jumped up and heard a loud explosion in the distance, and a group of people were watching, and heroes fighting something. Izuku ran to the group of people and looked through the group of people. What's going on? He got a better look to see the same sludge villain that attacked him. The villain. Didn't All Might stop him? Izuku thought for a second as he remembered when Izuku held onto All Might's leg. It's all my fault, Izuku said and looked around at the heroes not getting close to the villain. Why isn't anyone doing anything? Izuku kept looking around and saw a skinny All Might watching in the distance doing nothing. His time, it ran out and no. Hey, there is someone in there, one of the civilians said, looking at the villain. That got Izuku's attention as he looked at the sludge villain and he saw the person. Kachan, Izuku shouted. Izuku looked around for a second. No, this can't be happening. What should I do? It's all my fault. Izuku held his head. Do something, yo. Izuku's hair then turned yellow and green. Izuku's eyes turned blue. Then flashes of memories went through Izuku's head. Izuku headshotted up and looked at the sludge villain and ran, leaving a blue trail behind his eyes. Deku, he shouted and ran at top speed, and the heroes tried to stop him. And All Might saw this and his eyes widened. The same quirkless boy, who had no power, was risking his own life. You again, brat. The sludge monster threw Tenseeless at Izuku, but Izuku dodges them all, doing flips and jumped high in the air and then did a hand sign and shouted, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." And then a second version of Izuku came out and kicked the villain in the face, while the original Izuku saw his chance and landed, then grabbed Kachan. Deku, what the hell is going on? Why are there two versions of you? Kachan said angrily. I don't know, Izuku said, trying to get Kachan out of the sludge villain while the clone was pinning down the villain. But Kachan, Izuku sniffed and smiled. I couldn't just sit and watch you die. Then the sludge villain had enough and threw the clone away into a building, leaving a puff of air, and looked at Izuku. I've had enough of you, brat. The sludge villain shouted and shot tentacles at Izuku, but then Izuku and Kachan was randomly at the sidewalk and looked to see a buff All Might, and the crowd cheered at him, while the sludge villain got scared and backed away. I'm pathetic, All Might said. I forgot that being a hero means to risk your lives for the sake of others. All Might charged his fist and punched the sludge villain away, making a cloud of dust. The punch was so strong it started to rain. And everyone looked up to see that. After a while Izuku's eyes went back to normal, but his hair stayed the same. After a while Izuku got scolded by the heroes while Kachan got praised for having a good quirk. After a while All Might got crowded by a bunch of reporters asking him questions. Everything was over and Izuku walked back home. What was that? And what happened to my hair? Why won't it go back to normal? Izuku thought to himself. Deku, Kachan shouted, and Izuku turned back. You didn't do anything, all right. You didn't help at all. I don't owe you anything, Kachan shouted, and turned away and walked. What was that? But he's right. I didn't do anything, but at least I tried. But what was that back there? Izuku turned around and continued to walk, but then All Might showed up. I am here. Whoa, All Might, how did you escape those reporties? Izuku said. Ha, I stand for justice, not popularity, cause I am All Maga. All Might turned to his skinny form and spitted out blood and wiped it. Young man, I wanted to thank you for today, for your courage. If it wasn't for you, I would never have found the strength to step in. No, All Might, don't thank me. It's my fault that I wasted your time. But All Might raised his hand up. Let me finish. All Might continued to speak. You see, young man, there are stories about heroes who were great, that their mind and spirit act, and their bodies moved on their own. All Might put his arm out. But there is a power that surpasses all other quirks, that's been passed down from generation to generation, growing stronger and more powerful. All Might said as a shining light appeared on his hand. My quirk is one for all, and I can pass my quirk on to another, and today. All Might looked at Izuku. I want you to inherit my quirk. Izuku's eyes widened and went on his knees and started to break down and cry. Young man, you too can become a hero. This is how Izuku Midoriya became the world's greatest hero. Izuku looked up at All Might. Me inherit your quirk? How you should see the look on your face, All Might said, laughing. Don't worry, I'm not going to force this on you, but it's either a yes or no question, All Might stated, and Izuku got up. Wait, hold up, is it even possible for one person to give another person a quirk? I mean, it only works for quirk similarities. We would have to be related in blood for me to have your quirk. Izuku was muttering a storm while All Might wiped his face and scratched his head. Kid! All Might shouted and Izuku stopped talking. Jesse, you're going to give me a brain rot if you keep talking like that. Listen, when I give you my quirk we will be connected. One for All is a quirk that brings all of the other past users' quirks into one, making us connected, All Might said. I have been looking for a successor for years, and I choose you to have my power. But, why would you trust me, with such a quirk? Izuku asked. Because I saw you. All Might had pointed at Izuku. A quirkless boy running to danger without even hesitating. No one didn't do anything, but you risked your own life to save that boy. You will make a fine hero one day. I can see the greatness out of you, young man. And at that moment Izuku started to cry again. After being complimented by your favorite hero is really something. But All Might was not good with crying people. Ah, come on kid, wipe those tears away. If you're gonna be my successor there's not gonna be any more of those crying. Izuku nodded and wiped his tears. So, do you accept my awesome power? All my life I have been shut down, people telling me I can't become a hero, that I won't be anything. Izuku looked down and looked back up, with determination. I'll prove them wrong. I accept. All Might grinned and patted Izuku's back. That's the spirit, boy, All Might said, ruffling his hair. Now we have no time to waste because the exam starts in a couple of months, so come to the beach tomorrow and we'll start your training there, All Might said. Also, what happened to your hair? All Might questioned looking at Izuku's green and yellow hair. I don't know, it just came out of nowhere to be honest. Izuku fixed his hair a bit. I like it though, Izuku said, smiling. Well, if you say so, now I must be going. See ya tomorrow kid, All Might said, waving away, and Izuku smiled and walked in his home to greet his mother. Hi Izuku sweetie, how was your day? His mother said, washing some dishes. It was interesting. How so, and what happened to your hair? She tilted her head. I don't know how to explain it, but I'm kinda tired right now, so I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Okay, Izuku said. You don't want dinner? No, it's fine mom. Really, good night, Izuku said, walking to the shower. Good night. Inko, that's his mother's name, has been very worried about her son. Ever since the day they came back from the hospital, Izuku had been announced quirkless. Izuku has been told he can't become a hero by his own mother. Inko didn't really say, you can't become a hero, like the rest of them. She just tried to comfort him the best she could, by holding him and crying in his arms when he was young. But Izuku kept on believing, and Inko was worried about that. Izuku was believing a dream that couldn't come true. Inko wanted so badly to give him her quirk. Her quirk wasn't really all that special. Telekinesis was all she could do, but Izuku never was a picky boy, he never really asked for much. A pencil and notebook and a loving mother was enough for him, but Inko thought differently. She thought she wasn't doing enough, like not supporting her own son of her dreams. She wanted to, but she can't believe a fictional dream. Ever since that day, Inko has been eating a lot and gaining some weight. So Inko goes to the gym every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. But, she still kept on thinking about her son every day in the gym. After Izuku took a shower and put on his pajamas, All Might, he opened his room door that contained all of All Might merchandise. Izuku slipped under the covers and fell asleep. Izuku woke up in the same dark black room and looked around to see Naruto eating ramen sitting down. MMFO hey Izuku. Naruto waved while eating a bowl of ramen. Hey Naruto, why am I here again? Izuku asked, looking around, and Naruto got up, finishing the last ball of ramen. It's time to train, huh? Come on, you really think you're gonna sleep all day without learning chakra or fighting styles? Naruto chuckled and started to stretch. Wait, hold up Naruto, Izuku said, getting nervous. No, was all Naruto said, charging at Izuku at unspeakable speed. He kicked Izuku and kicked him in his stomach, sending Izuku far back. Izuku coughed and tried to get up, but Naruto appeared right behind him and grabbed his shirt and threw him up and jumped at him and kicked Izuku on the floor, making Izuku bounce off of it. Naruto landed and Izuku tried to get up and coughed. What are you doing? Izuku said with tears coming out of his eyes. I'm testing how long you can last with me, Naruto said while his hand was on his chin. And you don't have enough stamina, kid. Then Izuku got a bit shaky. Alright, so I'm going to teach you everything I know. Okay, after you're done with me you will be a natural at combat. Also, Naruto grabbed a scroll and handed it to him and Izuku grabbed it. Just practice them a bit alright, if I'm not around that is, Naruto said grinning. Oh okay, Izuku said, wiping his tears. Alright now let's do it Izuku, Naruto said. Right, Izuku said with determination. 24 hours later Izuku woke up to the real world sweaty. He wiped his head and looked at the time to see he had to get to the beach with All Might. So Izuku got up, grabbed his clothes and shoes and ran out the door with the sun rising. All Might, Izuku shouted at the beach while All Might was sitting down waiting for Izuku. He looked back to see Izuku running at him. Hey glad you made it, All Might said while Izuku ran beside him and looked at the beach to see it was completely dirty and messed up with trash on it. All Might what is this? Izuku asked. Well my boy you will clean this entire beach, All Might said and Izuku's eyes widened. All of this? Izuku shouted looking at the beach. Yep, All Might said, looking around the beach. We are going to train with your body and your stamina too alright. Also this beach was a beautiful once you know, that's why I want you to clean it Izuku. I want you to be the one to put this beach back to the way it was before. Also we will be doing jogging, laps around the beach in sand, and some laps in the water, understand? Izuku nodded his head and gulped. Alright then. All Might then went into his buff form. Let's go. Cleaning the beach, doing laps around the beach, and jogging and swimming was nothing but hell for Izuku. He also did some intense combat training with Naruto, and learned chakra a bit. Izuku tested his chakra by running on water, and it worked well. All Might found this odd for Izuku. He was quirkless and yet he was running on water. All Might was going to ask him questions later. He also met Sasuke some time in his head as well. He was mean and cocky but he helped Izuku. Sasuke taught Izuku how to use a sword and threw shuriken at Naruto. Izuku also met Boruto and he taught him a couple things, but they also talked and got to know each other more and they became friends. A couple months later Izuku's training did well, getting a well-fit body and he got more confident in himself. He even attracted some females while he was at the beach. He was surrounded by females. He was a blushing mess and ran away. All Might did was give him a thumbs up. As the exam was coming closer and closer, All Might had now or never to ask him what quirk he had, or if it was a quirk. Izuku was jogging while All Might had an electric scooter following Izuku behind. Hey young Midoriya, may I ask a quick question? All Might said and Izuku turned around. Sure what is it? Izuku said. So I saw you running on water a couple months ago. I didn't say anything until now because your training was going really well, but the exam was coming closer so I had to ask, All Might said. Also a couple months ago as well, you created 2 clones of yourself to save that young man. So what is that? Izuku knew this question was coming. He could lie to him but after being with All Might for mouths it would never be right to lie to him. All Might was going to make his dream into a reality. I mean so was Naruto but All Might helped too. Also, All Might also shared his secret to Izuku, so it would only be fair if Izuku did the same. So Izuku told him everything, such as his ancestor and why his hair turned yellow and green, and what the power he possessed was not a quirk. All Might needed time to process everything Izuku told him. They were currently sitting in the sand looking at the sunrise. So let me get this straight, you're the grandson of a man that was from 1,000 years ago, that's where quirks never came to be in only jutsu. And you're the last of their kind. Izuku just nodded and looked at the sun. That seems rather I know, it's crazy but it's true All Might I'm sorry I didn't tell you all of this before but, I didn't think you would believe me, Izuku said looking down and All Might patted his back. Hey young Midoriya, I can't really judge you, I mean, I kept a secret for years from the world, All Might chuckled. Yeah but you had good reasons for that. I just trained behind your back, Izuku said, feeling guilty. Hey young Midoriya we all lie sometimes and that's okay I'm pretty sure you had your reason, All Might said patting him some more and let go. You're okay. Izuku nodded and was about to speak but All Might knew what he was about to say. And don't worry I'll keep it a secret alright, Izuku smiled and looked at the sunrise. Say. Young Midoriya what fighting skills did that ehh? Naruto. Izuku said. Right, Naruto. Did he teach you any fighting skills or anything like that? All Might questions. Yeah he taught me all kinds of stuff. Izuku got suspicious and had raised an eyebrow. Why? Nothing. No reason at all, I just wanted to see if you can put up a good fight against me, All Might said, and Izuku chuckled. Hey, I think you wanna see if Naruto is as good as I say he is, Izuku said. Hey, maybe. Izuku just chuckled, and All Might chuckled with him. He is, trust me, the stories Boruto told me about him are incredible. Izuku looked at the sky. He's amazing. All Might didn't lie to himself. He was getting a bit jealous of this Naruto person, but nonetheless he was proud of Izuku for making progress. All Might shot up and went into his buff from. Alright, time is not meant to be wasted, you have an exam you need to ace, back to your training. All Might pointed at the garbage and Izuku got up. Yes sir, Izuku said, running to the garbage but also running to his future. Izuku had made great progress. He had successfully cleaned the entire beach. All Might was walking back to the beach and saw the unimaginable. The beach was successfully clean, the outside of the ocean was clean and the area around was spotless. Izuku can be seen on top of a fridge screaming in beat sweat with his muscular figure. Holy! All Might then changed into his buff form. Super smokes! He shouted, and Izuku then was about to fall on the sand out of accusation, but All Might quickly grabbed him and set him down. Young man, you did an excellent job, it's perfect. He then looked at Izuku. You are ready. Izuku then started to cry a bit. All Might, do I really deserve this? He sniffed. Yes you do. Know, are you ready? Izuku looked up at him. Yes. All Might smiled and grabbed his hair. This is it. This is my future. Eat this. All Might said, holding out a piece of his hair at Izuku, and Izuku had a deadpan face. In order to inherit my quirk you have to get my DNA, that's how it works. This is not how I thought this would be, Izuku said, getting nervous. Come on, you're gonna be late for the exam. Eat, All Might shouted. Ah! Izuku screamed and then ate it. After a while Izuku had his school uniform on and was outside of UA. God, that's disgusting, I can't believe he made me eat that. Izuku said, looking at the school. This is my dream. Get the hell out of my way before I kill you, a familiar voice said. And Izuku turned around and saw his childhood bully Kachan walking to the gates of UA. Oh Kachan, listen, let's not start something. Okay, good luck on the exam and everything thin. But Kachan didn't do anything and walked around ignoring him, and Izuku saw him leaving. Huh. He's been acting differently ever since the sludge villain attack. Izuku shook it off and looked at UA. It doesn't matter, I have a quirk now and I'm not letting anyone get in my... But before Izuku could finish his thought, he heard a loud heartbeat in his chest, and he touched his heart chest and held his head and thought to himself. What is this? I have never felt this way before, Izuku said, crouching down and holding his body tightly, and the other people avoided him. This feeling, what is this? He thought for a second and saw a yellow hair and a big orange fox. Is this one for all? Izuku thought, but something touched his shoulder and he broke out of his thoughts. Hey you okay? Izuku looked to see a round-faced girl staring at him with a worried expression. Izuku got up and rubbed his head and chuckled a bit. Yeah, fine, just a stomach ache, no worries, Izuku said, fake chuckling. Oh okay, if you say so, we'll see you there, the girl said, walking away, but Izuku stared at the floor. That feeling. What was that? Big fox, Izuku thought, but shook it off, knowing it was not the time for that. He had a goal to be the #1 hero and nothing was going to stop him. Izuku walked through the group of people that was sitting down in the chair in a room. He found his seat right next to Kachan. Izuku gulped and sat down next to him. Why the hell are you next to me, you damn nerd? Kachan spouted. It's where I was assigned to see Kachan, Izuku said nervously, giggling. But then Izuku and Kachan looked at the stage to see a big dim light showcasing the pro hero presented mic. Hello students and welcome to the entrance exam, can I get a yeah? He shouted, but everyone stayed silent, but a faint cough went through the room. Jesse, tough crowd, anyway. This is how the test will go, my listeners. You will be expressing 10-minute long Mong cityscape maneuvers. Bring along whatever you want. After this presentation you'll each head to your assigned testing location. That's so kids from the same middle school can't help each other out, yeah? Kachan said in the back seats. And why consecutive ID numbers are assigned to different locations? Izuku spoke back to him. I'll crush them all, Kachan said. But you get to live another day, Kachan said. TC King. Each site is filled with 3 kinds of faux villains. Present Mike spoke up. Points are awarded for defeating each according to their respective difficulty levels. Use your quirks to disable these faux villains, and earn points. That's your goal, listeners. Of course, playing the anti-hero and attacking other examinees is prohibited. President Mike finished. May I ask a question? A random student with glasses raised his arm to get President Mike's attention. Hit me, President Mike said. There appear to be no fewer than 4 varieties of faux villain on this handout. Such a blatant error, if it is one, is highly unbecoming for you. A Japan's top academy, we're all here today in the hopes of being model heroes, he said, and then pointed to Izuku. You with the curly hair? Izuku looked around for a second and pointed to himself. You have been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If this is some sort of game to you, then please leave immediately, he said with a scary aura. Izuku slipped back into his chair. Sorry, Izuku said under his breath. All right, Examinee 711, nice catch, thanks, President Mike said. But the 4th faux villain variety gets you 0 points, he's more of an obstacle. Have you all played Super Mario Bros., President Mike said. He real for that one? It's kind of like a thwomp, only one at each site, a gimmick that'll rampage around in close quarters. President Mike finished. Right, sorry for interrupting, the glasses boy said and bowed and sat back down. No worries, now you guys go down there and give it your all, President Mike said with a thumbs up and headed out. Izuku looked at his paper and got ready. Izuku was outside with his gym clothes on and a headband on his head. Alright, so this is a big city, so there's gotta be a lot of pointers out there, Izuku said to himself, and then he heard a buzzer went off and he quickly ran out to the speed at top speed, leaving everyone behind. Izuku then saw 3 pointers and swift quickly towards them, kicking and punching them all. There was an explosion in a cloud of dust, and Izuku jumped out of it and landed and looked for the other pointers. Izuku saw some 3 pointers and then did 2 hand signs. He combined wind and earth into one, making magnet release, and touched the robot that connected with his hand. While the robot was in his hand, he ran at the pointers doing flips in the air, destroying it, and spin kicked them and smashed the robot with the other robot on his hand, destroying them all at maximum speed. Basically no one can see him. Meanwhile, in the observation room, we have some interesting people this year, one shadow animal said, looking at the camera. Yes, we sure do. And who is the cute boy over there destroying those robots? A shadowy figure woman said, looking at Izuku in the camera. Well, I think it's time we bring out the big guns, the animal figure said, pressing a big red button. Back with Izuku. Izuku then destroyed the last robot. Alright, that should be enough. I should let the other contents get some points. Izuku then felt some rumble. He looked down to see rocks bouncing up and down off of the ground, and saw people running away. Izuku then looked back to see a big giant robot coming towards them. This must be the 0-pointer I should get out of here, BEF. Damn it. Izuku listened and looked back to see 3 girls under rumble, the same round-haired girl from the beginning, another girl with earphones as ears, and another girl that looked like a frog. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw them stuck. They were going to be crushed. Izuku fist tightened as he saw the 3 girls trapped, so he ran at them, but he felt his heartbeat again going harder. He then saw a big orange fox again. His leg grew yellow and red and pinkish veins going around them as a red aura shot out of him. He jumped high in the air and his gym shirt completely tore off because of his Iman's power. Smash! Izuku shouted and punched the robot, completely obliterating it. The shock wave was so great it pushed the rubble off of the girls, freeing them, and buildings flew away from the shockwave. Izuku saw the destruction of his power, and then he saw his arm was completely ruined as bruises and cuts and blood was coming out of it, but then it healed out of nowhere. But that was the least of his problems. He was going to fall flat on his face. Izuku quickly teleported to the ground, stopping his fall. He got up and shaked his head and looked at the girls. Hey, you girls okay? The girls nodded while blushing, looking at his revealing muscular figure. Izuku heard a buzz. He knew the exam was over and got up and dusted himself off, and was about to walk away. Yo, hey, wait. Izuku looked back at the earphone girl that was blushing. What's your name? She said, and the 2 more girls caught up. Oh, my name is Izuku Midoriya. He smiled at them, and all of the girls thought this in unison. So cute. They all thought. My name is Ochako Uraraka, the round-faced girl said while blushing. Name's Suyu Asui. Just call me Sue Ribbit, the frog girl said. Hyokajiro, she said, looking away while blushing. Whoa, nice to meet all of you, Izuku chuckled. Well, I gotta get going, see ya. Izuku ran away and waved. Okay, I'm going to come out and say it, he's hot. Jiro said, and then the two other girls blushed. After getting his clothes on and leaving UA, Izuku met up with All Might at the beach he trained on in the night, and called his name. All Might. All Might turned around and smiled. Hey kid, I saw you back there, you were incredible. All Might smiled and looked at his right arm, seeing it was completely fine but had some scars on it. Yo kid. All Might lifted his right arm. Why yeah? Izuku asked. Your arm? All Might said, checking his arm out. What about it? Izuku asked. It's fine. Is that a bad thing? Izuku asked. No, actually it's a miracle, All Might said, letting go of his arm. Usually when you use one for all it has some black flashes, the power is so great it causes some insane damage to your body. Now that All Might mentioned it, Izuku did have a huge black flash of his right arm, but it fully healed. Hold on, you knew I was going to break my arm while using one for all? Izuku said, shocked, and looked at All Might. Yeah, All Might said, nodding. I didn't think it would matter because you were already skilled with combat already, so I didn't think using one for all in the exam would matter, but seeing your arm fine is really something new to me, All Might said with his hand on his chin. Now that you mentioned All Might, I did have a black flash, my right arm was completely broken, but Izuku looked at his hand and clenched it. It healed instantly. How? Do you have some sort of healing technique that Naruto taught you? All Might asked, but Izuku shook his head. Naruto did tell me about healing jutsu, but I never used it on myself. I don't think Naruto even knows how to use the healing jutsu. Izuku put his arm down. Then it might be your quirk finally awaking, maybe you have some sort of healing quirk. All Might thought. Izuku just shrugged his shoulders. Maybe. Who knows, I'll ask Naruto when I have the chance, Izuku said. Anyway, you aced your test, you got the highest score plus recuse points, All Might said, changing the subject, and Izuku couldn't believe it. His entire life he has been told he can't do it. No, he was going to the best school in Japan. This felt like a dream to him. Izuku was on the edge on crying, and All Might saw this. Young Midoriya, why are you crying? You should celebrate, I mean you got the highest score in class and you're going to UA. I know, All Might, Izuku sniffed. This just feels like all a dream, tears were going down his eyes. Do I really deserve this? Izuku wiped his tears. All Might stroked his head. There are a lot of kids out there that are quirkless, and I have been gifted with a quirk and another spirit's power. It just doesn't seem fair. All Might just learned something new about Izuku. He didn't care how he felt about himself, but Izuku cared about other people. He really was going to be great in the future. Young Midoriya, you're the strongest kid I have ever met. I chose you because you have true hero spirit than other teenagers your age. You have every right to become a hero. You have a true hero mind, and I didn't want that to go to waste, All Might said, and Izuku wiped his tears and nodded. No, you should get some rest, you have a big day ahead of you tomorrow. Yes sir. Izuku nodded and ran back home and waved, and All Might waved back, and All Might looked up at the stars. Master, I wished you met this boy, he will be amazing one day, I can feel it. Izuku was back in the fully black room, but he knew where he was at that time, so he looked around for Naruto. Yo, what's up Izuku? Naruto greeted him.
Hey grandpa, I aced my test and I'm going to UA now, Izuku said back, smiling.
That's great, wait, what was that? Naruto raised an eyebrow at Izuku.
I'm going to UA. Know the other thing? Naruto waved his arm back and forth.
Grandpa.
Izuku pulled his shoulders up.
Why?
Naruto squinted his eyes.
Well, you said you're my incenter, and incenter basically means great, great, great grandpa, but great, great, great grandpa is too long, so I'll just stick to grandpa for now, Izuku explained. I don't know about grandpa kid. Naruto scratched his head. Makes me feel old, just call me uncle or something like that, Naruto said.
Oh sure.
Alright, so what were you saying? Naruto said, getting back on topic.
Right, I got into UA, and I aced my test, but something happened. When I was about to walk to UA I felt a strong surge of power and my heartbeat grew larger. I saw images and saw a big orange fox.
Naruto eyes widen. He knew who Izuku was talking about. Holy crap, he's alive. Naruto shouted in joy. Who's alive? Oh right, you didn't meet him yet, Naruto said, claiming down. That big fox guy, his name is Kurama, he destroyed my home village but I forgave him for it and we became close friends. Naruto looked up and smiled, remembering the memories. But he sacrificed his life to save me. I'll never forget him. He looked back at Izuku, but somehow, Naruto pointed at Izuku. You have him now, but be careful. He can be a real handful and he can be hard to control, all right. You will meet him one day, don't worry. Naruto finished his sentence. Okay, Izuku said, nodding. All right, now wake up, school's starting. Naruto finished pulling Izuku back into the real world. Izuku opened his eyes, he was in his bed and got up. Today was the day. Izuku was going to his dream school. He wasted no time, he ran to his bathroom, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and packed his pencils and books, and he ran to his door and tied his shoelace, where his mother came and made sure he had everything, being an annoying mother. Pencils. Inko started. Yes. Notebook. Yes mom. Now I have to go before I'm late, Izuku said, getting up on his feet and pushing his door open. Izuku. His mom started, and Izuku looked back in annoyance. What? Izuku said, having fed up. Inko looked down and looked back up at Izuku. You look very handsome and cool, she said, and Izuku smiled at her. See you later, Izuku said, grabbing the door handle and running to you. At top speed, being a green flash. Author looks at the readers. Izuku finally made it to UA. He walked in the hallway and finally found the classroom he was looking for. Class 1A. He looked at the giant door in awe. This is it. The door is huge. Is it really necessary? Oh well. Izuku then thought to himself. I just hope that glasses guy and Kachan aren't in the same class as me. Izuku thought about them both and jolted up a bit. Izuku opened the door and he was wrong. So very wrong. Kachan's legs were on the table and the glasses boy told him to get his feet off of the table, but Kachan would not listen. Take your feet off of the table, the school poetry worked hard for it, the glasses boy said. Did someone stick a foot up your ass? I'm going to have fun crushing you, Kachan chuckled. How dare you make such violent slurs at your own classmates, the glasses boy said. Go somewhere already, damn. Kachan said, scoffing and looking away. Then the glasses boy took in a deep breath. All right, let's start over. My name is Tenya Iida and you are? Iida asked. Why should I Tay? But Kachan stopped and noticed a familiar green and yellow hair at the front door. Iida then looked to the direction Kachan was looking. Oh crap, they both saw me, Izuku thought to himself, and Iida rushed over to him. Hello, I am Tenny. But Izuku stopped him midway. Yeah, I know your name, you were shouting it. Izuku chuckled, and Iida bowed down to him. What are you doing? Izuku had a raised eyebrow. I must apologize for my rudeness back at the exam. Iida brought himself up. I realized you were just trying to figure out what President Mike said, and I didn't understand the terms of the exam. I saw you back there, saving those 3 girls. I realized that you must think of every hero exam as a real-life experience. Please forgive me. Iida finished. Izuku didn't know what to say. This was the first time in a long someone has ever apologized to him. Oh yeah, no worries, it's fine. Let's start over. I'm Izuku Midoriya, I hope we can be friends. Izuku said, smiling, and Iida chuckled. I would like that, Midoriya. Izuku heard a frog-like voice in the back. Oh Asui. Izuku said, waving. Just call me Sue, Asui said. Rewrite. Sorry, I'm bad with names. Izuku chuckled and scratched his head. Wait, you two know each other, Iida said. Yeah, Midoriya saved me during the exam. Ribbit, I owe him a lot, Azu said. Oh shucks, it was nothing much, just trying to help the best way I can, Izuku said, chuckling. Same with me, another girl said, and Izuku turned around. Oh Jiro, Izuku said. Yo. I owe you a lot too, you know, Jiro said, leaning on the desk. Jiro, do not lean on the desk, Iida said. Dude chill, Jiro said, waving him away. Izuku just chuckled. Oh yeah, green and yellow. Another girl said outside the classroom. Izuku turned around to see Ochako Uraraka. Naruto must have taught bro how to riz, cause this is too much girls. Oh Ochako, Good to see you, Izuku said, smiling. Yeah, thanks for the save again, Midoriya. That punch was so cool, Ochako said, throwing punches in the air. It was nothing, Izuku said. Midoriya, Ochako is giving you a compliment. The least you could do is say thank you, Iida said. Oh right, sorry. Thank you, Izuku said nervously, and the rest of them laughed, but while everyone was having a fun time, Kacchan shot Izuku a death glare, but Izuku didn't notice. If you're here to make friends, then you can gladly leave, a man in a sleeping bag said. Izuku and the others shot a glance at the person in the sleepy bag. He got up and drank an orange juice and walked in the classroom. Hello, I'm Shoto Aizawa, I'll be your homeroom teacher for now on. Aizawa threw an empty box of orange juice to Iida, and Iida almost dropped it but caught it. No, put on these gym uniforms and head outside. The class did what he said and headed outside. Excuse me, but aren't we missing the Autorum? Uraraka asked, raising her hand. We won't be wasting our time on those little stuff. Aizawa looked over to Kacchan. You, Bakugo, what was your average ball throw back at middle school? 15 meters, I think. Kacchan responded, and Aizawa threw a ball towards him. Now try throwing it with your quirk, Aizawa said, and Kacchan walked over to the red floor and put his arm back. Die. Die? Izuku thought, worried, and the explosion ball went high in the air, leaving a cloud of dust. Aizawa then showed the score being 705.2 meters. Whoa, that's so manly, a red-haired boy said. Man, I'm not really good with throwing work, a yellow-haired boy said, frowning. This is going to be fun, a pink-haired girl said with horns. Fun, you say? Aizawa said, and the other kids looked at him. You think this is all fun? All right then, the lowest person in the class will be explained, Aizawa said, leaving the kids speechless and shocked. What, you can't do that, that's not fair, Ochako said. Villains aren't fair, natural disasters aren't fair, quirkless people are unfair, family diseases are unfair, we live in an unfair world, get used to it, now let's start. Aizawa finished. It was first a 50-meter dash, everyone went until it was Izuku and Kacchan's turn. Izuku stretched while Kacchan had a raised eyebrow. Does Izuku really think he can put up a match? Well, I guess we will see. 3, 2, 1. Kacchan blasted off with his explosive speed, thinking he left Izuku in the dusk, when in slow motion, Izuku came right next to him, like he has always been there, leaving a trail of blur behind him, leaving Kacchan in the dusk, finishing. Kacchan finished in 4.13 seconds, while Izuku got a 0.1 second. I'm pretty sure Naruto could run way faster than that, but I'll see as the book goes on, and the Naruto series goes on. I'm still watching Naruto Shippuden. That left everyone stunned. Kacchan's eyes widened. He lost to Izuku. Kacchan was better than him. Izuku never had a quirk in his life. Was he cheating or something? Did he even deserve to be here? How did Izuku beat him? So bad. But Aizawa was not pleased. Sure, 0.1 was something, but it was not everything. Not even close. Next was grip strength. Izuku knew this was raw power strength, but he hadn't practiced one for all yet, so he had to rely on one thing, chakra. Izuku formed some chakra in his hands, and it strengthened his entire arm. Izuku grabbed the test strength and squeezed it. It beeped and weighed 1.900 kilogram. It was better than the others, but Aizawa could see that he was still holding back. Third was the standing long jump. Izuku just jumped high in the air and fell back down. Not that big of a jump, but no big deal, he still did well. Last was ball throw. Izuku was up and grabbed the ball. He placed his foot on the sand and threw it high in the air, creating a giant shock wave, creating a big gust of wind. It was 700.5 meters, leaving everyone stunned, but before Kacchan lost his temper, Aizawa shot his scarf at Izuku. Izuku reacted quickly and put his arm up, and the scarf wrapped around his arm. Aizawa was impressed by the boy's reaction time, but shaked it off and walked up to him. Sensei, was that a test? Izuku asked. No, it was not. Do you really think I'm stupid? Aizawa asked. No, So why do you keep trying to act like you're giving it your all? Aizawa said, and everyone was left dead shocked, but the only person who was more shocked than anyone else was Kacchan. All of that was Deku. The meter dash, the grip strength, the side-to-side jump, the long jump, and last the ball throw. Izuku never used his quirk once. Kacchan could only be horrified at what his test scores could be if Izuku used his quirk. What I wasn't, but Aizawa squeezed Izuku's arm tighter. You must think I'm stupid, huh? Aizawa said, looking at Izuku with his red eyes glowing.
Wait, those eyes, you're Eraserhead, Izuku said, getting scared. Eraserhead? The red-haired boy questioned. Isn't that the hero who deletes Quirk's ribbit? Asui questioned. Who knows? A red-haired boy asked. Yeah, that's right. Aizawa stared at Izuku. I tried to cancel out your quirk, but it didn't work. Either you don't have a quirk, or you have been hiding it. You're here to become a hero, not to show off your raw superhuman strength. But sens. No buts. Aizawa cut Izuku off. You're going to redo all of these tests or you will pack up and leave. Aizawa released his arm, and Izuku walked back to the 50-meter dash. What could Izuku do? The only thing Izuku could do was activate One for All, or maybe Izuku could put One for All on his toes. It would hurt, but it will work. Izuku got into a sprinting position, and dashed at supersonic speed, leaving a cloud of dust breaking windows of UA and even breaking the machine, and everything flew black. Even All Might went back a little watching Izuku perform. Aizawa got up and saw the machine was broken. He looked at it in shock and looked at Izuku limping. Was that good, sensei? Izuku said, smiling in pain. Aizawa did a somewhat smile. Anyway, after all of that happened, Izuku was completely breaking and obliterating each test until it was the last one, the ball throw. Izuku held the ball and put One for All in his fingers and threw it high in the air. Again, the same drawback happened with the 50-meter dash. Izuku's fingers were broken, but it healed. Izuku's score was 10,006.10 meters. Kachan had the last draw of Izuku's shit. Deku. Kachan charged at Izuku, losing his temper. You goddamn liar, what the hell is that quirk, huh? Tell me. No, wait, Kachan, stop. Izuku waved his arms around, but Kachan got wrapped up by Aizawa's scarf. Kachan tried to break out of it, but it was no use. What the hell? Why is your damn scarf so strong? He questioned. My scarf is made out of carbon fiber, Aizawa explained and let him go. Lose your temper like that again and you will be out of here, Aizawa said and walked the other way while Izuku walked behind Kachan, avoiding him. After everything happened, Izuku got the highest score and the entire thing about being explained was all a lie. The day was done and Izuku was walking out of UA's doors with Iida walking down the steps. I am very impressed, Midoriya, you were able to beat my score. Iida started to talk. You really are superior than me. Don't be so hard on yourself, Iida, you did great too, don't worry about it, Izuku chuckled. Yeah, but that quirk, what was that? Iida questions and Izuku gulps and sweats. Well, Izuku didn't want to lie, but it was a secret, but lucky someone saved him just in time. Yo guys, wait up. Akoka waved at them, followed by Asui and Jiro. Oh hey guys, what's up? Izuku said, looking back at them, avoiding Iida's question. So you guys don't mind if we walk with you home, right? Jiro questioned. Not at all, Iida said, fixing his glasses. Midoriya, you were amazing. Back there, Ribbit, you kinda remind me of All Might, Asui stated. This is bad. Izuku's secret was getting closer to being revealed, so he tried his best to cover it up. What, I don't think I'm like All Might, Izuku chuckled. The hell you take us for an idiot? Jiro pulled a piece of Izuku's yellow hair. You even have All Might's yellow hair, Jiro stated. Jiro, it's not right to pull people's hair, Iida stated, waving his arm up and down like a robot. It's fine, Iida, Izuku chuckled and rubbed his head. Plus, Jiro, there's a lot of blonde guys out there, Izuku said, hoping she could buy it, but Izuku really was not lying. This was not All Might's hair, it was Naruto's. Jiro didn't say anything and looked away, cause she did not like it when she was wrong. Anyway, shall we get going? It's getting dark out, Ochako said, seeing the sun going down. Right, Izuku said, smiling, and they all left UA. It was the first day and Izuku already made some new friends. It was already looking good for the new school year. Izuku was training with Sasuke, using his sword to block all of his attacks, but Sasuke was better and kicked Izuku. Izuku did a backflip and threw in shurikens, but Sasuke was blocking all of it using his sword. Izuku landed and sprinted towards him, threw in his sword, but Sasuke dodged it and kicked Izuku's side, and did a spin kick and kicked Izuku in the face while Izuku was falling on the floor. Sasuke put his sword to his side and looked at Izuku. You're getting better but still not good enough to beat me, Sasuke said, smirking. Izuku coughed and got up and held his side, and looking down, Sasuke could tell what was going on because he could see the look in Izuku's eyes. What's wrong with you? It's just Kachan, Izuku said, putting his sword down and sitting on the floor. Why are you always so interested in that Bakugo kid? Shut him out, Sasuke said. I can't cut him out. Not after everything we have been through. I've known him for years. I can't do that to him. Well, why don't you just not take his crap anymore? You said he has bullied you for years. I've seen your memories. Try to use one of words he made fun of you with, and then turn that name into your own. Show him you mean business, that you're not the same as you were before. Izuku looked up at Sasuke and got up. I won't be the Deku who's useless anymore. I'll be my own Deku, Izuku said with determination. Cool. Don't care, Sasuke said, walking away. Izuku said with a blank expression. Time skip. Izuku finished his training with Sasuke and got back into the real world. Izuku got his school uniform on and walked to UA. Izuku walked around the halls. He opened the door and walked to his seat. Hey Deku, what do you think we'll do today? Uraraka said, getting close, but Izuku leaned back a little. I don't, Uraraka, Izuku said, not blushing, though he got used to being girls this close to him. Ever since he was training at the beach and got noticed by a bunch of other girls, unless they flirted with him, that just crossed the line, his line I guess. I just hope it's nothing boring, Jiro said, leaning her chair, but then someone came through the door without anybody noticing. I am coming through the door, like a normal person, All Might said, coming in the door with his hero costume on. Everyone was in shock, but the most shocked person was Izuku. Whoa, I didn't realize All Might was teaching here, Carminar said. He looks so manly in that costume, Kirishima stated. Is that his sliver-aged costume ribbit? Asui said with her finger on her chin. Yes, as you know, All Might will be teaching you guys today, so be on your best behavior or I don't care, Aizawa said, getting a yellow bag to sleep with. He put it on the floor and fell asleep. Pissed, where did that bag come from? Siro whispered to Ogier, while he just shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, the better question is, how did he sleep that fast? Ogier said. All Might cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Yes, no, today is a very special day. Today we will be doing battle training. Kachan grinned evilly and thought to himself, battle. While Izuku's sweat dropped, and finished his sentence, training. Yes, no, before we do anything else you all must put on your hero costumes. All Might clicked his button and the walls showed some suitcases. Everyone was excited and grabbed theirs. Izuku grabbed his and went to the changing room. Time skip. All Might was waiting for everyone at the battleground, but Izuku was the first person to come out. My young Midoriya looking sharp, All Might said, giving Izuku a thumbs up. Izuku had on a green headband. His bodysuit had on a similar suit like the canon one, except he had yellow color down to his stomach and green color on his shoulders. His legs had yellow on the front while green stripes went on the side of his legs. He had on a ultially belt and had on white gloves. He also had big black pads on his knees and black pads on his elbows. His neck pad had white strips on it. He had a mask on his neck, but he didn't put it on. He also had on red and black shoes. The black was on top of the red while the red was at the bottom. You really think so? Izuku said, looking at his suit. Do you think it's too big on me? Ha ha ha, don't worry young Midoriya, you look flashy. Hey thanks. Also All Might, how come you didn't tell me you're going to be teaching Street UA from now on? I wasn't surprised. Were you surprised? Izuku chuckled. Hey, a little, Izuku said, chuckling slightly and rubbing the back of his head. Well, I'm glad to hear it, All Might said, and he saw the other students coming out. Izuku saw them and backed away from All Might. Now this is what really heroes look like. All Might saw all of them in their hero suits. Whoa Deku, you look so cool, Uraraka said, looking at his costume. Hey thanks, you look really good too, Izuku said, smiling. Midoriya, your suit came with a mask, why didn't you put it on, Ribbit? Azu asked. Oh well, I just think it's a little scary, Izuku said, chuckling. Please, this mask. Being scary, Jiro said, holding the mask by his neck. Whoa Jiro, where did you come from? Izuku was surprised. Alright, I have your attention please, All Might cleared his throat and brought out a piece of paper, and Izuku thought to himself. He has no idea what he's doing. Izuku covered his face, embarrassed by his teacher. You all will be playing a different roles, one will be hero and one will be a villain. You will pick out a number in this box, All Might said, patting the box. When you pick out the box, one of you will have the same number. No, the way this works is the heroes will go in the building. The way the heroes will win if they capture the bomb, the villains will by trying to protect it the best way they can. There will also be a 13-minute time period. No, get your numbers. Everyone walked to their box. Izuku grabbed a number and shouted. Does anyone get 5? Izuku asked. That would be me, she said, coming up to him cheerfully. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Muradia, Izuku said, smiling. Hey, I'm Mina Ashido, nice to meet you, and I gotta say you're a cute one, aren't you? Mina said teasingly. Izuku blushed a little. Boy, I gotta stop with this harem building up, but I gotta do what I gotta do. He is Naruto's grandson after all. Thank you. Alright, no, I will pick the teams that will be facing. All Might grabbed the box and showed. Team 6 will be facing Team 5 inches. Team 5 was Kachan and Carminar. Oh no, Izuku said quietly. You okay? Mina asked worriedly. Oh yeah, I'm fine, Izuku said, lying. Alright, now villains get to the buildings and heroes you guys wait outside until the timer starts, All Might said, and the students went to the observation room while Izuku and Mina stayed outside. Okay, what's the plan, Midoriya? Midoriya. Mina looked to see her teammate shaking a bit. Hey, you alright? Mina asked, and Izuku jolted up. Oh yeah, sorry. It's just that I used to know Kachan when we were little, and he has always been trying to be better than me, Izuku said. So he might go for me first, so just stay close behind me, alright? Ah, my hero, Mina said, tugging his arm while Izuku blushed. Why yeah, sure, Izuku gulping. Time skip. Denki and Kachan were waiting in the bomb room, waiting for the buzzer to go off. Would you rather see a tree grow or a knee grow? I'm going after Deku, Kachan said, cutting Denki off. Huh, Denki asked. Shouldn't we make a plan? I'm not wasting my time on some pointless plan. Besides, aren't you like, dumb? Man, I'm not mentally retired, it's just my quirk. Denki looked at the bomb. It fries my brain every time I use it. He then looked back at Kachan. So I'm not and he's gone. Denki saw Kachan leaving him in the bomb room alone, not listening to what he was saying. Back with Izuku. Izuku was walking around looking around the walls, with Mina walking beside him. So Midoriya, what's the plan? Mina asked. Okay, so I think Kachan will most likely come for me first, not you, so I think you will be safe, Izuku said, looking back at Mina. But you'll go find the bomb room and I'll deal with Kachan. When Izuku said those words, Kachan appeared right next to him with his hands out. Look out! Mina shouted. Izuku looked back to see an explosion coming his way. Back at the observation room. Is Deku okay? Uraraka asked. What kind of jerk sneak attacks? Kirishima stated. They're okay, young Midoriya and young Ashido are strong. Back with Izuku. The dusk cleared and Izuku flipped while holding Mina Brightastyle. Mina got a blush for being so close to Izuku. You okay? Izuku asked. Why yeah, I'm fine, Mina said, blushing, and Izuku set him down. Go, I got this. Mina nodded and ran the other way. You damn nerd, hiding a quirk this entire time, laughing behind my back, huh? Kachan shouted, and charged at him. Kachan raised his left hand, but Izuku grabbed it first and threw him down on the floor. Kachan coughed up saliva and bounced. I've seen your moves, Kachan. You always start with a left hook. Not only did I study heroes or villains, but I also studied you, Izuku shouted. Kachan's eyes widened, and got up. You can call me Deku, but that's not my way, I'll use it. Deku is the name of a hero because that's my Deku way. Wait, that doesn't sound right, Izuku said, stopping for a second and thought for a second. Stop being a cock. Kachan shouted and charged at Izuku and threw in an explosion. Izuku jumped in the air and dodged it. Kachan launched in the air and tried to punch him, but a cloud of smoke showed and then showed a log. The hell? Kachan said, and Izuku appeared right next to him and kicked Kachan in the neck. Then Kachan hit the floor and bounced. Izuku landed and ran on the wall and jumped and punched Kachan, but then Kachan spinned around with his explosion to make a cloud of smoke and punched Izuku in the gut. Then Kachan grabbed Izuku's head and spinned him around with his explosions, making Izuku dizzy and kneed Izuku in the stomach. Izuku blocked Kachan's right hook and went in for a kick, but Kachan blocked it, and went for a punch, but Izuku grabbed it and elbowed his face. Then Kachan punched his face, but Izuku blocked Kachan's left hook and went for a punch, but Kachan grabbed it and threw him around and threw him away and exploded him while Izuku was in the air. The explosion hit Izuku, then Izuku did a roll, and got up. Kachan rushed at him spinning while using his explosion and punched his gut, then uppercut Izuku, and then Kachan put his hand on Izuku's stomach and exploded his chest. Izuku bounced on the floor and stopped. Izuku's chest was ripped, and got up with his suit damaged. Back at the observation room, Wo Midoriya got some moves. Shiro said, looking at Izuku fight. Yeah, but look at Bakugo, he really knows how to use his quirk, Kirishima said. Yeah, but Midoriya is not holding up so good, Ribbit, Asui said, getting a little worried. Young Midoriya, don't let up, All Might thought to himself and squeezed the mic a little. With Mina. Mina was running up the stairs and came across the bomb room. He saw Carminar being bored out of his mind leaning against the fake bomb. All right Mina, you got this, Mina said to himself. I can see you, Carminar said looking at Mina. Mina froze in place. Mina sprinted towards Carminar, but Carminar shot out little of electricity at Mina. But Mina moved left and right and got close to him, but Carminar touched the floor and shocked it. Mina saw this and sprinted back to give herself some space. Damn too close, yo Bakugo, where you at? Denki said to the earpiece. Back with Izuku. Kachan touched his earpiece. Just shut up, piss hair, and protect the bomb. Looks like Ashido is at the bomb, gotta end this. Izuku did some high signs, but Kachan recognized those hand signs back at the sludge villain attack and charged at Izuku, but it was too late. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, Izuku shouted, then multiple clones of Izuku charged at Kachan. Damn it, Kachan shouted as the Izukus were charging at Kachan. Back at the observation room. What kind of sci-fi stuff is this? How are there multiple Izukus? Jiro asked. This guy has multiple surprises, Sato said. Back with Izuku. Kachan was getting overwhelmed by the clones. Izuku saw his chance and left Kachan to fight his clones. Izuku ran and touched his earpiece. Ashido, are you there? Yeah, I'm here, just dealing with Denki right now, she replied on Izuku's earpiece. Don't worry, I'm coming, Izuku said, jumping from wall to wall and kicking the wall down, showing Izuku. Izuku then saw Mina and Carminar. Izuku landed and looked at Denki. Oh crap, Denki said, stepping back a little. Yeah, you're outnumbered, so might as well give up now, Mina grinned. Deku, Kachan said, bursting through the wall. You just had to speak, Izuku said, looking at Mina with his eyebrows down, and Mina just nervously chuckled and sweat dropped. You damn nerd, using fake-ass clones of yourself to fight me your damn self. What, you think you're too good for me, is that it? Kachan shouted and charged at Izuku and grabbed his face. Midoriya, Mina shouted at him. Then Kachan slammed his body down on the floor and did it again, but this time Kachan and Izuku went in it. They both fall down on each floor with Kachan explosions putting more force on the fall. Then Kachan threw Izuku to the window, and Izuku fell down on his stomach. Kachan stood up and walked towards him. Izuku shaky got up with his suit ripped, his right arm exposed and the side of his bodysuit ripped. Izuku whipped the blood from his mouth, but then Kachan got a smirk. Hey Deku, you said you studied my quirk, right? Kachan said, smirking, and Izuku raised an eyebrow. You should know my explosions are built up on sweat and I could store them. Kachan then showed his gauntlets. I want you to know, these gauntlets aren't just for show. I stored up my sweat in here, making my explosions 10 times stronger. Kachan finished and aimed at Izuku. No Bakugo, stop, you can kill him, All Might said through the radio. He'll survive if he dodges, Kachan said, grabbing the pin, and a loud explosion went through the building. Denki and Mina were both trying to stand still. Mina grabbed onto a box while Carminar fell on his hip. There was a giant hole on the side of the building. Back at the observation room. Deku, Uraraka said, worrying. Sensei, shouldn't you stop this match? I think it's going too far, Kirishima said, walking up to All Might. All Might squeezed his mic tighter, and just hoped that Izuku was alright. Back with Izuku. Man, these gauntlets are amazing, Kacchan said, with the dust being cleared showing him looking at the gauntlets. Izuku, on the other hand, was on the floor. His suit was ruined and he had blood dripping down his forehead. Izuku slowly got up. Bakugo, you do that again, and you and your team will both lose and be fooled, All Might said on the speaker. Kacchan winced at those words, but he brushed them aside. Izuku slowly got up with his legs shaking and looked at Kacchan. Still getting up, huh? That's one of the things I hate about you, you always just can't stay away, Kacchan said. You always think you're better than me, you even had a goddamn quirk but you kept it from me. Well, guess what, you're not ahead of me, and don't you dare think otherwise. No, Kacchan, Izuku said with his head down, covering his eyes. Theirs was always a reason why I didn't stay down, why I kept on following you, don't you see? Izuku looked up at him, gritting his teeth and powering up. One for all. Because I wanna be just like you, because you're amazing. Izuku ran at Kacchan and touched his earpiece. Asaido, get ready. What? Bakugo charged at Izuku and put his hand out, but Izuku dodged and grabbed his gultant, and kicked Kacchan in the stomach, but Kacchan brought out his left hand and threw in a massive explosion, but Izuku was way quicker. The minute Kacchan brought his arm out, Izuku thrust his punch upwards, then sent in a massive air punch that broke the entire building, making everyone stumble back. Izuku's arm was completely broken and his body was too weak to heal it. Back with Mina. Whoa, hey, Mina said, about to fall, but Denki was not focused on her, so she ran towards him and jumped over him and touched the bomb, winning the match. Back with Izuku. Hero team is the winner, All Might announced through the speaker. Kacchan couldn't say anything or did anything, he just looked at the floor. He lost. For the first time in his life he lost, but not by just anybody, but the nobody, Deku. Out of all the people Kacchan could have lost to, why did it have to be him? He was a nobody, worthless, so how the hell did he beat Kacchan? Kacchan was ahead of him, wasn't he? Deku could never reach up to his level, he thought, but Deku was able to fight one-on-one with Kacchan. Where the hell did he know how to fight like that? Not only that, but that damn second quirk he's got, if that is a quirk. He also was able to predict Kacchan's moves, making him a fool in front of everybody. Kacchan now knows what losing feels like, and he did not like it, not one bit. Izuku collapsed on the floor out of breath, with his right arm broken. Izuku finally outbested Kacchan, but it was not enough. Izuku woke up, but it was not the same black room. It looked like he was in space, his entire body was covered. Izuku had a green and yellow puff of smoke on his body. Izuku looked around and saw 8 ghosts, but he couldn't see their faces. Izuku tried to say something, but he got called out. Oh hey Izuku. Izuku turned his head to see Boruto right next to Naruto and Sasuke. Hey, how do you feel? Boruto asked, but Izuku couldn't speak at all. Oh yeah, right, I forgot you couldn't speak yet. Boruto chuckled, but Izuku turned around and his eyes widened. He saw ghost-like figures as they were all looking at him. He then looked up and saw a giant fox, and it was standing above all of them. Izuku was sweating hard, but then Izuku woke up in the nurse's office. Young Midoriya, All Might said in his skinny from sitting next to him with Recover Girl working on some papers on her desk.
All Might. Izuku pointed towards the old nurse. Oh, don't worry, she knows, All Might said, calming the boy down. Wait, other people know about One for All? Yeah, that's right, and 3 more people know about One for All as well? Oh, I see. Izuku holding his warped up arm, then Recover Girl walked over to him with her cane. Listen, young man, try not to break your arms ever so often, all right? Recover Girl said. Right. Thank you. Izuku got up from the bed and went to the door. Izuku walked around the halls about to grab his stuff, and Izuku held his wrapped up arm. What was that? Was that One for All? But who was those ghosts and that big giant fox? Izuku opened his classroom door to be greeted by a bunch of his classmates. Yo, hey man, you fought really hard back there, it was incredible. Can you teach me a couple of your tricks? Kirishima walked up to Izuku. Oh yeah, sure, Izuku said, getting nervous. How are you able to make different versions of yourself? Siro said, coming up to him. I just you were so cool out there throwing punches out there, so cool, Toru cheering him on being invisible. Thank you, I really appreciated it. Midoriya, how's your arm, Ribbit? Asui asked. It's still healing, Izuku said, smiling. Deku, are you okay? Uraraka came running at him out of the door. Why, yeah, I'm fine. You gave us quite a scar, man, Jiro said, coming up to him. Izuku just chuckled. Midoriya, are you okay? Are you hurt? Mina said, running up to him, getting close. Izuku just leaned back. Why, yeah, I'm fine. Wait, what happened to Kachan? Izuku asked. Oh, he grabbed his stuff and just left without saying word, Uraraka. Oh, okay, thanks, Izuku said, running away, leaving them. Kachan was seen walking away outside, leaving UA. Kachan, Izuku said, running at him. Kachan stopped walking, not looking back at him. Look, I want you to know that I didn't keep a secret for having a quirk. I would have told you. I can't get into much details, but this quirk was passed on to me. I can't tell you who gave me it, but I'll try my best to beat you with this quirk, make it my own. Kachan's eyes darted back to him. You can pass down quirks to one another was unheard of. He was probably rubbing his victory in front of him. Passing down quirks to another, what kind of bullshit are you telling me, Deku? Passing down quirks to one another, like I could believe that. You were laughing behind my back this entire time. Well, guess what? I lost today, I can accept that, but don't you ever think you will win again. I'll become the most famous and #1 hero in the world, surpassing All Might. Enjoy this victory while you can, Deku. Kachan then looked back at Izuku with some tears coming out of his eyes, shouting at Izuku. Cause it will be your last, Kachan said, looking away, wiping his tears. Kachan, Izuku said softly. Fear not, young Bakugo, All Might said, appearing at super speed behind Bakugo, patting him on the back to comfort him. I know you may feel like you lost, but remabure the art of a her. Get your hands off of me, All Might, Kachan said softly, not looking at him. I'll surpass you one day and become a way better hero than you. I can promise you that. Kachan said, shoving All Might's hands away, not looking back, walking home. Sorry, All Might, you shouldn't have seen that, Izuku said, looking down. It's all right, young Midoriya, I understand his struggle, but I can also see the potential in him. Just needs to work on his attitude. Hey, All Might, I kinda told him someone passed down a quirk to me, but I did not mention a single thing about one for all, swear. I see, young Midoriya, you cannot mention a single thing that will lead to one for all. Young Bakugo might catch on. He seems like a smart kid. I'm not mad, just don't mention anyone about passing on quirks, understand? Yes, All Might. Time skip. Izuku was currently in the same black room where he always was. He was currently sparring with Boruto, throwing in kicks and punches, while Naruto and Sasuke were watching from the sidelines. Boruto threw in some kicks while Izuku blocked some of them and punched right in his gut. Boruto did a flip and made a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Boruto shouted and 4 more versions of Boruto came out. They landed and rushed at Izuku. Izuku ran at them. He jumped over the 3rd Boruto and kicked the 4th Boruto. The other ones threw in punches, but Izuku ducked and kicked the other one, and leaned back to avoid the other punch from Boruto and sent in a spinning axe kick at the clone, turning into a cloud of dust. He then ran at the remaining clones, and punched the first one, then the second one. The clones disappeared and Izuku turned to the real Boruto and was about to kick him, but Boruto grabbed his leg and punched him straight in the gut. Izuku fell back but kept his composure, and flipped around with the help of his hands. Izuku landed and ran back to Boruto. Man, Sasuke, the kid is getting better and better, Naruto said, impressed by the boy's skills. I'll say, I taught him, and I guess you and your son helped also, Sasuke said, sitting down, with his sword on his lap. Yeah, but isn't it insane? I mean, we met the kid a couple weeks ago, and already he's getting stronger, Naruto said. He's a quick learner, Sasuke said, until he heard a thud. Ha, I win. Again, Izuku, Boruto said, currently had his leg on Izuku's throat, but moved it. Yeah, you got me, Izuku said, sitting up. Good job, Izuku, making good progress, but why don't you use that extra power of yours? Naruto asked, coming up to them. You idiot, if he uses that power it will break his bones, Sasuke said, coming up to them also. It was hard for Izuku. I mean, the training with his ancestors was fine, but having to learn different techniques and master one for all was hard. He needed to decide, and fast too, because All Might's time was almost up, and Izuku was going to be the next symbol of peace. Izuku had to make a whole calendar to balance the time on when he was going to train one for all, and then train with Naruto and the others, and the answer was pretty simple. I mean, Izuku didn't even know where to start with one for all. The only thing he knew what to do was activate it, that's it. When it came to picking Naruto, it was fine. I mean, he did have his butt kicked in every match, but not having to break your bones was fine with him, but that was no excuse, not for Izuku that is. If there was any opportunity he would get that would let him reach one for all closer and closer, he would do it, but it just started with him putting one for all in certain parts of his body. Hey Izuku, you okay there, buddy? Boruto asked him, breaking Izuku out of his thoughts. Huh? Oh yeah, I'm fine, sorry. Anyway, I gotta go wake up, Izuku said, getting up. Yep, we'll see you around, alright, Naruto said, waving at Izuku. Izuku nodded and closed his eyes. Wait, hold up. Izuku stopped and looked over at Sasuke, seeing that he's walking over to him. Here. Sasuke reached inside his pockets and gave him a scroll, but not just any scroll, a summoning scroll. Huh, Sasuke? I don't think Izuku needs to summon animals, Naruto added. You can summon other things other than animals, you loser. Izuku has been practicing weapon skills for some time now. I think it's only fair that he uses these skills in the real world. Sasuke handed him the scroll, which Izuku grabbed. You remember how to summon things, right, Izuku? Naruto asked, and Izuku nodded and closed his eyes. Back in the real world, Izuku opened his eyes to show that he's in his room in his bed. He sat up and looked over to his left hand to see that he has the summoning scroll Sasuke gave him. Not before long, Izuku crouched down and opened the scroll to show some words in a free page. Alright, all I have to do is write my name down in blood, Izuku said, biting on his thumb hard, and showed some blood. Izuku wrote down his full name on the free page with his thumb that had blood on it. Alright, Izuku said, stopping. That should do it. Izuku then did some hand signs. Summoning jutsu, Izuku shouted, and he slammed his hand down and a cloud of puff came out to show a katana, some ninja stars, shurikens and more. Yes, Izuku shouted. Izuku sweaty. What are you doing up there? Inko asked down in the kitchen. Nothing, mom, Izuku said, making the conversation end short. Time skip. Man. I think Sasuke went a little overboard with the weapons. I had to hide them under the bed and everything, Izuku said while walking on the sidewalk with his school uniform on. Izuku had some of his weapons in his bag back, he just needed to figure out where to put them. Would they even allow weapons in the school? He wasn't really sure. He has only been in this school for about 3 days now. Either way, he'll ask All Might later. Speaking of All Might, Izuku turned to the gates of UA to be met by a bunch of reporters looking for All Might, and trying to get answers. Huh, what's going on here? Izuku asked. Do you have any idea where All Might is? One of the reports said. Can I just 5 minutes with All Might, please? What's it like to be All Might's teacher? Is he even here? Izuku didn't even know what to do. The entire campus was being overrun by reporters. He could almost see Aizawa-sensei and President Mike trying to stop them. So Izuku had one idea, and it was a bad one. Hey, watch it. Sorry. Izuku responded. The hell? I'm sorry. Hey, please forgive me. Izuku was jumping on each reporter, jumping on their head or their camera, but it was worth it because he made it. Not only that, they kinda deserved it. Well, I mean, they did deserve it. They were going on school property. All in all, Izuku made it. He landed right next to Aizawa and President Mike. Morning, Izuku said, chuckling nervously. Izuku, as much as that was rude, I'm not going to pry on it, Aizawa said. Now head to class, I'll be there in a second, Aizawa said, still handling the reporters. Izuku nodded and ran off to class. Not going to scold your own student. I'm liking this new style of yours, Aizawa, President Mike said playfully, elbowing him. Aizawa just grumbled. Time skip. Izuku finally made it to class. He opened his door to see their classmates talking among themselves. He sighed and walked to his seat. Morning, Deku. Uraraka jumped at him, and Izuku smiled. Oh hey, morning, Izuku responded. How's your arm? Uraraka asked. Oh it's holding up well. I can move it, so that's good, Izuku said, touching his wrapped up left arm. Still, man, what you did was crazy. I mean, you got some powerful quirk, Kirishima added. Hey, thanks, I try my best. Izuku scratched his head, then the door swung open to relieve Aizawa.
Alright, everyone settle down. The class went back to their original seats. Sorry if I took too long, but now we can get the day started, and this might change your class forever. Is it a test? Mina thought nervously. Please don't be another Quirk assessment test, Denki thought. I don't think I could do a test, I barely study, Toru thought nervously. Today we will be deciding to pick a class president. Just normal school stuff, the class said in unison. Alright, listen up extras, pick me. Kachan yelled. Ooh, pick my, I want to be class president, Toru raised her hand being excited. Yeah, you're gonna need me, Jiro said leaning on her desk. Pick Mo, Aoimu stated. How would we even pick? We've known each other for at least 3 days now, Asui stated. Should we just pick a vote? Denki said. People will just vote for themselves, Kirishima added. Look, I don't care how it gets done, just do it alright, but just don't interrupt my nap, Aizawa said, grabbing his sleeping bag, and slept under the desk. Again, where did that come from? Shiro asked. Man, everyone is really into this, but I'm not really suited for this kinda stuff, Izuku said, going back to his notebook. Alright, then we will take a vote on who should be class president, Iida said. The class then did what he said, putting in votes. Izuku then thought for a second, and just voted Iida. He thinks Iida will be a good class president. I got the most votes, Izuku shouted, looking at the vote. Izuku. 4. Momo. 2. Iida. 1. Alright, losers, who picked the loser? Kachan shouted, getting up from his seat. Uraraka, Mina and Jiro thought in unsane. Might as well keep my vote to myself. What? Denki leaning, smirking. Like I was going to vote for you, Denki said, pissing Kachan off. The hell you say to me? Kachan came up to him and grabbed his collar. Okay then, Aizawa said, getting up from his nap. Izuku will be class president, while Momo will be vice president, Aizawa said. Izuku and Momo walked up to the front of the class. Aw man, I don't know if I'm suited for this, Izuku said, frowning. Don't worry about it, Deku. I think you would make a great class president, Uraraka said, trying to boost his confidence. Yeah, now I think about it, Midoriya and Momo together, I think they would work well together, Denki said. Yeah, they're both pretty smart, Ribbit, Asui said. The way Midoriya planned out in the battle training was really smart, and the way Momo was thinking is perfect. Indeed, I'm happy to be working with you, Midoriya, Momo said, looking at Izuku. Izuku just chuckled. Well, okay, sure, me too, Izuku scratched his head. Time skip. Izuku grabbed some ramen from the cafeteria and walked to the tables with the others and started a conversation. Man, I'm still not sure I'm up for this whole class representative thing, Izuku said, sighing, and ate some ramen, scooping it up and slurping it down. Of course you are, Deku, I mean you're already hella smart, and with Momo I'm sure you guys will be able to lead the class well, Uraraka said, speaking. Indeed, you really surprised me in your match, Midoriya. I think someone of your smarts would lead the class well, Iida said while eating some sushi. Yeah, I know, but those were just in my head, plus I just told Mina to just go for the bomb while I fought off Kachan, Izuku said. Yeah, but your combat was insane, man, I wish I could fight like that. By the way, how were you able to even fight like that? Uraraka asked. I watch a lot of videos. Izuku was chuckling nervously, and he was also lying. Huh, really, if you say so, Uraraka said, turning back to her food. You should be class rep, Iida, not me. I mean you're already polite and you take everything seriously, Izuku said. It was meant to be a compliment, but Iida just realized how boring he was. Thanks, Midoriya, Iida said with a depressing aura coming out of him. Is he okay? Uraraka said, whispering to Izuku. Izuku just shrugged. Anyway, it is true, I do take everything seriously. That's because I was raised by the right family, Iida said, explaining. If you act like that and respect every single little thing you see, Uraraka said, thinking with his hand on his chin, and then put the pieces together. Wait, Iida, are you from a rich family? Huh, what gave it away? Iida said, and Uraraka looked at him with a jealous face. Well, you see, my family has a course we go through each generation, Iida said. And what's that? Izuku asked. Ever heard of the pro hero Ingenium? Iida said. Yeah, of course, he's the fastest pro hero. He rivals All Might in terms of speed. Izuku then thought for a second. Wait a minute, Izuku said, getting surprised. Yep, he's my older brother, Iida said, and Izuku and Uraraka looked at him with shocked faces. Say whaat. They both said. Yep, it was first my grandpa, then my father, then my brother, and now me. That's why I'm here to fulfill my ancestors' legacy, Iida said. Iida. Then Izuku heard an alarm and people started to run out of the cafeteria. Izuku looked around and asked someone. Hey, what's going on? Izuku said. Some villain broke into UA, someone said, running off. Izuku jolted up and jumped out of his seat. Ah yeah, finally some action, Izuku said to himself, but Izuku was not like this at all. Izuku would always look around and try to make a plan, but this time Izuku just wanted to get some action in. It might be Naruto's blood rushing in his veins. Sometimes Izuku might be shy and pure, but whenever there's gonna be a reason to fight, he's gonna fight. Anyway, long story short, cause this chapter is already long as it was just press outside of UA trying to get in. So Iida took care of it and told everyone to calm down. Anyway, Izuku and the others went back to class and Izuku made an announcement that he will be passing down class rep to Iida's hands. So yeah, I want Iida to be class rep, Izuku said, stepping down, and Iida was shocked but also honored. Alright then, whatever, if it's your choice, now come on, get your suits on, we're going out, Aizawa said. You mean a field trip? Let's go, Mina said, cheering. A field trip? It's the third day and you're thinking of a field trip, Aizawa grumbled, and Mina slipped back into her seat. Anyway, yes, we will be leaving, but we will be heading into the USJ, so get your stuff on and let's head out. Aizawa dismissed the classroom and Izuku grabbed his stuff. Time skip. Whoa Midoriya, you look badass, man, Denki said outside, heading to the bus. Izuku had on normal gym clothes, except he had on a katana strapped on his back, a utility belt on his waist. He had a black gloves showing his fingers. Hey, it's not really all that well, Izuku said, chuckling. Say Midoriya, why don't you give your suit? Uraraka asked. Oh, it's still messed up after my fight with Kachan, Izuku's response, which earned a grumble from Jiro. I still think he's crazy for pulling that pin. Jiro crossed her arms and went in the bus, which the others followed. Izuku sat next to Asui and Kirishima. So Midoriya, gotta ask, what's that hand sign you did? Kirishima asked. Oh, you mean the clone thing, Izuku said. Is that even a quirk? I don't think I ever heard of a quirk like that, Shiro said. Well, it's not really a quirk, it's Izuku thought for a second while trying to think of an excuse. You're missing the best part, Kree. How did he punch a hole through the entire building? Denki said, and Izuku got more scared. Hey, his strength quirk is insane. Kinda reminds me of All Might, ya know, Toru said. Hold up, Toru, All Might doesn't break his bones, Mina said. No offense, Midoriya, Mina said. None taken, Izuku responded. Alright, that's enough. We're here, Aizawa said, and the class stepped out of the bus, and the class looked at the huge USJ. Alright class, so there's another pro hero I would like you to meet. Hey kids, someone said. Oh man, it's the pro hero 13, Ochako said. She's the best when it comes to saving people, Izuku said. She, Denki had a raised eyebrow. I thought she was a dude. 13 wears All Might, Aizawa said, starting a conversation with her. All 13 did was hold up 3 fingers. Aizawa sighed. Alright then, I guess we're gonna have to do this without him. Izuku heard what they said and knew All Might used up all of his time. Izuku thought process came to a stop when he saw a big purple portal. Whoa, you guys even have fake villains, Kirishima said. Izuku saw what he was seeing and his eyes widened. No, Kirishima, those. Izuku started to speak as a man covered in hands came out, and a man made out of purple smoke, and a giant bird came out with a bunch of criminals. The teacher and the students' eyes widened. Those are the real deal. 13 protect the kids, Aizawa said, jumping down facing the villains. He ran and used his quirk on the villains, canceling out their quirk. Hamaiku. The villain was cut off as Aizawa kicked the villains in the face, and while the other villains tried to jump, then Aizawa was dodging their attacks, kicking them. So the hero Eraserhead is here too, huh? Well, this just makes it more interesting. Kurogiri makes sure none of these brats escape, he commanded. Yes, young master, Kurogiri responded, using its teleportation quirk to teleport to the kids. Back with Izuku. What are you doing? Naruto said in his head. Huh. Izuku responded back. You're just gonna stand there and do nothing while your teacher is fighting for you. If you're worried about your classmates, don't worry, they can protect themselves. They have each other, right? No, your sensei is fighting down there by himself, and you're the only person who can help him, Naruto said. Izuku knew he was right. He knew these were the responsibility of a hero, to protect people and save them. This is what he signed up for. Iida, listen up. I need you to get out of here and tell the teacher what's happening. You're the fastest out of all of us here. Can you do that? Izuku said. But I can't leave you guys, Iida said. Go class rep, we got this, Kirishima said with pride. But, Iida stuttering. Go, Izuku shouted and jumped down to face the villains. Deku, Uraraka shouted telling him to stop, but Izuku didn't listen and ran at them. A kid, the villain said, which gained Aizawa's attenuation. Midoriya, Aizawa said. Izuku ran at them and kicked the villain into the floor. He sprung up high in the air and threw in multiple kunai at the villains. Gah, what the hell, is this kid even a student? Izuku landed next to Aizawa with them back to back. Midoriya, what are you doing here? Get back with the others. Aizawa said, punching a villain away. Sorry sensei, Izuku said, kicking a villain. But I can't watch my sensei fight while I sit and do nothing. Izuku grabbed Aizawa's scarf on his neck and ran at the 6 villains. He wrapped the scarf on his arm and jumped high in the air and kicked each villain one by one. In a quick flash the scarf was on all of the 6 villains' neck and Izuku pulled them all down on the floor, landing. Kid's more talented than I thought, Aizawa said to himself. TCK, the brat sure is good, no matter, he doesn't matter, Kurogiri, the hand guy said. Back with the others. Whoa, is that Midoriya? He's fighting like a pro, Denki said. Man, that's so manly, Kirishima said, clenching his fist. God, shut up idiots. Iida, why the hell are you still here? Jiro said, looking at Iida watching Midoriya fight. Yeah, Midoriya is doing his job, you should too, Shoji said. But Iida was still stuttering. Damn it, 4 Eyes, get the hell out, Kachan shouted, and Iida listened and he went for the door, but he was stopped by Kurogiri appearing right in front of them. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Kurogiri said. Who are you guys? 13 asked, demanding an answer. Oh, where are my manners? We are the League of Villains, and we deeply apologize if we ruined your class, but I'm afraid we had to know or never to put this plan into action, Kurogiri said, explaining himself. Kachan and Kirishima lunged at Kurogiri. No, stop it, 13 shouted at Kirishima, and Kachan didn't listen. Kachan and Kirishima went through Kurogiri's body. Kurogiri then spread his purple aura around the entire students to put them in different areas around the USJ. Back with Izuku. Damn it, Aizawa said, punching a villain in frustration. Midoriya, listen up, your classmates are in trouble, Aizawa said, and Izuku kicked another villain and looked at the front of the entrance. Damn it, I gotta help, but what about sensei? Izuku said, looking at Aizawa fighting the villains. He's fighting all of them by himself, but my classmates are fighting one villain, plus 13's there, so should they be fine? No, I shouldn't even be here. Izuku gasped and saw Kurogiri with his portal quirk about sending the students into different areas. Izuku ran back to the entrance. Damn it, Izuku jumped and grabbed the first person he saw. Gotcha. Thanks. Izuku brought her back on her feet. Jiro, is Iida still here? Izuku looked around. No, that purple prick is trying to teleport us away. He already got Sue and that purple perv, Jiro explained. Damn it, Izuku cursed to himself. Ah, so you must be the student who gave my comrades a run for their money, Kurogiri said, stretching his long purple arm at Izuku to teleport him away. Izuku grabbed Jiro and dodged. Jiro was in Izuku's arms, dodging the attacks that Kurogiri put out at them. Izuku landed and put a blushing Jiro down. Damn it, what do? I can't fight and protect at the same time. Izuku looked over at Iida, seeing that he was still here. Iida, Izuku shouted, and Iida looked back. Listen, go, all right, we got this. Iida nodded and we went for the door. Kurogiri stretched his arms again, but 13 used her black hole quirk to try and suck him up. Then Kachan grabbed Kurogiri's neck and blew him away. Whoa, Bakugo, you weren't able to hit him before, what changed? Denki asked, and Bakugo stared at Kurogiri. You damn Moran, his entire body is made out of that purple smoke, so the only piece that he could breathe in is that damn neck piece of his. That's the only part of that purple bastard that I can hit. This is your chance, Four Eyes. Kachan shouted at Iida, and Iida bursted out of the door and ran away to call for backup. Meanwhile, All Might was in his skinny form in the teacher's lounge. He was meant to go to the USJ, but his time ran out, so he was just sitting on the couch reading How to Teach. All Might was not a fan of teaching students. I mean, he would love to teach, especially Izuku, but he never knew how to explain it. When All Might first got One for All, it was like a walk in the park for him, but no, it's Izuku, and it wasn't easy. Not only that, he also had to teach other classes like B and C, homeless, so All Might was having a very hard time. Okay, page 43, the best way to teach your student is to. All Might was interrupted by a knock on his door. All Might put his book down and walked to the door and opened it. He looked down and saw a white mouse in a business suit. Pre-preneable Nezu. Why hello All Might, may I come in? Nezu asked in a nice, proper way. Oh, of course. All Might moved to the side as Nezu walked in and sat on the couch with his legs dangling off of the floor. So All Might, I noticed that you have been very stressed out lately. Nezu said, pouring a cup of coffee. Well, yeah, just teaching stuff, you know how it is, but Prinkable Nezu, I really should get going, All Might said, trying to get out of the soon-to-be lecture that Nezu was about to give him. Nezu said, getting up from the couch and grabbed his hand with his tiny paw and brought him back to the couch. Not until you tell me how the young man is doing. Well, it's been going well, All Might said, unsure. Nezu grabbed the How to Teach book. Are you sure about that? Nezu said, bringing the book to his face, and All Might grabbed it. Listen to me, All Might. You're a teacher and a hero. Are you sure you can do the two things at the same time? Nezu said with his legs crossed, sipping the tea. Why, yes, of course. So then that would mean you know what you are doing, but you don't since you're reading that book, Nezu said. Look. Teaching's hard, Prinkable. How can I wish I could show the young man, but it's hard. How can I teach him how to use the power when I had it easy from the start? Ah, I see. You had no method on how to use this One for All. That way you can't show him how it works, Nezu said. Right. All Might said. Okay then, well, All Might, I want to remind you, this isn't your power anymore. This is Izuku. It's Izuku's body. So how about you teach him how to put One for All to his own? Nezu said, and All Might perked up. Huh, I never thought about that, All Might said. Nezu got up from the couch and went for the door. Remember, All Might, Midoriya can't do everything today, all he can do is take one step. Nezu finished opening the door, leaving All Might pondering over his thoughts. Back at the USJ, Aizawa kicked the last villain away and turned his attention to the giant bird. He used his quirk on it, but nothing worked. Huh, my quirk, it should have worked, Aizawa said. Sorry, Erasure. The hand guy started to speak. But you see, my Nomu here has multiple quirks, such as regeneration, shock absorption, and superhuman strength, matches All Might, the hand guy finished. Nomu, kill him. The Nomu listened and punched Aizawa in the gut, sending him all the way stumbling on the ground. When the main guy was watching Aizawa torture Aizawa, Kurogiri teleported right next to him. Oh hey Kurogiri, did you get rid of the students and 13? The hand guy asked. I was able to get rid of 13, but one of the students managed to escape, Kurogiri said, and the hand guy shot up at him in frustration. Huh, he said, scratching his head frostily. Damn it, Kurogiri, how can you be so careless? He said. The scratching died down and he calmed down. It's fine, this can still work, he said, and then looked over at Mineta and Asui at the shipwreck. The hand guy rushed over to the young students and Izuku glanced over at them. Asui, Izuku shouted and jumped at them. Damn it, Izuku gritted his teeth, seeing that the hand guy's hand was inches away from touching Azu's face. I'm not going to make it in time. His hand touched Asui's head, but nothing happened. Huh, Izuku said, looking shocked. He then turned his head over to the pinned down Aizawa, using his quirk on the hand guy. Man, Erasure, you're so cool, he said, but he was interrupted by a kick to his face, sending him back. Izuku landed next to Azu and Mineta. Midoriya, Azu shouted. Hey, sorry, you guys all right? Izuku asked. Why yeah, we're fine, Asui said. Good, Listen, you guys head back to the others, I'll hold on the hand guy, Izuku said. How you can't handle them not by yourself, Mineta shouted. For once I agree with him, Ribbit, Asui said. Then Izuku looked back at them. Guys, Izuku said, smiling. I got this, don't you worry, I promise, Izuku said, grinning, giving them a thumbs up, and looked back at the villains. Now get out of here, grab Aizawa-sensei and move, Izuku said. Asui nodded and wrapped her long tongue around Aizawa's waist and ran to the others. Sue, Uraraka shouted at them. Where's Deku? She asked as Asui put down the bruised Aizawa on the floor gently. He's fighting the villains, he's insane, Mineta shouted, and Asui flinged him on the ground. He's fighting the villains, Uraraka said, looking back at Izuku. Back with Izuku. I don't have time to play with brats. Nomu, he said, and the Nomu charged at Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the Nomu's speed. His speed could match All Might's. He quickly drew out his katana and blocked it just in time before it could hit him, but he was launched into a wall. I'm feeling generous today, so I'll make your death slow and steady. Izuku jumped out of the dusk and was in the air and did a hand sign. Fire style, fireball jutsu, Izuku shot out a wave of fire at the Nomu. Multiple quirks, there's no way, could he be one of Master's creations but escaped? No, if he was Master would have told me, but even Master has his secrets, the hand guy said to himself. Izuku landed, and when the fire cleared, the Nomu charged at Izuku. At blinding speeds, Izuku ducked the Nomu's right hook, and he slashed the Nomu's torso. Izuku gained some distance and saw his katana was broken. Just great, why I'm not surprised, that bird brain rivals All Might in terms of power, weapons won't work. Izuku threw the katana away and did some hand signs. Shadow clone jutsu, Izuku said, and 12 versions of Izuku appeared. Are you for real? God Nomu, kill him, the hand guys said. The Nomu roared loudly and charged at Izuku. The Izukus charged at him. All the Nomu did was swat all the Izukus away, turning them into a cloud of dust. Then the real Izuku got onto his head and brought out a kunai, and aimed it at the Nomu's head, but the Nomu reacted faster and punched Izuku in the head, and Izuku was sent into a wall. Izuku quickly got out of the wall with blood pouring down from his face. Shit, at this rate I'm a goner, I need more fire power. Izuku then charged up one for all and put it on his arm. This is gonna hurt, I still haven't mastered it, or at least got the gist of it, but if I let this thing roam around the USJ, people will get hurt. No choice. Izuku ran at the Nomu, and the Nomu ran at him. Izuku jumped over and did a spinning flip and clenched his fist and punched the Nomu on his face. A strong shockwave was sent all around the USJ, people were sent back and the waves were crashing around the shipwreck zone. Izuku's arms were bleeding and broken, with one for all shattering his bones completely, but the side effects that were caused on the Nomu pushed the Nomu back into the wall. Izuku landed and clenched his broken arm tightly. It hurt like hell, it was bruised as purple marks all over it. Gee, this power, why does it look so familiar? The hand guy said, and then Kurogiri appeared next to him. Shigaraki, we must leave right now, the other heroes might come, we can't risk getting caught, Kurogiri said to him. Damn it, Shigaraki said, scratching his neck harder and harder. He knew he was right but never wanted to admit it. He wasn't gonna lose to this yellow and green brat. Not yet. Nomu, kill this damn brat, Shigaraki shouted. The Nomu stretch, making the class and Izuku cover their ears. The Nomu then clasped his fist back and sent in a punch, but Izuku ducked it and kicked his face. Then Izuku clenched his good arm, making one for all around his body again, and punched the Nomu in the stomach. Blood was all around Izuku's arm as the purple marks came back. Izuku gritted his teeth as he was pushed back. Izuku rolled on the floor, panting. And not yet. Izuku got up with his broken arm swaying. He had no time to react as a fist was sent in his stomach. Izuku coughed out blood, and was sent back. Izuku's body was messed up, but he got up regardless, shaky. This damn brat doesn't know how to give up, Shigaraki said but sighed. Doesn't matter. It looks like he's reached his limit. Nomu, let's end this. The Nomu charged at Izuku, as Izuku closed his eyes, bracing for impact. Before anyone realized it, the doors shot open, showing All Might, and he was not smiling. Never fear, because I am here, All Might said. All Might, one of the villains said. Crap, Let's get out of here. Before anyone could say another word, All Might sped through and knocked all of them out at fast speed. No one could even see him. Heck yeah, get him All Might. Mineta shouted. Erasure, I'm sorry I wasn't here sooner, All Might said as he walked towards Shigaraki and the Nomu. Finally, what took you so long? Having these kids fight your battles for you, what kind of hero are you when you don't arrive on time? Shigaraki said, pushing All Might's buttons. You were correct, having kids in a battle day should never been in it unacceptable. I will promise myself that I will not let something like this will never happen again, All Might said with pride. He then looked at his student mentor. Young Midoriya, you have been holding yourself for this long by yourself, I am proud, but you've done enough, let me handle the rest, All Might said walking to the danger. No All Might, I used my quirk on him, I pushed him back, but one of his quirks is shock absorption, Izuku said as All Might stopped. Quirks, All Might thought, so it's true, he has returned, All Might thought. This thing was meant to kill you, I don't want. Young Midoriya, All Might said stopping Izuku. All Might looked back at him and flashed a smile and thumbs up. Don't worry, I got this, All Might said as he looked back at the Nomu. All Might and the Nomu both charged at each other making a giant gust of wind. Izuku got pushed back as Ochako came to his aid with Mina. All Might clashed with the Nomu throwing a barrage of punches. Giant rocks came flying up as pillars erupted from the ground. The villains got pushed back as their surroundings got pushed back. There were giant waves crashing against each other. Wow, they're going so fast, I can't even tell what's happening. Denki said while watching the fight. That's a pro hero for ya, Shoji said while watching the fight. This is bad, All Might be close to his limit soon, he might run out of gas soon, Izuku thought as he clenched his bruised arm. I need to do something, Izuku thought. The clashes stopped as All Might punched the Nomu in the air. All Might launched himself at the Nomu as he punched the creature's face. The creature punched his side as All Might spat out blood. The Nomu backhanded the number one hero back to the surface. Keep trying All Might. Every punch you land will only cause the Nomu to counter back even stronger, Shigaraki said as All Might got up slowly. He wiped the blood off of his mouth. Then out of nowhere, a purple portal came under his leg. All Might fell through it being stuck in it. The Nomu jumped at the pro hero and punched his gut. All Might, Izuku said as he was about to run but was stopped. Deku don't, Ochako said, clutching on his gym suit. Yeah, you're really injured, you can't fight. Mina also said in worry. Izuku gritted his teeth. He couldn't just sit here and not do anything. Naruto wouldn't, so why should he just sit here? Every punch the Nomu put on All Might just made Izuku's blood boil. He gritted his teeth. He looked over at Kurogiri. Before Mina and Ochako released it, Izuku was out of their grasp. Izuku came to Kurogiri's side of Kurogiri and kicked his neck piece, Kurogiri. Kurogiri's neck piece had a giant dent in it. Kurogiri, Shigaraki shouted as he charged at Izuku. You've been messing around with me for the last minute. Shigaraki shouted at Izuku. Shigaraki extended his arm to touch Izuku but he got blasted away by Kachan's explosions. Shigaraki rolled on the floor as Izuku looked at his childhood friend. Kirishima ran towards them right next to Kachan. Midoriya, you alright man? Kirishima asked as Izuku nodded. Yeah thanks, Izuku said as Shigaraki slowly got up. You damn punks just die. Shigaraki touched the floor as it decayed. The floor was crumbling as Kachan blasted upward as Kirishima grabbed Izuku's arm and rolled away. The hell is this guy's quirk? Kachan said as he landed on the other side. The floor crumbled when he touched it. So things might crumble away when he touches things, Izuku said. Shigaraki charged at him. He's fast. Kachan blasted at the villain as Kirishima punched his face in. Deku is injured right now, so the nerd is just slowing us down, Kachan said as he was next to Kirishima. Another strong gust of wind was made as the trio plus the villain got pushed back. All Might punched the creature in the gut, as the Nomu grabbed his arm and flipped him over and All Might hit the floor making a giant dent. Their surroundings started to break apart, as pillars came out. All Might ga. Izuku clutched his bad arm as more blood was oozing out. He looked back at the fight between Nomu and his idol. The Nomu punched All Might's side. All Might oozed out blood as he clutched his side. He got on his knees. Izuku knew that side. It was his bad side. Izuku got up as he saw the Nomu punch his face over and over again. Izuku's eyes looked darted at the fight. He gritted his teeth, as he cleaned both of his fists. He wanted to kill this thing. It was hurting him. All Might was going to teach him so many things. If he died, who was going to help him reach his goal? He was his friend, his idol. If he was going to die here. Izuku's teeth grew sharp as his nails grew sharp. Izuku's hair was spiked. Red chakra circled around him. His whiskers were sharp as his eyes went from green to red. Everyone stopped to see Izuku's newfound power. The villains were scared out of their boots, and the red chakra formed into a fox-like creature. Izuku nine-tailed fox awakened. Deku, Ochako said quietly. What kind of quirk does this boy have? Shigaraki said to himself as Kachan was left speechless.
Izuku zoomed at the Nomu and All Might. He left a giant pillar of smoke behind his wake. Izuku punched the Nomu, creating a giant gust of wind. Glass shattered above them. The Nomu shrieked in pain as he got pushed all the way back. The Nomu felt pain. That's impossible, Shigaraki said. The Nomu jumped back at Izuku. Izuku sped beside him and punched his side. Each punch sent a wave of pain throughout the creature's body. I have no idea what's going on with young Midoriya, but he is the only person that's causing pain to this thing, All Might thought. All Might ran in as All Might punched his chest, with Izuku following with a kick right at the Nomu's head. The Nomu got pushed all the way on the other side of the USJ. Midoriya and All Might working together is so cool, Mina said, watching the fight in awe. That damn Deku. Don't count me out yet. Kachan blasted at the battle. Hey man, don't leave me here, Kirishima said. No, this is not how it was supposed to go. Shigaraki shouted as he was scratching his neck. Not only I have to deal with this brat, but with All Might and him working together. Just what I needed. Everything is falling apart. No. Shigaraki, we must leave now. I don't know how long the Nomu could last handling two overpowered people like those two, Kurogiri said as Shigaraki groaned. No, not yet Kurogiri, this still isn't over, Shigaraki said. Detroit Smash. All Might punched the Nomu's face as Izuku jumped off of All Might and did a hand sign. Fire style. Izuku puffed out his chest, breathing in a huge amount of air, before he shot out a giant fireball right at the Nomu, engulfing the human monster in flames. Fireball jutsu, he finished. In midair, Izuku skyrocketed downward and sent in a devastating kick on the creature's abdomen, crashing him down onto the pool of water where the shipwreck zone took place. As the Nomu frantically waved his arms around the water trying to swim upward, he screeched loudly, sending in an air cannon hitting Izuku across the face, sending the boy crashing upward on the window of the USJ. The Nomu shot towards Izuku ready to punch him, but Izuku vanished in thin sight, dodging it. The after effects of the human creature punch shattered the entire glass roof, making shards off glass fall down. Gah! No way! How is Midoriya moving that fast? Mineta shouted. Is he fighting toe-to-toe with a villain that might be way stronger than All Might? Momo questioned. Izuku got punched in the face, sending him crashing into the boat, splitting it apart. He gritted his teeth and shot out of the water. As he felt a giant breeze hit across his face, he rocked his fist right at the Nomu's beak. He blocked the Nomu's hard left and moved it onto his side and sent a deviating kick. His foot was erupted into a crimson-red chakra field around it, crashing onto the Nomu's head, making the Nomu crash onto the ground, breaking the sound barrier once more. Damn it. What are you doing, Nomu? I don't even care about All Might at this point. Kill this brat, Shigaraki demanded. The Nomu roared. His voice echoed across the entire USJ, making the ground tremor as if it was an earthquake. Izuku gritted his teeth and mirrored his roar, sending one of his own right at the Nomu, which was much more powerful. He shot downward right at him, pulling his fist back. The Nomu followed his attack, doing the same thing as both of their fist clash, sending a strong, massive shockwave, blowing everything and everyone back. Izuku kicked the Nomu's chin, making the Nomu shoot up, leaving his stomach and torso wide open. Izuku then sent in devastating combo of punched, making the Nomu's roar in pain as the boy was sending punch after punch, pushing the creature's body into his guts. Izuku finished his assault and sent a right, left and then a spinning axe kick on his head, making the Nomu skate back. As the Nomu roared again, he charged at the boy, pulling his fist back. His fist felt the pressure of the wind hitting across his arm, Before Izuku swatted the punch away with ease and whirled in midair and shot of his left foot at the Nomu's ribcage, making the Nomu's torso cross against it, shooting him away. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Izuku shouted, considering he has a huge amount of chakra in him. His clones were going to be a big amount, and it was. Millions of clones were around the Nomu. They all charged at the Nomu, throwing in huge amounts of punches. Smash, 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 smash. Izuku shouted. Izuku uppercut the Nomu, sending him into the air. The clones grabbed each other and threw themselves at the Nomu. "Mi do ri ya." They all shouted. Each kick they put on the Nomu started to spell his name. Strong showwaves were sent across the entire USJ. Everyone got pushed back as Izuku was in the air. His eyes were glowing beet red as he was charging in a final punch. Midoriya states of smashes. Izuku punched the Nomu's face, sending the Nomu straight on the floor. A giant dent went across the entire USJ. The Nomu oozed out a ton of blood as his body wasn't responding. "No, no, no, he cheated. He's a cheater," Shigaraki shouted as All Might turned to face him. "It's over," All Might said as Shigaraki stepped over. Smoke was steaming off of All Might. "Shit, my time is almost up. I need to end this now." Thanks to young Midoriya, he was able to buy me enough time, All Might thought. "No, it's not. You think you're justice, but you're wrong. All of you heroes are fake. Thinking you save people, but you just make things worse," Shigaraki shouted as there were bullets going through his legs and arms. Kurogiri quickly covered him from the bullets and disappeared in thin air. All Might was so glad that backup just arrived. Izuku's hair and body went back to normal as he was limping. He was about to fall until a pair of arms caught him. Izuku's head fell on some soft curvy pillows. He thought this was all a dream, so he rested further into them. "Oh, hey there, little guy," a feminine voice said. Oh, it was just the pro hero Midnight, and unfortunately, Izuku's head rested on her big boobs. "Wait." Izuku's head was beet red as he quickly shot up. I'm so sorry, Miss Midnight," Izuku shouted, waving his hands from side to side as she giggled. Mineta quickly sprinted to him and jumped up and tried to choke him out. "You lucky bastard, do you know how many boys wanted to feel those boobs? You better give me all the details," Mineta shouted as Izuku tried to squirm him off. "Ah. Gee, get off of me," Izuku shouted as Midnight walked away to do her job. "Deku, are you alright?" Uraraka asked, followed by Mina and Jiro. "Yeah, I'm fine," Izuku said as Jiro grabbed the grape boy and threw him away. "That was so cool, dude. Your eyes went all red and you were so strong, and you were able to keep up with All Might himself. You're full of surprises, aren't you?" Mina said as she was getting too close for comfort. "Why, yeah, thanks," Izuku said, trying to look away, then remembered something. All Might. Izuku ran the other way to the steaming All Might. All Might was this close into being his skeleton mode. Izuku came up to him. "All Might. Are you alright?" Izuku said as all the villains and the Nomu were being carried away. All Might looked down at him and smiled. "I am. Thanks to you, young Midoriya. You were able to keep up with me and protect me as hard as you can. You even gave me time to keep my form. Thank you again, young Midoriya. You saved me once again," All Might said as Izuku wiped his tears away. "Now go to your classmates before they get suspicions." "Yes, sir," Izuku said as he turned and ran away. Outside the USJ, on top of it, we see two unknown figures watching the scene. They both had black cloaks and red clouds on them. They seemed to be watching the scenes from the shadows. "So what do you think?" one of them asked the other. "Yes, it's confirmed," the other responded. Pretty soon after that, the both vanished into thin air. After the USJ incident, the class was asked a bunch of questions. They took the Nomu to a sacred facility so they could study and test it. The files of children fighting the villains were deleted. Aizawa went to the hospital after suffering insane damage. We then see an unknown bar where Shigaraki sat on the chair and drank some scotch. "By the way you're acting, it seems the plan was a failure." The TV started to speak as Shigaraki looked at it. "It didn't go the way you said it, master. This one yellow and green-haired brat ruined everything. I can't stand it anymore. I just want to kill all of them." Shigaraki started scratching his neck harder and harder. "Patience, Tamura. One day you will get your turn, and when that happens, all of them, even pro heroes, will fear you more than me," the TV said. Izuku can be seen walking in the halls of UA, he had bandages on both of his arms. He clenched them tight, his arm healed when Kurama woke up, but Recovery Girl still didn't take any chances. Izuku needed to get control of One for All, he didn't want to keep feeling pain and healing all the time. If he combined chakra and One for All, he would be unstoppable, but he had no clue on where to start. He could easily beat a pro hero now, or that's how Sasuke put it. But he could ignore his given power. It was a part of him now, and he needed to follow All Might's footsteps. "Aw man. That was so cool on what you did last time, Midoriya. The way you took that thing down was so cool," Naruto said in Izuku's mind. Izuku chuckled and then decided it was the perfect time to ask him. "Hey Naruto. What was that back there?" "That wasn't really me back there. I never felt so much power like that in my life. It was like someone gave me their power at will or something," Izuku stated. "Oh, that's Kurama. Yeah, the thing I was talking about, that's him. I guess he awakened as well," Naruto said as Izuku thought for a second. "Kurama. Yeah, you told me about him before. I never expected him to be so powerful. I mean, taking on a creature that could beat All Might in terms of power is insane," Izuku said. "Yeah, well, Kurama is the strongest tailed beast there is as far as I know. I'm pretty sure no one could stand up to him in level of power, and of course no one could beat me in him, once we are united." Naruto flashed a grin as Izuku smiled. "So, do you think, maybe I could ask him a few questions? If he could talk, that is?" Izuku asked. Yeah, but make sure to keep the questions low as possible. Ya see, he likes to sleep, like a lot, and he doesn't like it when people annoy him, or ignore him." Naruto's sweat dropped as he rubbed his ghostly head. "Let me tell ya, he was a real handful back in my day," Naruto stated. "Hey, if you say so," Izuku chuckled. "Midoriya." "Eep." Izuku jolted up as he looked at his classmate Iida. "Oh hey Iida. What's up?" Izuku asked as he was scratching his head nervously. "Nothing much, but I need to ask, who are you talking to?" "Midoriya, it is stated that talking to yourself is a sign that you're going crazy," Iida said, lifting up his glasses giving off an aura. No, it's nothing like that," Izuku said, sweating nervously and waving his hands back and forth. "I was just thinking out loud, my bad." "No need to apologize," Iida said, walking in the door with Izuku sighing in relief and walking with him. "You look who it is, Mr. Big Hero." Denki grinned and put his arm around Izuku's neck. "You really scared me back there, dude. You looked so cool but scary at the same time." "Huh? What do you mean? Don't tell me you don't remember, man. I saw it. Your eyes went all red and you were able to take on a villain that's stronger than All Might," Kirishima said. "Yeep, I was there," Mina said, poking his nose. "Right, yeah," Izuku said. "Aw crap, how am I going to explain T?" Izuku thought process stopped as the door swung open. "Thank God." "Aizawa, that you man?" Shiro asked. "Glad to see you're doing fine, sensei," Iida said.
"You call that fine? He's covered in bandages. He looks like a mummy," Uraraka stated. It was true, Aizawa's entire body was covered with bandages, even his face. "That old lady went too far on the kisses," Aizawa grumbled as he was walking to the desk. "Sensei, no offense, but shouldn't you stay home and rest for a bit?" Sato said. "If I could walk and move I could surely come and teach my class," Aizawa said. "Now all of you settle down, because the real battle is about to begin." "Real battle?" Kachan and Izuku thought. "Real battle? The UA Sports Festival is coming up," Aizawa said as the entire class shouted in joy. "The UA Sports Festival, yeah," Kirishima shouted. "Man, I can't wait. I wonder if there will be different events like the last one." "Hold up, they changed the events," Shiro shouted. Silence, Aizawa said with his red eyes glowing with his hair waving in the wind. All the students quickly shot down on their seats, shutting up. "Now, listen, since this is a big effect, everyone will have a week break from school to train for this." Sensei, question, is it really safe to have a festival right after a villain fight?" Denki asked. "There's no need to worry. This festival is shown to the entire world, everyone in the state of Japan will be watching you. Even pro heroes will be watching, so don't make a fool out of yourself," Aizawa said. "Good luck, piss hair," Kachan chuckled. "Huh," Denki shouted. "Anyway, Class dismissed. Aizawa walked out of the classroom leaving the students to talk to themselves. Man, at the UA Sports Festival, I could finally show how strong I am, Sato said. I wonder, since you and Shoji might be the strongest in the class, I wonder who will win. Mineta said. Strongest? Dude, are you forgetting about Bakugo and Midoriya? They might be the strongest in the entire class, Denki said. Man, a sports festival, Jiro sighed and leaned back in her chair. You don't seem that excited. Momo asked her. It's not that I'm not excited, it's just that it would be such a pain, you know, having to train for so many different events, and you don't even know what event it's going to happen. It's gonna be a pain, Jiro said as Momo chuckled nervously. Man, everyone seems really excited about this, Naruto said in Izuku's mindscape. Yeah, you're right, Izuku said in a slight worry. I'm gonna do my best, everyone. Uraraka shouted, giving a purple aura making the class worry. Hey, are you good? Kirishima asked. Out of everyone here, it looks like Uraraka seems like the most pumped one, Izuku said with his hand on his chin talking to Iida. You're right, I wonder what's on her mind right now, Iida said. Izuku then saw Uraraka go for the door. They followed her outside the hallway. Hey, Uraraka, why do you want to become a hero? Izuku asked. A minute later, money. Yeah, I know it seems like a bad reason, Uraraka said looking away rubbing her arm. Not really, Midoriya. Iida looked at his friend as Izuku jolted up. Right, sorry, you see, my parents weren't really all that wealthy, we came from a kinda poor family. My father would always work 9 to 5 working on repairs or construction work or something, and I always wanted to help them, Uraraka said. That's true, with your gravity quirk, you could lift up anything, make their job easier, Iida said. Boot. My dad said I should focus on my dream, so I wanna become a hero to earn enough money to support them in any way I can, Uraraka said in determination. Bravo Uraraka, bravo, Iida said, clapping his hands at fast speed. Izuku smiled at her friend, she had every right to become a hero. Young Midoriya is here, All Might said dashing out of nowhere that startled the trio. Wow, All Might, what are you doing here? Izuku asked. Lunch. He brought out a tiny little lunch box with little flowers on it. Wanna eat with me? That's adorable, Uraraka shouted. Sure, Izuku said as he was walking to All Might.
Teacher's lounge. Huh. Izuku shouted as he was sitting on a couch across from All Might.
Yep, it's true. My buff form is down to 2 hours now, All Might said as Izuku frowned.
I'm so sorry All Might, if I had done more back at the USJ, maybe that wouldn't have happened, Izuku said as All Might chuckled. Always putting yourself first. Young Midoriya, you did all you could. If you didn't jump in, maybe my time in my buff would be down to 1 hour. All Might said as Izuku felt slightly better. Anyway, about that. I have been meaning to ask. What was that back at the USJ incident? Oh that. I asked Naruto about that earlier today. He said it was another set of power he used to have, that was passed on to me. Naruto calls him Kurama, Izuku said. Kurama? Yeah, Naruto said he was a nailed beast that was sealed inside him since he was little, Izuku said. Sealed huh, and since you're Naruto's descended, you would also have him huh? All Might said. Huh, I don't really know that much about Kurama, but I will ask more questions about him later, Izuku said as All Might nodded. Alright then. Now that we have that out of the way, how is your training with One for All? All Might said as Izuku got nervous. Oh, I didn't start yet, Izuku said as All Might fell backwards with the couch going with him. I'm sorry, I just don't know where to start with One for All. Maybe you could give me some tips? Izuku asked as All Might came back up. Well, what can you do now with One for All? All Might asked. Well, the only part one can do is put it in certain parts of my body, Izuku said, looking at his fingers, but that's about it. I see, when handling One for All it increases your strength. If you didn't train your body, One for All would have tore your arms off, All Might said. Huh. So if I didn't train all that time at the beach, my arms would have been torn off right when I used it, Izuku exclaimed. Yep, that's right. Sorry, I should have told you that sooner, All Might chuckled nervously as his sweat dropped. Anyway, that's not why I called you here. Huh? I'm assuming you know about the upcoming sports festival? All Might said. Yeah, I know. It's when UA students compete in certain events in TH Festival, and at the end they fight it out in a tournament, Izuku said. Yes, that is true. But do you know why they are hosting the festival? All Might said. They always do that in every UA school year. Yes, true, but it's the only way for everyone, for the entire states of Japan to see the next generation of pro heroes. I want you to walk up on that stage, and show the world that you are here. Show them who you really are, young Midoriya. All Might said as Izuku looked at his hand. All of Japan will be watching me. I can't afford to lose. I will show the world that they were wrong about me the entire time. Everyone saw me as an outcast, they didn't think I could make it, but now. This event, I will show them all. Izuku thought as he looked at All Might with confidence. I will win. A couple minutes later class was finally over as Class 1A was talking among themselves. As one of the students were about to leave they were met with something odd. Hey, move it you guys. Mineta shouted at the door followed by more people. What do they want? Mina said as they were met with classes of B and C.
This is Class 1A. One of them said. They don't look all that tough, a feminine voice said.
Move out the way extras. Kachan shouted and headed for the door. Don't call people you just met extras, Iida shouted at Kachan. Like I care. These guys are just one step after another. Just a couple of ants I have to crush, no problem, Kachan said as he was walking out the door and in the hallway. I came to see what you kids are made out of, but I didn't think you would be this arrogant. Are all kids enrolled in the hero department this way? A purple-haired kid with his hair shooting up. Kachan stopped dead in his tracks as he looked back with an angry aura. Huh? Kachan said as the purple-haired kid scratched his hair. I'm a bit disillusioned. So that's it, huh? A lot of kids end up in a general education or other departments because they failed the heroics one. Did you know that? Based on the results of the sports festival, some kids can be put under review and end up in the heroics departments. And reverse is also possible, he finished. This guy is basically setting a declaration of war. Izuku thought in worry. After the crowd disappeared, Izuku thought it was his time to leave. He grabbed his backpack and quickly walked down the halls of UA. He then thought about what that purple kid said. Izuku could have easily failed the exam if he wasn't the reincarnation of Naruto Uzumaki. It was all luck for him. Izuku thought he was blessed with so much power. Like that kid, he failed the Heroes Department exam. Izuku was finally back home. He needed to prepare for the sports festival if he wanted to prove everyone wrong. That he wasn't a quirkless nobody, he needed to get stronger and prove to everyone he wasn't an outcast. Izuku made it to his mindscape as he saw Naruto and Sasuke walking towards them. Yo Izuku, ready to train? Naruto asked as Izuku nodded. We will be doing things differently today. Sasuke snapped his fingers as they appeared outside in the woods. It looked so real.
Wow, when did you guys learn how to do this? Izuku said, looking around.
We learned this a little while back when you were busy with school and everything, Naruto said. Here is what today's training is going to be. You are going to try and look for us, all right, Sasuke said. Huh, so this is lookout training, I supposed, Izuku said. Yep, Naruto grinned. Don't think it will be easy. We will each throw kunai or other attacks at you, so make sure your hearing is sharp. We will also fight like this is a real battle, so be prepared, Sasuke said as Izuku nodded in determination. All right. Let's go. Naruto and Sasuke jumped back into the woods. Izuku looked around for a second and started to jump on some trees.
My senses have to be sharp. Naruto and Sasuke are the two strongest shinobi in history. I can't, even for a second, let my guard down, Izuku thought. Then he heard some bushes brush against themselves. Izuku threw a kunai at the bush, but it was only a rabbit that sprung away. Just a rabbit, but this feels so real, Izuku said. Izuku's eyes widened as his body was completely tied up in a visible wire. He was quickly tied to a tree. Izuku looked up to see Sasuke with the wire in his mouth doing a hand sign. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A fiery trail was running down the line. Gotta move, Izuku thought quickly as he grabbed a kunai and cut off the line that was wrapped around him. He jumped away as the tree completely went up in flames. Such fire power. Compared to mine, His fire-style jutsu is stronger and has so much force, Izuku thought. Izuku landed and threw more kunais. Sasuke jumped away dodging it. Izuku followed him throughout the woods. He's gone already, Izuku thought. Izuku then looked up to see multiple Narutos with their Resjengans ready to strike. Hope you're ready for this. They all shouted. Izuku jumped high in the air as a giant crater was on the floor. Trees were swaying in the wind as leaves were flying in different directions. That jutsu is powerful. If I got hit by th. Don't keep your eye on one opponent, Sasuke said, cutting Izuku's train of thought as he went with a kick in his gut. Izuku gagged as he got kicked in the face. Izuku was spinning in the air as he crashed into multiple branches. Izuku made one loud thud on the floor as he struggled to get up. NNNNR, I forgot about Sasuke, damn it. Can I really fight two people at once? Izuku said to himself. That's no excuse, Naruto said, charging at him. Naruto threw in some punches as Izuku blocked some and tried to kick him, but Naruto caught it and went for a punch, but Izuku quickly jumped back. Izuku flipped on a branch as he did a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 10 more versions came out as they all charged at Naruto. Yeah, that's the spirit, Naruto grinned. Naruto dodged left as the backhanded one clone, making it despair in a cloud of smoke. Naruto caught a punch as he kicked the clone's gut, making him disappear. Naruto flipped backwards dodging an upcoming tackle and he double-kicked 2 clones, making them disappear. Naruto looked up to see 2 more clones making a hand sign. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. They shouted as a giant fireball went at Naruto. Naruto jumped high in the air as a clone grabbed his leg, spinning him around as he threw Naruto in a tree. The tree collapsed as Naruto slowly got up. Gah, man, I did not see that coming, Naruto said, holding his head. Izuku landed as he charged at Naruto. Charging head first, not the best plan, Naruto said as he punched him, but he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Huh. The real Izuku was in the air with another clone putting his hands on Izuku's palm over and over again. I can feel it, I can do it now, Izuku thought as the clone disappeared with a blue sphere shape on his palm. Rasengan, Izuku shouted as a giant explosion went around the entire area. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw a purple aura. It was Sasuke's Susanoo protecting Naruto. Huh, hey, thanks Sasuke, you really saved me there. Naruto grinned as Sasuke made a MMPF sound as he deactivated it as Izuku flew down as a kick was connected to his gut. Izuku got pushed into a tree. What was that? That was so powerful and I didn't even make a dent on it, Izuku said as Naruto walked up to him. That was impressive. To think you almost perfected the Rasengan. You need more training though, but good job. Naruto gave him a thumbs up as Izuku chuckled. Thanks. It was the day that the sports festival began. Every student in Class 1A was training hard for this day, working on their quirk and being really creative with it. Izuku worked extra hard to prepare. He worked on his ninjutsu and his taijutsu and also worked on some new jutsu. Some of them he didn't master yet, but he was getting close. Class 1A was in their locker room putting on their gym clothes as they were preparing for the festival. Man, it sucks we can't put on our hero suits, Mina whined. Yeah, but it makes sense. Everyone in the states of Japan will be watching us. Even the villains that attacked us at the USJ could be watching, Uraraka said. Midoriya. Izuku stopped and looked back at Shoto Todoroki. Yeah, what's up Todoroki? Izuku asked. Out of everyone in Class 1A, I'd say that we are all better than them, Todoroki said, making the students stop and look at him. But, for some reason, All Might has your eye on you. So for that reason, I will beat you, Todoroki said, looking at him. Putting a declaration of war on your own classmate, Toru said to herself. Scary, Toru said. Hey man, why are you saying this now? Kirishima said, putting his hand on Todoroki's shoulder. Todoroki shoved his hand away. I don't have a reason. We are not here to make friends. We are here to be better than everyone else and aim to the top. I plan on becoming the best hero one day. I don't need people like you guys slowing me down, Todoroki said as he was walking away. Todoroki. Todoroki stopped as he looked slightly back at Izuku whose back was facing him. I don't know what you want from me, but the one thing I know is, don't think for a second that you will become the best hero one day, because I'm. Izuku's head looked at him and grinned. The top dog around here. Todoroki didn't say anything but walked away. Izuku just stayed there and was having a mental crisis. Oh my god, I just said that. Izuku thought crazily to himself. Bro, that was so manly, on how you talked to him like that, Kirishima said, grinning as he put his arm over Izuku's shoulder. Izuku chuckled nervously. Hey, pay attention everyone. Swarm mass media. This year's high school rodeo of adolescence that you all love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Everybody, are you ready? It's time for the students to enter the first year stage. President Mike shouted to the mic. Too loud. Why did you talk me into this? Aizawa asked as he was still covered in bandages. Well, because who else will be my color commentator? Let's wait patiently as the first years walk through the tunnel. President Mike finished. All of the spectators looked down towards the tunnel as they eagerly waited for the appearance of the participants. Come on, Izuku, Inko said, watching the festival with her TV sitting on her couch shaking like crazy. All Might was sitting in the spectator's seat as he also looked at the tunnel with the words of what he said a week ago kept on playing in his mind. I want you to tell the world that you are here. Izuku stepped out of the tunnel with the rest of his class following. Izuku looked around and saw billions of people cheering and clapping. So many. Izuku shivered. You got that right, show them who you are, Izuku, Naruto said in his head. Right, will we be able to give our best performance while being watched by so many people? This is also part of the training required to become a hero, Iida said. Man, with all these people watching us is making me kinda nervous, are you Bakugo? Kirishima asked. I don't give a damn how many people watch me. It's not going to slow me down. So quit bitching and grow a pair of balls and focus on what's important, shitty hair. Kachan stated. Great motivation. Denki sighed as he sweat dropped. They haven't been getting much airtime, but I would like for you all to see Class 1B. President Mike shouted as Class 1B walked out the other tunnel. Next up, from the General Studies, Classes C, D, and E. Support course, Classes F, G, and H are also here too. And Busan's course, Classes I, J, and K. All of the rest of the freshmen of UA came out of their respective tunnels. They didn't receive equal reception as the hero course, but they were still positively received nonetheless. Man, I didn't think there would be that many people in the support group. Uraraka stated. Time for the player plague. A feminine voice said, walking on the stage with a whipping sound. Her appearance made most of the males here blush and had their mouths hanging open. What she was wearing was way too revealing. What is Ms. Midnight wearing? Kirishima said. That's an R-rated hero for you, Denki said. Is it really okay for her to wear something like that in front of high schoolers? Tokiyami asked. Yes, Mineta shouted, giving a thumbs up. Of course you would say that, Kirishima said, sighing. Talking about being a perv. Denki said, rubbing his neck. Me and you both, now you enjoy it. Kachan shouted at him. Silence, Midnight shouted, whipping her whip. Now, I call Izuku Midoriya to the stand. Hold up, why does damn Deku get to go up there? Kachan shouted as Izuku was shivering. Well, he did get the most points in the entrance exam, Siro said. Plus, he's like, the strongest student in our class, Denki also added. But, I don't even know what to say. Hey, Izuku stopped talking as Denki and Kirishima pushed him to the stand. Just speak your mind, dude. Denki said. Yep, you got this, Kirishima added as he pushed him fully to the stand with him almost falling. I don't even, Izuku said, stuttering. Just speak whatever comes to mind. Midnight said as Izuku gulped and nodded as he grabbed the microphone. Okay. Izuku took a breath. Hey, Izuku, Naruto said in his mindscape. Here, say this. Naruto said what he said to Izuku, but we don't hear it. Izuku's eyes widened, but he kept his composure. Oh, okay. Izuku took a big breath and pointed at the entire crowd of people and contestants. My name is Izuku Midoriya. And I'm going to beat all of you. Izuku shouted in confidence. What did he say? I'm going to crush this guy. Man, I didn't think Deku had such a smug side, Uraraka said with a nervous smile. I think young Midoriya has been spending way too much time with Naruto. All Might thought. Wait, I'm not finished, Izuku said, waving his arm back and forth as the crowd calmed down but still was pissed. Thank you. I don't really know what to say, and to be honest I didn't think I would be called here. But what I do know is that everyone isn't born equal. People have dreams, goals they want to reach, but they can't reach them because of something you can't control. Izuku said, clenching his fist tightly. Kachan was the only person to notice that. But what I do now is that you shouldn't give up. Just because a goal is beyond your reach doesn't mean you shouldn't let it go. Someone important told me that I shouldn't give up on a dream. So I'm passing that message to you guys. Never give up. Even if you think it's impossible, don't believe that. We are all here today to show the world that we are here to be better than the best. So in this festival, go beyond your limits, plus ultra. Like I said before, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and one day, I'll become the world's greatest hero. Izuku finished. Crap, I said a handful. I probably wasted everyone's time. Izuku said, having an inner crisis. Everyone was dead silent, until there was a faint clap in the distance. Then everyone started to clap for Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened as there were multiple claps around the festival. Well said, Midoriya, Aizawa said, smiling under his bandages. That was so manly, bro. Kirishima said, crying while clapping his hands. Deku, I will do my best, Uraraka said in determination. Guess I have to try even harder to keep up with you, Midoriya, Jiro said, smiling slightly. Thank you, Midoriya, Midnight said as Izuku nodded and walked back down to the other students. Why you damn. Kachan clenched his fist tighter and had a crazy smirk. Nerd. Thank you, Izuku Midoriya, your words have inspired everyone here, including mine. But the show must go on. Midnight shouted. Miss Midnight is correct, everybody. Let's get the show on the word, shall we? President Mike shouted as Midnight smirked. Let the games begin. Now, let's begin. Midnight started as she was about to explain the rules of the sports festival. Does everything right away, huh? Uraraka mumbled. Everyone in the sports festival still had the yellow and green-haired boy on their mind. They wondered what events he had gone through made him say such a heartfelt speech. Sure, he was smug and full of himself, but the words he spoke were not just out of confidence, but also out of hurt. The people that doubted him and couldn't believe that he could do it were all watching him. Even the students in Class 1B thought, even though the purple-haired boy declared war on their class, he had some respect for the boy, hopefully to beat him in the festival. Now I know some of you know how it works in the sports festival, but this year, we will be doing something different. Midnight started. Different, Denki repeated. Told ya, they change it almost every year, Jiro said. Man, Zero sighed. The games that will be decided will be decided. Midnight put her whip up as a giant wheel appeared with multiple choices and games. By this wheel, Midnight shouted. Huh, a wheel, Asui said with her hand on her chin. Now, I shall spin this wheel and it will decide what first game you all shall participate in, Midnight said. As the wheel spun, the game that popped up on the wheel was Obstacle Course, Midnight said. Ah yeah, you got this in the bag, Izuku, Naruto grinned in Izuku Mindscape. All 11 students shall participate in the obstacle course. This obstacle course will be 4 kilometers long. Midnight said, our school's selling point is freedom. As long as you stay on course, it doesn't matter what you do. Now, take your places, everyone. Midnight said. You heard the lady. Now everyone, go to your tunnels. President Mike shouted. Everyone that were participating in the sports festival went into a small tunnel. Everyone was getting pushed together as no one was able to move or do anything but squirm. Hey, move it. Get out of the way. It's too cramped in here. Each participant was shouting or groaning, trying to move around in the tunnel. Since everyone is in the tunnel, we shall start in. Midnight started to speak. 3, 2, 1, go. President Mike shouted as the tunnel opened up. Everyone tried to run out of the tunnel but felt a cold breeze on their body. Shoto froze everyone's feet as he slid out of the tunnel, gliding on the ice. Shoto made it outside of the tunnel as he was met with robots from the entrance exam. You damn icy hot bastard. Kachan blasted himself out of the tunnel followed by other Class 1A. I thought you would do that, Todoroki. Momo said as she made a polo stick and bounced on the floor. Ha, thought you were slick, huh, Todoroki, Mineta shouted as he was bouncing on his great balls as he was trying to dodge the pointer's attacks. Uraraka touched both of her fingers as she was floating above from the ice pillars. Release. Uraraka landed as she joined the race. Izuku jumped from one ice pillar to the next as he finally made it outside of the tunnel. Alright, can't be left behind, Izuku thought as he ran at top speed. Already we have a crazy start. Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki are neck to neck in this race. I wonder what student will win. Despite all of the other students in this school, these two seem like the most powerful ones. President Mike shouted. You shouldn't underestimate anyone, Aizawa said. Sorry everyone, but I can't afford to lose. After all, my old man is watching. Shoto said quietly. Izuku sprinted doing a Naruto run. He saw some pointers and jumped on each one, kicking each one away. Damn it, I'm getting left behind. I should get on top speed, Izuku thought. You damn bastard, thinking you could just freeze everyone in the tunnel. What kind of dick move was th? Kachan and Shoto's eyes widened as they met Izuku right in the middle of them. See, could Deku always run that fast, Kachan thought. Don't count me out yet, Todoroki, Izuku shouted at him. And, out of nowhere, Izuku made a crazy appearance. How could he run that fast? Now Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki are neck in the race. President Mike shouted. Yes, Izuku, that's it, sweetie, Inko shouted at her home with tears coming out of her eyes. You damn nerd, Kachan tried to blast away but Izuku grabbed his arm and flipped him over. He kicked one of the pointers at Todoroki's feet, making him lose balance using his quirk. Todoroki rolled on the floor as Izuku launched himself away from the area. What a move. Izuku Midoriya just made one epic skill. He basically killed two birds with one stone. Your students are really impressive, President Mike said to Aizawa. This is not my doing, it's theirs. Everyone, last one of them is trained by themselves and learned how to hone their power. All I'm doing is teaching them how to use that power and make sure they get a good glimpse of what their potential truly is. Aizawa said. You heard it, folks. Aizawa is a horrible teacher, President Mike said. I'm what? Aizawa said. You damn nerd, Kachan blasted at Izuku, who was still running. Todoroki looked at his hand. I almost used it, Todoroki said. Kirishima was punching pointers left and right trying to keep up. Damn, how many pointers do they have? Kirishima shouted. Ribbit. Asui wrapped her tongue around the pointer and threw it into multiple other pointers. Izuku with another step felt a strong force being put upon him. Izuku heard one loud boom noise as he got pushed back. He rolled on the floor as multiple other contestants got bombed away as well. It looks like the young listeners have finally reached the minefield, President Mike shouted. Minefield, are you for real? Mina exclaimed. Ha, good luck bitches. Kachan blasted away, not touching the mines. And it looks like Bakugo is in the lead, President Mike shouted. Everyone walked carefully trying to avoid the mines, but some still got blown away. Todoroki made an ice bridge while running over the minefield. He made it out of the minefield as he rocked ahead of Bakugo. Izuku leapt high in the air avoiding the minefield and ran past everyone and caught up to Todoroki and Bakugo. Izuku kept up the pace as he felt a strong rumble. Pebbles were being lifted up from the ground. Izuku remembered this presence. It was back at the entrance exam. Izuku looked up to see a giant zero-pointer towering above them. They really do have everything back at the entrance exam, huh? Zero shouted as he used his tape quirk to clutch on the zero-pointer's arm. He swung around it, avoiding it, while Shoto froze the zero-pointer's leg, trapping him in place. The zero-pointer moved its legs as one of the legs broke off. The zero-pointer tilted down as he was falling over. Kachan blasted himself upwards, moving around the pointer while Izuku planted his chakra into his feet and ran upward on it. Izuku jumped off of the pointer as he landed on the floor. He got back up and kept on running with Bakugo and Todoroki following him close behind. It seems like Todoroki's strong ice completely ripped the zero-pointer's leg off. And it seems like the other young listeners are having a hard time getting across the zero-pointer. President Mike shouted in the mic. Izuku stopped dead in his tracks as he almost fell into an endless pit. Izuku looked back up to see multiple pillars across the map, and down below was an endless drop. It seems like Izuku Midoriya has reached the endless pit. President Mike shouted. You're bad with names. Aizawa grumbled. Uraraka was dashing left and right, touching each pointer. They floated in the air high enough for nearly everyone to see. She put both of her fingers together. Release, she shouted as the robots fell on the floor. Ojiro was whipping his tail on each pointer, destroying them all in fast movements. Shoto was sliding over the endless pit, avoiding the fall. Kachan flew above it with his explosions propelling himself over it. Izuku squatted down as he planted his chakra in his feet. He leapt in the air as he was soaring over the ground. Asui leapt from one pillar to the next. Despite how much stronger the other three were, this was her domain. She was able to jump high enough from one pillar to the next, while other contestants were trying to get across. Uraraka touched both of her fingers as she was floating in the air. Iida dashed forward with his engine Quirk to dash forward on each path. It seems like Bakugo and Todoroki are almost at the end of the race. President Mike shouted. Izuku leapt in the air once more. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Izuku shouted as another version of him came out. The clone grabbed Izuku's arm and spinned in the air, putting chakra in his arm. The clone threw Izuku past Todoroki and Bakugo. Izuku rolled on the floor and dashed at the finish line. Izuku Midoriya, again, made another crazy appearance. Come on Izuku, Inko shouted while watching the TV on her knees. Deku. Kachan blasted to the platform and propelled himself at him. Shoto made it on the platform as well, right beside Kachan. It was the race to the finish, as Izuku was nearing the end. Outside of the festival, man, I hate being on watch. Mount Lady complained about Kami Woods and Death Arms.
Hey, you're not the only one here. Better than being alone. Kami Woods said. At least we can watch the matches from outside, Kami said. Why do we even have sports festivals? Mount Lady asked. It's not that hard to figure out. Death Arms said, bringing out a cigar. Everyone in the states of Japan first saw the #1 hero in action. Seeing how he could perform made everyone excited for what he had to offer, he said, putting the cigar in his mouth. And now, it's these kids' turn. MMPF, Kami said as he turned his head to the TV. Hey, isn't that the same kid a couple months ago? Kami asked as Mount Lady and Death Arms looked at the TV, seeing Izuku about to cross the finish line. Well, I'll be damned. League of Villains hideout. A certain white-haired villain was watching the match unfold. Damn secret character, Shigaraki said. An unknown location. We see a group of people with cloaks and red clouds on them. We will start making our way to the Jinchuriki, alright. The leader said. Itachi, Kisame, you two will infiltrate the festival, and whenever you two will get the chance, take the Jinchuriki, he said. Sounds like a plan. Kisame said. In the woods, Kisame and Itachi both opened their eyes as they got up. All right, Itachi. Kisame said, grabbing his giant sword. Remember the good old days when we used to do this together? It doesn't matter how many good days you have, Kisame, focus on the task, all right. Itachi said, walking as Kisame chuckled. Glad to see you haven't changed, Kisame said, following him. Back with the festival, when Izuku crossed the finish line, some business people that were watching the match unfold had some thoughts on their mind. So what do you think? One of them asked the other. Well, that Midoriya kid, he's got some insane talent and firepower. The way he leapt across the endless pit was an insane feat, he said. Not only that, he is really smart with strategizing, and also planning out his movements fluently, the other said. Man, this new generation is not playing around, he finished. All Might smiled as he couldn't help but overhearing what the two were saying about his young successor. What really surprised him is that he barely used his quirk. All that speed power all came from his hard work with training. When Kachan reached the end of the match, he was pissed. This was the second time that damn nerd beat him. Not only that, Deku made him look like a fool in front of everyone again. Damn it, damn him, not again. How could I lose to him 2 times in a row? I promised myself I would get stronger, and yet, Kachan stopped as he took a long hard breath. Other contestants came out of the tunnel painting. Wow, Deku, who knew you were so fast? Uraraka said, walking over to him. Hey, thanks. You didn't do so bad yourself, Izuku said. Guys. Izuku and Uraraka turned their heads to see Momo with her back facing them to see Mineta had put his purple grape balls on her back to stick to her. A little help, she said. My secret technique. Attachment on boobs was the best thing I could think of, Mineta said with an evil smile. The first game of the first years is finally over. Now take a look at the results, Midnight said. First Midoriya Izuku, second Akatsuki Bakugo, third Shoto Todoroki. 4th Abara Shiozaki, 5th Juzo Hononuki, 6th Tenya Iida. 7th Fumikage Tokiyami, 8th Honta Siro, 9th Ajiro Kirishima. 10th Tetsu 11th Momo Yaoyurzu, 12th Mashirao Ojiro. 13th Yosetsu Awase, 14th Suyu Asui, 15th Mezzo Shoji. 16th Rikido Sato, 17th Ochako Uraraka, 18th Mina Ashiod. 19th Koji Koda, 20th Shihai Kuroiro, 21st Kyoka Jiro. 22 Stone Sen Kaibara, 23 Nd Kosei Subaraba, 24 Road Denki Kaminari. 25th Kojira Bondo, 26th Reiko Yanagi, 27th Hitoshi Shinso. 28th Itsuka Kendo, 29th Jirodo Shishida, 30th Jiroda Shishita. 31 Th Yui Kodai, 32nd Rin Harayu, 33 Nd Shoda Nirangarir. 34 Road Komori Kanoko, 35th Tagaru Kamakiri, 36th Nato Monoma. 37th Pony Sunotori, 38th Toru Hagakura, 39th Setsuna Tokage. 40th Manga Fukidashi, 41st Mei Hatsume, 42nd Yuga Aoyama. The top 42 made it to the final round, but the people that didn't will not participate. But don't worry, we have an event where you all can showcase your skills, Midnight said. Kachan growled as he saw Izuku in first place as Kachan was in second. This can't go on any longer, he is just a quirkless loser. Midnight whipped her whip again as the wheel spun. It then showed. Battle Royal. Midnight shouted. Huh, already? Denki shouted in fear as his sweat dropped. I shall explain the rules. Each person will get a number of headbands for how well they did obstacle course. Everyone will be engaged in a free-for-all battle to steal one another's headband, Midnight shouted. But why are the headbands so important? Zero said as Midnight smirked.
Great question. You see, in the results, each person will get the number of points on what rank they're in. Midnight said. Then that means, Izuku's sweat dropped as everyone was shooting him a death glare. I'll be the number one target in this match. Izuku shouted, having an inner crisis. Now, everyone please come up and pick your respected headbands. Midnight shouted, and that's what everyone did. Each contestant walked up to the stand and grabbed their headbands. Izuku got a total of 1 million points. Izuku looked at the other opponents and had a determined look on his face. He tied the headband on his forehead. I meant what I said. I vow to win, Izuku said. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, are you all ready for some hands-on action? Well, so am I. President Mike shouted as the crowd went wild. Too loud, Aizawa grumbled. Kachan tied his headband on his throat and looked at Izuku. A total of 1 million points, how the hell did that damn nerd make it this far? I meant what I said back then. Flashback, I lost today, I can accept that, but don't you ever think you will win again. I'll become the most famous and number one hero in the world, surpassing All Might. Enjoy this victory while you can, Deku. 'Cause that will be your last. Flashback over. I don't plan on losing to you anymore, Kachan grumbled. Shoto tied his headband to his arm as he looked at Izuku as well. He got into focus, surpassing All Might and becoming a hero was his only goal. Everyone was ready as all of their headbands were completely on their body. Each person ready to target Izuku Midoriya. I mean, was that guy really all that good, they thought. I mean, he interested the entire stadium with his heartfelt speech, but they wanted to make sure if he actually lived up to what he said. I'm going to beat all of you. Those words were playing over and over on each contested head, so they were determined to beat Izuku, and that's exactly what Izuku wanted. All his life, everyone ignored him, and now, all eyes were on him. Izuku couldn't help but smirk. You each will have 30 minutes to steal each other's headbands. Now, if everyone's ready, begin, Midnight shouted. Wasting no time. Everyone started to charge at Izuku, eager to take his headband. Izuku quickly did a hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Izuku shouted.
Millions of clones came out and tried to make a clear path for Izuku. Scatter. Make as much room for me to escape, Izuku shouted. Incredible. How are there multiple clones of Izuku Midoriya? I have never seen a quirk such as his before, President Mike shouted into the mic. Izuku is a problem child. I can't put my finger on what his quirk is, it might not even be a quirk in the first place, Aizawa said. This damn shadow clone shit again. Kacchan growled as he blasted each clone away, spinning in a formation with each explosion following his path. I'll blast them all to hell, Kacchan shouted. Izuku sprinted away as everyone was trying to get past all of the clones. Izuku's eyes widened as he quickly limboed away from a spinning axe kick. Izuku looked back to see Tenya Iida trying to get a hold of his headband. Iida. Izuku shouted. Forgive me Midoriya, but I realized something about this entire festival. You have always been better than me. The entrance exam, USJ, and now the sports festival, you have always been the one to act. I realized the only way to be the best, is to beat the best. I can't grow if I don't push my abilities, so. Forgive me but. I'm taking your headband, Iida said as Izuku smiled. No, I understand, don't feel sorry, but if you think I'm gonna just give it to you, you have another thing coming. Izuku smirked as Iida got ready. Kacchan was blasting each contest away, while grabbing each headband. Kacchan landed as he dodged a random contest and blasted him away. Kacchan eyed Izuku fighting Iida. Kacchan grinned as he blasted at the fight but he felt something tug on his neck. The hell? Kacchan checked his throat seeing one of his headbands were gone. He looked to see a blonde having a couple headbands in his hand. The fuck you think you doing? Those are my goddamn headbands. Monoma chuckled as he put it around his throat. I gotta say, I didn't think someone from Class 1A would be this horrible at checking their surroundings. Monoma said grinning as Kacchan grew a tint mark. I thought Class 1A would be way better at this, but right now, seeing you in action, makes me feel so sorry for the sensei that is teaching you. I mean, who would want to train a hothead, TNT Moran? Shut the fuck up. Kacchan blasted at him at top speed forgetting about Izuku. Monoma put his hand up as an explosion made an impact on Kacchan's face. Kacchan rolled on the floor as he looked up. The hell, that's my goddamn coup. Surprised, it's my quirk. I can copy any person's quirk if I touch them, and an explosion quirk, that's really useful, Monoma said, looking at his pawns. Let's see if you can keep that shit up. Kacchan blasted at him again but an iron fist made contact with his left cheek. It was none other than Tetsu that knocked him back. You alright Monoma? Tetsu asked his classmate. If I'm still standing, that means I'm fine, but thank you, Monoma said. Having other people helping you in a fucking free-for-all is a coward's way dipshit. Kacchan shouted. Guy's got a loud mouth, Tetsu grumbled. It's true this is a free-for-all, but Sensei Midnight didn't say we can team up with other people. Like you said, this is a free-for-all, that means there are no rules allowed. Monoma said as Kacchan grumbled. Kacchan, without hesitation, blasted at the two. Tetsu's body was made out of pure iron as he tried to punch Kacchan. Kacchan ducked and blasted himself in the air. He shot out explosions as Monoma touched Tetsu's body, as Monoma's body turned iron itself. They were able to tank Kacchan's attacks. Kacchan landed as he eyed his opponents. For a hothead, he sure is flexible, somewhat. If it weren't for Tetsu's quirk, I wouldn't stand a chance against this guy, Monoma thought. This iron dude. He's just like shitty hair. His body turned completely different, and his punches are no joke. Shit, Kacchan thought. Shoto froze multiple contestants in a wave of ice. He trapped at least 10 people. I mean, it was their fault that they came across Shoto in the first place. They thought he was a standard emo guy, and didn't like competing in things. Shoto grabbed their headbands and looked at Izuku and Iida fighting it out. Iida did a spinning axe kick. Izuku cartwheeled out of the way. He landed and charged at him. Izuku threw in a punch but Iida starved to the left and went for a spinning kick. Izuku limboed dodging the kick as he leapt in the air and kicked his cheek. Iida's engine runned on his feet as a flaming steam came out of the engine and went to kick Izuku's stomach. Izuku gagged and got pushed all the way back. Izuku slowly got up. You're impressive Midoriya, like always, but you should check where you put your things, Iida said. Izuku's eyes widened as he checked his forehead. His headband was gone. He checked Ida's hand to see he was clutching it in his hand.
Give it back. Izuku charged in head first. Ida's eyes widened as Izuku came at him faster. Ida went for a kick, but Izuku touched his leg and propelled himself upwards. Izuku flipped and kicked Ida's chin. Izuku saw his chance and went for his stolen headband. Ida's engine fired up more. Ida sped out of Izuku's way. Izuku's eyes widened as Ida was right behind him and kicked his side. Izuku grunted in pain as he rolled on the floor. Damn it, in terms of speed, he's way faster than me. At this rate that is, I'll never get my headband back. Izuku thought as he sighed. So, have you admitted defeat? Iida said as Izuku chuckled. No, never. You know, I was gonna save this tournament, but it's fine. Izuku said as he sat on the floor as he rolled his leg sleeve up. We see a couple of weights on his legs. Huh, weights, has he been wearing those the entire time? Iida thought. Izuku took off the weights as he sighed. All right, Izuku said as he dropped them on the floor. Before anyone could realize it, the entire ground started to shake. They didn't know what was going on. They thought there was an earthquake happening. What's this? Izuku Midoriya has caught everyone's attention. Were those weights he had on just now? I have never seen anything like that before. President Mike shouted. Ah, did he have those on this whole time? Mineta shivered in fear. Shoto's eyes widened as everyone stopped to look at Izuku Midoriya. All right, Izuku smirked and vanished in sight. Everyone let out a gasp as Iida tried searching for the boy. Then out of nowhere, Izuku was disappearing and repairing all around Iida, confusing him. Iida was turning around seeing if he could catch the boy. Izuku stopped his game as he punched his cheek. Iida was sent back as Izuku appeared behind him before Iida could make contact with the floor. Izuku kicked his back. Iida gagged as saliva shot out of his mouth. Izuku Midoriya has just outmatched Tenya Iida in a match of speed. Could Midoriya always move like that? It's unreal. Just what is this boy's quirk? President Mike shouted in the speakers. Young Midoriya, you never cease to surprise me. All Might smiled. Whoa, this kid is fast. One of the spectators said. Yeah, and not only that, he's hella strong as well. Another said. Wow, look at Deku go. Uraraka shouted looking at Izuku with Asui. I knew he was fast but not that fast ribbit. Asui said. That Midoriya guy could cause us some trouble. Tetsu, we're going after that yellow and green guy all right. Monoma said as Kachan found his chance and blasted himself at the two. Before Monoma could react, Kachan kicked his stomach and sent him tumbling back. Kachan turned to Tetsu and threw in a fist. Tetsu was able to block his attack, as Kachan tried to parry him with multiple explosions while trying to avoid Tetsu. Kachan went for his side as Tetsu was able to move it away. He was going for a punch but Kachan blasted himself away. Kachan flew in the air and blasted himself at Tetsu and charged in a punch headfirst. His fist made contact to Tetsu's cheek. Kachan was able to pin him to the ground but he was still up. Tetsu's body turned iron again and got a massive strength boost. Tetsu punched Kachan's gut, as Kachan grunted in pain. Kachan blasts back dodging a backhand. He knows he can't win in a one-on-one fight with this guy. He was durable and his punches hit hard. His explosions weren't doing anything to him. Damn it all, he was still not strong enough. If Deku fought this guy, he would probably find a way to beat this dipshit. He was nowhere stronger than Deku, and that was hard to admit. Kachan felt a light tap on his back. He turned back to see Monoma touch him. He knew his quirk was copy, so he already knew what was about to happen. Kachan ducked the incoming explosion and blasted away to avoid Tetsu's punch. Uraraka was able to touch one of the contests as he floated in the air. She grabbed his headband and backed away. Release, she shouted as the contest fell on the floor. She ran back to take cover with Asui. I got another one, Uraraka shouted as Asui nodded. They then felt a cold breeze across their faces. Asui was the first one to react. Asui wrapped her tongue around Uraraka and leapt out of the way to avoid the incoming ice pillars. MMPF, I thought it would be easy. That frog is quick on her feet, and that girl, if she touches me, I might be done. Shoto thought. I'm sorry about this, but I vowed to win this match. Sorry Todoroki, but we're not going to let someone like you stop us. Uraraka stated. Uraraka, listen, his incoming ice attacks are quick. I'm sorry but, I don't think I can grab you in time, Ribbit. Asui said. That's fine Sue, if we stay together, and not go too far out, we don't have to worry about it. Uraraka said as Shoto shot out multiple ice pillars. They can expand. Uraraka shouted in fear. Ribbit. Asui wrapped her tongue around Uraraka again and leapt out of the way dodging them. I knew his attacks were fast, but I didn't think they were this fast. Ribbit. Asui exclaimed. Izuku grabbed his headband and wrapped it around his head again. Iida wiped the saliva off of his face and looked back at his opponent. He's that fast, I could barely see him. It's like there is a large gap between us. Every time me and Midwaya meet, he always finds a way to get stronger and be superior to me. Iida thought as he felt a strong force on his back. Huh, he looked back to see a pink long-haired girl as she put some sort of jetpack on Iida. She grinned and pressed a button on it, as Iida flew in the air crazily. He shouted in fear as he flew on the other side of the battlefield. Iida, thank you, Izuku said, waving at the girl smiling. She got way too close as Izuku's sweat dropped. So close. Hi, they're 1,000,000 points, she said, shouting. I finally found you. Hoo-ha, you were looking for me? Izuku asked. Yep, I need your help with something okay. Now listen closely. Izuku nodded. You see, I want to get noticed by everyone here in the festival. The support course is watching the match and I want to get noticed by them. You can help me get some points while I support you with my babies. Your babies? Izuku said blushing slightly. Yep, I need you to get me into the tournament so they could notice me. If I get accepted, me and you can make as many loads of babies together. She said acting like that's a normal thing in the world. Huh, Izuku said with his entire face turning red with his eyes circling anime style. So, what do you say, partner? She asked. Making babies, Izuku exclaimed. Well, yeah, but the other part. She stated. Oh Izuku didn't know what to think. This could be a setup just to steal his 1,000,000 points, but she literally said she wanted to make babies with him. She seemed like a good person, trying to get into the support course, and that machine she put on Iida proved that she was serious about it. Why yeah, sure, Izuku said. Yes, alright, let's do this partner. She said, grabbing his arm. Hey, what's your name? Izuku asked, as she looked back at him and grinned. Mei Hatsume, Mei grinned. Izuku Midoriya, alright let's do this thing. Izuku said grinning as he tightened his headband. Die. Kachan blasted Tetsu back. The impacts on Kachan's explosions didn't really move this faker. But as they fought more and more, his explosions grew stronger and were able to push him back. Is that all you got? That explosion was weaker than the last one. Tetsu shouted at him, charging in. Kachan gritted his teeth. Kachan dodged his left, as he blasted his face in. Monoma touched Tetsu's back as his fist was made out of pure iron. Monoma charged in for a punch while grinning. Kachan blasted himself back flipping away, while Tetsu came in as well. Kachan gritted his teeth in anger. They wouldn't give him time to catch his breath, he couldn't keep this up forever. Tetsu punched his chest as Kachan gagged. Kachan saw his chance and grabbed his headband. Kachan blasted away, but he wasn't going to run. He was going to steal both of their damn headbands. Hey, Monoma, he stole my headband. Tetsu shouted at him with his anger blowing. Don't worry, I have enough, I could share it. Besides, it's 2-on-1. He won't keep up, Monoma said.
I think that damn head of yours stopped working, Kachan said as his hair covered his eyes while grinning crazily. Huh? And why is that? Monoma asked as Kachan looked at him with a crazy smile. There are only 2 of you, you'll need more than that, Kachan shouted as he ran at the 2. Why is he not using his explosions? Monoma thought. He didn't know what kind of change in heart Kachan took. Tetsu didn't check the sudden change, he just wanted to pound this guy and get his headband back. Kachan dodged Tetsu's punch. Monoma touched his arm, but Kachan grabbed his arm and pushed him into Tetsu. Monoma grunted as Kachan had a point-blank shot. Kachan put his hand up as large sparks came out of his palms. Then a giant bright explosion went off. The impact was, way stronger than the other ones. What Kachan needed was to get them together so he could kill two birds with one stone. His explosion was at a building level. He proved that after his fight with Deku, but this time, Kachan trained his quirk, making it way stronger than last time. He stored up a lot of sweat, making it stronger. The dust cleared to see Tetsu and Monoma on the floor unconscious. Kachan was panting. He was so worn out, his arms were shaking as sweat was pouring off of his face. "Fucking told you," Kachan said as he grabbed all of their headbands and was about to walk off, but Tetsu slowly got up, charging in a punch. Kachan's eyes widened as he looked back, but then another punch connected with Tetsu's face, showing Kirishima. "You alright, Baku bro?" Kirishima grinned. "Fucking shitty hair. I didn't ask for your help," Kachan shouted at him in rage. Sorry man, I just saw him get up, and I wasn't too far gone, so I wanted to help man. I can't help a friend," Kirishima asked as Kachan scoffed away and put his hands in his pockets with his back facing him, about to walk away. He stopped as he went for his neck and grabbed a headband and handed it to him. Huh? Kirishima said, looking surprised. "You're going to take it or not?" Kachan shouted. "But I don't understand," Kirishima said. "It's a thank you, alright? For saving my ass, alright, so take it?" Kachan said as Kirishima smiled and grabbed the headband and put it around his neck. "Thanks man. This might be enough for me to get into the tournament." Kirishima grinned as Kachan scoffed and walked away. Work in progress," Kirishima sighed. 16 minutes remain. Midnight shouted. "Ribbit!" Asui shouted as she dodged another ice pillar with Uraraka on the other side. "Well, that didn't last long. He was able to split us up that easily," Uraraka thought as he huffed a cold breeze from his mouth. Asui wrapped her tongue around his arm, trapping him in place, giving Uraraka the chance to charge in trying to touch him. Shoto made giant ice pillars coming from different directions. Asui was far enough, but Uraraka was way too close. When the ice almost made contact, Izuku zoomed in and grabbed her hand, pulling her up, with Mei on his back. What was on Mei's back was a jet booster, and it was way too fast. Shoto didn't even know what happened. "Deku!" Uraraka shouted. "Hey Uraraka!" Izuku smiled as she set her down and she looked at the pink-haired girl on her back with her breast pressing on his back. Who is she?" Uraraka said, feeling a little bit jealous. "Oh, this is Mei. I have been helping her get headbands. She wants to get into the support course," Izuku said as he looked back at Shoto. "You two have been fighting off Todoroki this entire time," Izuku said, getting into focus. "Midoriya, you need to keep your distance," Asui said as Izuku nodded. "Alright. Mei, can you please get off of my back?" Izuku said as Mei grinned. "Sure partner. I got loads of headbands, thank you." Mei jumped off and ran the other way. "Deku! Look out!" Uraraka shouted as ice pillars came at Izuku. Izuku jumped out of the way, but the ice pillars were still chagrined at Mei. Izuku's eyes widened as he vanished, and reappeared and held Mei bride-like style. She let out a gasp and a small blush came up on her cheek, and Izuku jumped out of the way. "So fast! He did that airborne?" Shoto thought. Izuku set Mei down as he looked back at Shoto. Shoto sent in multiple ice pillars as Izuku dashed. He flipped around the pillars as he scattered down. Shoto gritted his teeth as he did a hand sign. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. Izuku shot out multiple fireballs at Shoto. Shoto's eyes widened as he made a huge ice wall just in time before the attack made contact. Izuku landed on the ice as he planted his feet on the ice, putting chakra on it. Ha! Izuku put chakra into his fist as he punched the ice wall. Giant rocks of ice got pushed all the way back. Shoto's hair waved in the wind as a giant gust of wind pushed him back. Shoto skidded on the floor as he planted ice onto his feet to stop the impact. Izuku was already in front of him, charging in a punch, but Shoto quickly froze his fist in. "Deku is so fast. Todoroki could barely keep up. Deku is really amazing," Uraraka said as Izuku limped on the other side as Shoto quickly froze his entire body, freezing Deku in place. Shoto was panting as his body was trembling. He was already past his limit when he was fighting Uraraka and Asui. Why is he trembling? Izuku thought as Shoto was about to go for his headband. Deku. Ah no. Izuku said, whining. Kachan blasted himself at the two as he blasted the entire ground. The impact was strong enough to break Izuku out of the ice.
You damn emo bitch, trying to take my damn headband. Kachan shouted at him. Yours, Shoto said. Last time I checked, you came out of nowhere and went into my business. Shoto said. Your business. Don't you fucking interfere. Kachan shouted as he pointed at him. Izuku zoomed in as Kachan sparks came out of his palms as a giant explosions went around the area. Midoriya, Asui shouted, with Uraraka and Mei watching it. What a light show. Mei grinned. Shoto sent in a wave of ice at the two. Kachan tried to parry it, but the ice pillar pushed him back. Kachan blew up the pillar with the ice rocks scattered around the area. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Izuku shouted as 30 different clones came out. They all charged in. Shoto gritted his teeth as he made multiple ice pillars. Some of the clones disappeared in a puff of smoke. The clone grabbed onto each other and threw themselves in the air. Shoto's eyes darted in the air as he shot out multiple pillars at them. Each clone disappeared in each pillar of smoke. When each clone got closer and closer to Shoto, Shoto was slowing down as the real Izuku came out of the air and punched his face. Shoto made another wave of ice but Izuku jumped back. Kachan blasted side to side and made a giant explosion. Izuku rolled on the floor as Shoto's eyes widened as he sent in pillars of ice at Kachan. Kachan flew back with his explosion traveling next to him avoiding the blast. Shoto's arms got wrapped around by a wire. He looked to see Izuku had wrapped a wire around Shoto. Izuku put the string of the wire and bite down on it. He then did a hand sign. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Izuku shouted as the flames traveled down on lines. Shoto's eyes widened as his fist was engulfed in flames. What Izuku didn't know is that the fire jutsu triggered Shoto's second quirk. The flames grew larger around the air. Izuku and Kachan sweat as everyone around the festival could feel the radiate heat. His fire was way stronger than Endeavor, which is the second pro hero. Shoto gritted his teeth as the flames died down, but there was not a satisfaction on his face. Shoto also has a fire quirk. Mina exclaimed. That damn icy hot bastard has two different quirks. Kachan shouted. But. Why didn't he use it this whole time? Izuku thought. 10 more seconds remain. Midnight shouted. Shit. Kachan blasted himself at Izuku as Izuku's eyes widened. Kachan tried to swipe his headband off his forehead. Izuku jumped up dodging with a finger. 9. Izuku's eyes darted at a giant ice pillar coming at him. This one was way bigger than the other ice pillars he summoned. 8. Izuku flipped on it as he planted his feet on it. He put chakra into his feet and ran on it. 7. Kachan blasted upward, stopping Izuku's path. 6. Kachan summoned a giant explosion sending Izuku in the air. 5. Kachan blasted himself in the air following Izuku. Shoto made an ice path following the two. 4. Everyone in the stadium looked upward to see them two fighting eager on what's about to happen next. 3. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone came out as they both were in the air. The clone put two of his palms on Izuku's palm, putting chakra in it. 2. Deku. Kachan gritted his teeth about to send a blast. I can't afford to lose, Shoto thought. A blue spinning sphere was made on Izuku's palm as the clone disappeared. 1. Rasengan. Izuku shouted. And that's time. President Mike shouted as Kachan, Shoto, and Izuku's eyes widened. They all fell on the floor as they both landed panting looking at each other. What a match, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to take some time to fix the arena, but the next match will be the tournament, so all of you young listeners get something to eat. The break will be 20 minutes. President Mike shouted. Izuku walked down the stadium gasping for air. Deku, that was so impressive, how you fought off Bakugo and Todoroki at the same time. Uraraka followed by Asui. Who knew Todoroki had two different quirks? Ribbit. Asui said. It was kinda a struggle. Man, I'm hungry, Izuku chuckled while walking in the tunnel. Gah hhh. Damn it. There's no way I lost to him again, damn it. Kachan shouted pounding on the ground. Bakubro, you alright? Kirishima asked, walking up to him. Yeah, I'm fucking fine. Move out my goddamn way. Kachan shoved him out of the way. In the cafeteria room, Izuku was eating a bowl of ramen, scalping down every bite, enjoying the taste. Boy, you really enjoy ramen, do you? Jiro said, walking next to him as Izuku looked up. Hey, yeah, sorry, Izuku said as Jiro sat across from him. Nothing to be sorry about. I gotta say, you were so cool while you were fighting Bakugo and Todoroki. Jiro said, blushing slightly, admitting it. Oh, thanks. So how did you do on the free-for-all? Izuku asked. Oh, well, not good. Hey, I'm not really all that well with close-up fighting. My quirk is not really all that useful with stuff like that. Jiro said, twirling her ear jacks around with her finger. Huh, that's not true. You can shoot strong sound waves out of it. If you trained it hard enough, you can grow really strong with it. Izuku smiled at her as her face turned red. Hey, you okay? Midwaya, Shoto said as Izuku and Jiro looked back to see Shoto. Can I talk to you, alone please? MMPF. Izuku had a raised eyebrow. The faint ringing sounds echoed through the woods. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, both Akatsuki members, were making their way to the sports festival event. The ringing noises coming from Itachi's had echoed across the woods. Their cloaks dragged on the ground as they were nearing their destination. You know something, I never thought I of all people would die and get reincarnated to a whole different world. Kisame said with his sword on his back, carrying it. Maybe if you would quit playing around, you could have stayed alive and fulfilled Madara's request. Itachi started to speak without facing him. Hey, you have no right to talk, you fought your own brother and died, at least I went out like a champ. Kisame said. I had my reasons, Itachi said with his eyes squinted. Anyway, this place sucks. Getting reincarnated into a world without chakra really pisses me and Samahad off. Kisame said. How is it even possible for a kid to be reincarnated as a Jinchuriki? Do we even know what tailed beast he got reincarnated as? Zetsu said that he saw red chakra back at the USJ. Itachi said. Flashback. We looked to see a black room with all of the Akatsuki members in one area talking to each other. Where is Zetsu? Pain asked the group. Who knows, probably stalking people, you know how he goes. A shadow figure says as we can't see his face. Then, out of nowhere, Zetsu rose from the ground looking at the group. Sorry I'm late everyone, the white version of Zetsu said. Zetsu, what have you found? Pain asked. There was this crazy battle, I think it was called, the USJ. Anyway, I couldn't help but watch the fight unfold, you know how I go, I just love seeing action. The white version of Zetsu said. We sensed strong chakra from there, like a red flowing chakra from a boy. I heard people calling him, Izuku, or Deku or something like that. The black version of Zetsu said. Pain only just stared, he was in a deep mindscape thinking about what Zetsu had just said. Red chakra, that could only mean the 9 tails. Alright then, it's confirmed, we found our first Jinchuriki. Pain said. Boy, sure, it took us a long time, so who is he anyway? Another shadowy figure said. It doesn't matter who he is, as long as we know a tailed beast is in this world. Another said as the man sighed. Geez, do you speak to your mother with that mouth? Enough. Is the boy the only Jinchuriki you found? Pain asked. I'm afraid so, the white version of Zetsu said. We have been searching this world for mouths, and not one tailed beast showed up. There also hasn't been any sighting of Jinchuriki users also. This is the only thing we got. The black version of Zetsu said. No signs of tailed beast in months is unreal. You think the reason why we haven't seen any tailed beast in a while is because they're sealed inside one person. Don't be stupid, Deidara, a man shouted at him. Come on, Sasori, Deidara whined. It's a theory. If we haven't seen any Jinchuriki in months, and this is the only Jinchuriki we found, couldn't it be that all of them are sealed in him? Deidara said. What is the possibility that all of the tailed beast got reincarnated inside one boy? Sasori asked. It's possible, Pain said. Sasori said, looking at him. See, what did I tell you, Sasori my man, you should always trust, and art master. Deidara said, having a smug cocky look. Shut the hell up, Sasori snapped at him. We shouldn't jump to conclusions though. We will keep watch of the Jinchuriki, see what he does and what power he possesses. Pain said. MMPF, I still call my theory a win. Deidara said, crossing his arms. Well, keep in touch, but until then, Itachi, Kisame, you two will go and take the Jinchuriki. Pain said as he put up a hand sign and everyone disappeared. Flash back over, so it seems like this boy has the nine-tailed fox inside of him. Itachi said, this is the only chance to obtain him. Itachi said, oh please, the reason why Naruto beat Pain is because we gave him time to train. We are doing things differently this time. This should be a walk in the park, and the kid doesn't even know how to control the nine tails. Kisame said, I wouldn't underestimate him if I were you. Itachi said, you don't underestimate anyone. Kisame bounced back. That explains why I get stuff done unlike you. You should pick it up. Itachi said, looking back smiling slightly, earning a grin from Kisame. Itachi Uchiha, being cocky, never heard that before, you sure should keep that smug side of you often, it brightens up the mood. Kisame said as Itachi frowned and looked back at the path ahead. Itachi stopped as he faced Japan. Where here? Itachi said. Yeah, in the city. Where is this Izuku kid? Kisame said as they both heard a faint yelling in the distance. They both looked to the distance to see a large stadium in the distance. Pain said there was a festival, he might be there. Itachi said as Kisame grinned. Finally, some action, let's get a move on then. Kisame and Itachi walked down the hill and made their way to the festival. Shoto had asked Izuku to talk to him for a second. Izuku was with Shoto in a tunnel right next to the festival. They had been there for a couple of seconds, and neither of them said a thing to each other. Shoto kept his old emo composure, as Izuku was nervous and sweat dropped, unsure why he was called here. What does he want? Naruto said in Izuku mindscape. Izuku shrugged. Hey, Todoroki, aren't you hungry? I mean if we stay here long, everyone in the cafeteria might take all of the food. Izuku forced a chuckle, but Shoto kept his serious demanding composure eyeing him. Izuku felt uncomfortable and almost had enough. Okay listen, if you're not going to say anything, I'm going to get some rain. You made me use it. Shoto said as Izuku stopped in his tracks as he looked back. Shoto looked at his hand. My fire, you forced it out of me. Shoto said as Izuku turned his entire body to face him. Yeah, about that, you had that fire this entire time, why didn't you use it? I mean, in the obstacle course, you could have easily used that against your opponents, you could have easily scored first place. Izuku said as Shoto still kept his hand up. There's a reason why I'm not using his quirk. Shoto said as he put his hand on his left eye covering a burn scar. Izuku repeated. I was so overpowered by you, I needed to use his quirk to get a shot at beating you. Iida, Bakugo, Tokiyami, they're all strong in their own ways, but something about you is different. Shoto said, looking at him fully. Now, Izuku began to panic a bunch. Crap. Did he find out? There's no way, I barely even use All Might's quirk against him. Izuku thought, having an inner crisis. Are you All Might's secret love child or something? Shoto asked, as Izuku made a deadpan face. Izuku asked him, are you All Might's secret love child? Shoto asked. You're asking me that, like it's a normal thing to say to someone. Izuku snapped. It is, Shoto said, making a deadpan face. No it's not. Izuku shouted at him. He took a breath and thought about what Shoto said the first time they talked. All Might has his eye on you. So that's what he was thinking, Izuku thought. It's kind of funny if you think about it, Todoroki. Izuku said. MMF. Todoroki had a raised eyebrow. You saying All Might's my dad? I never really knew my dad all that much, never even seen him at birth, but saying All Might is my father just makes me uncomfortable to think about. I mean, don't get me wrong, I would love to have a father figure in my life, but I didn't then, so I shouldn't now. Izuku said, earning a nod from Shoto. Well, since you said that, that's not it, means there's a connection between you and All Might. And you're trying to cover it with different subjects, just means you have a lot to hide. Shoto said as Izuku's sweat dropped. He had got him there. Shoto could see the uneasiness in his face, this is not what he had called him for. So he decided to put this current conversation away. He needed to get the real reason on why he called Izuku. Endeavor, the number 1 hero is my old man. I assume you know the number 2 hero, considering he's been, and always will be stuck, as the number 2 hero forever. If you're involved with the number 1, I have an even better reason to beat you. Shoto said. Izuku got into a serious face, as he was paying close attention to what Shoto was saying. My old man has a strong desire to rise in the world. His whole desire is to surpass All Might, but since he couldn't, he moved on to his next plan. Shoto said. Next plan? What are you talking about, Todoroki? Izuku asked. Have you ever heard of Quirk marriages? Shoto asked. Of course, how is that relevant though? Izuku asked. Remember when I said about my dad trying to surpass All Might? Well, that's when Quirk marriages come to play. Choosing a spouse based only on strengthening your own quirk, and passing it down to your children, forcing people into marriage. My dad is a man with a lot of accomplishments in his life. He won over my mother and got a hold of her quirk. He is trying to fulfill his own desire by raising me to become a hero to surpass All Might. Shoto said. Izuku gasped. So, you were the creation of the Quirk marriage? Izuku asked as Shoto nodded. It's annoying, being created for a sole reason to complete your goals. He never asked us how we felt about it, becoming a hero. His damn ego always got the better of him, and it drove Mom crazy. Shoto put his hand back on his scar. Do you know how I got this scar on my face? Shoto asked as Izuku shifted up. My dad drove Mom crazy, so crazy she made hot water for herself, when I came to ask her what's wrong, 'cause she didn't speak to me all day. She couldn't stand the way she looked at him, I just resembled so much like my father. She grabbed the kettle and poured it on my left eye, at 5 years old. Shoto said as Izuku gasped. Ever since that day, I resented my father's quirk. I'm gonna to become a hero without using his fire, only using my mom's quirk, and I'll beat you with it. Shoto said as the air tensed up. Anyway, that's all I wanted to tell you, I'll be leaving now. Shoto said, getting off of the wall as he walked out of the tunnel. Todoroki. Izuku called out to him as Shoto stopped walking but stayed to hear what he was going to say. If you think that sad little story is going to stop me from going all out in this festival, think again. I have no idea how you're going to win this festival without giving it your all. It's like you're living in some sort of fantasy land where you think everything is going to go your way. Cut this stupidity, and wake up already. Shoto clenched his fist. What are you trying to say? You're saying using my mother's quirk is stupid. Shoto said with anger in his voice. I'm not saying using your mother's quirk is stupid, I'm saying you not using your full power is stupid. Thinking you could make it without giving it your all, is just utter stupidness. Izuku said as Shoto turned and faced him. What if you encounter a villain that's weakness is fire, and you're the only one who could stop him, but you choose not to use your fire? Then, that same villain kills innocent people. Are you going to blame your father for the reason you're not using your fire quirk? Shoto didn't say anything, he was about to speak up and tell. Alright everyone, the 20 minutes are up, everyone please come to the main arena. President Mike shouted at the speakers, and Izuku and Shoto stared down at each other without saying a single thing. Shoto was the first to walk off, leaving Izuku in his thoughts, but little did both of the teens know. Their entire conversation was listened to by Kacchan in the halls. It wasn't long before he walked off to the main arena. Stupid idiot, Izuku thought with his hands in his pockets. Yeah, he was becoming more and more like Naruto. What's up, you okay? Naruto said in his mindscape. Huh, oh it's nothing, it's just, Todoroki could become the strongest in the entire class. He has loads of potential to climb to the top, but, he's just not living up to it. Izuku said to him. And it makes you mad, why? Well, it's because I was quirkless once and Todoroki isn't, but the thing that makes me mad the most is, he has 2 great quirks but he doesn't use it. I just can't help but to feel he's being selfish with his powers. Izuku said as Naruto nodded. And you plan on helping him, huh? Yeah, Izuku said in determination. Then something caught him in Naruto's eye, causing both of the boys to blush. EHHHH. Oh Deku, Uraraka said, kinda blushing. Uraraka, Mina, Jiro, Momo, Asui, Toru. Izuku said, blushing, looking at their cheerleading outfits, with their boobies popping out, except Jiro's cause, well, ya know. Izuku Midoriya, you are one lucky guy, Naruto said in his mindscape, giving him a thumbs up for support. Midori, Mina whined. You weren't supposed to see me yet, Mina said, frowning as Izuku gulped. I didn't know. Who told you guys you could do this? Izuku asked. It was Mineta and Denki. Momo said. Izuku said, dumbfounded. Yeah, they got permission from Aizawa saying we could put on cheerleading outfits, they said it would spice up the festival a bit. Momo said. Did you guys ask Aizawa-sensei before putting them on? Izuku asked. They all didn't say anything as they grew more and more embarrassed. I don't see what the problem is. I feel like now the entire world could finally notice me, Toru said, posing. And you guys decided to trust the guy who gripped on Asui's boobs. Asui, I thought you knew better. Izuku explained. Momo said it was okay, ribbit. Asui said. That pervert assholes. I swear I'll kill them both. Jiro said, clenching her fist tight. Momo got on her knees as a depressing aura went around her. And I created these cheerleading outfits as well, Momo said as Uraraka patted her back to comfort her. You guys just put your gym clothes on, okay? Izuku said, closing his eyes thinking he's seen enough. He walked out of the tunnel as he walked up to the spectator seats. Oh, what's up, Midoriya? Denki grinned as he waved along with Mineta grinning as well. Hey, Denki, did you trick the girls into wearing cheerleading's outfits? Izuku asked as Denki and Mineta's bodies turned completely white. Mission failed, Denki shouted as he was shaking Mineta's body. Alright then, since everyone is here, we will now commence the battle tournament. President Mike shouted at the speakers. Alright then, looks like we're going to someone one-on-one action. Hiroshima said, grinning as he pumped his fist together. So it looks like they do switch it up every year, Mina said. Now, the people who got a good amount of headbands will commence the battle arena. Here is the list of 16 people who got a good amount of it. Midnight said as the giant board grew in numbers. Midoriya Izuku, Shoto Todoroki, Akatsuki Bakugo, Fumikage Tokiyami, Tenya Iida, Ejiro Kirishima, Momo Yaoyorzu, Honta Siro, Ochako Uraraka, Abara Shiozaki, Denki Kaminari, Hitoshi Shinso, Mei Hatsume, Tsuyu Asui, Mina Ashido, Tetsu. Now that you all have seen the charts for the upcoming battles, you shall all see your matches. Midnight shouted. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso, Akatsuki Bakugo vs Ochako Uraraka, Fumikage Tokiyami vs Momo Yaoyorzu, Tenya Iida vs Mei Hatsume, Tsuyu Asui vs Mina Ashido, Denki Kaminari vs Abara Shiozaki, Tetsu vs Ejiro Kirishima, Shoto Todoroki vs Honta Siro, Ochako Uraraka. Who the hell is that? Kachan said, crossing his arms while looking at the board, while Uraraka was fearing for her life. I won't hold back, Tokiyami said to Momo. I accept nothing less from you. Momo said. I have to fight Todoroki last. I won't make it, Siro said, rubbing his head. Hey, you're Izuku Midoriya, right? Shinso asked, walking up to Izuku with his hands in his pockets. Izuku turned back around to face him. That's the guy who declared war, Izuku thought. I hope you and I can have a good fight out there. Shinso said as Izuku was about to respond, but a tail was wrapped around his mouth by Ojiro. Shinso grinned and walked off, leaving Izuku and Ojiro. Hey, Ojiro, what was that all about? Izuku asked, looking back at him. Look, let's talk somewhere private, Ojiro said as Izuku nodded. Waiting room. So, why did you call me here? Izuku asked.
Alright. So at the free-for-all, I came across him in the battle. I didn't even know what happened after that, to be honest. I spoke one word, and then after that, I saw blank, Ojiro said as Izuku was in a thinking process. So, some kind of mind control quirk, or something like that, Izuku said to himself. It looks that way, yeah. He kept on trying to stir up a conversation, so it probably has something to do with speaking, Ojiro said as Izuku nodded. Alright, thanks for the heads up, Ojiro, Izuku said as he nodded. I know that this seems like bad sportsmanship, but, Ojiro put his fist up. Beat this guy, for both of us. Ojiro said as Izuku nodded as both of their fists bumped together. Right. The arena. Alright everyone. Is everyone ready for the first match of the sports festival? President Mike shouted as the crowd went wild. They were clapping it up for the upcoming contests. Alright then, in the left, we have the green flash of Class 1A Izuku Midoriya. Come on Izuku, you could do it, Inko said with multiple different wipes in her room with a blanket covering her. And on the left, we have the mysteries emo kid from General Studies, Hitoshi Shinso. Sorry, I don't really know anything about him, President Mike shouted. Alright. Here are the rules. You can win by knockout, or by throwing your opponents out of bounds. If you two do not have any further questions, begin, Midnight shouted. Have to remember what Ojiro said, don't say anything to him, Izuku said as he got into a stance. You know I gotta be honest, after seeing you in the obstacle course made me realize how special you are. Shinso said as Izuku didn't say anything, and took a step closer. What, not saying anything? Did that so-called weird friend of yours with a tail say something about me? Shinso said, putting on a smug smile, and at that moment, Izuku forgot about his plan. He was just so clouded by his thoughts about his fellow classmate, he couldn't help but back him up. Don't talk about Ojiro like that, Shado. Before Izuku finished his sentence, Izuku stopped in place with his eyes completely gone blank. No, I told him not to say anything, Ojiro said as Denki looked back at him. Huh? What are you talking about? He asked. Just like that, I win. Shinso said. Now, walk out of the match, he said as Izuku turned his body back around and started to walk out following his command and not saying anything. Huh? What's this? Izuku Midoriya is walking out of the match, as he lost the will to fight, or is this some kind of quirk? President Mike shouted at the speakers. It's a quirk. Aizawa started to speak up as he was looking through some files. Huh? The kid Midoriya is fighting has some sort of hypnotized quirk. He originally wanted to go into the hero course, but they thought his quirk would be too villains for the hero course, Aizawa stated. Come on Deku. Snap out of it, Uraraka shouted. He's not even listening. Momo looked closely at Izuku's eyes. She saw nothing but blank and filled with nothingness. Guys. Midoriya is not himself right now. Just look into his eyes. They did just that. They're blank, like filled with nothing at all, Siro said. Damn that Shinso guy. Making Midori bro walk out of the arena like that, so unmanly, Kirishima stated. Oi, hey Midoriya, what are you doing dude? Naruto said in his mindscape. I don't know, it's like I'm not even in control of my body anymore. Izuku struggled. He tried to stop moving his legs but it wouldn't budge. He wouldn't go out like this. This was the chance to show the world who he really was. He was angry, not at his opponent, but at himself. Ojiro warned him but he was just so clouded by anger, he forgot what happened. Izuku closed his eyes as everything around him went blank. Then he felt a warm sensation under his feet. He couldn't speak at all. He looked up to see a giant cage with a giant bright orange fox. Kurama. Naruto shouted in joy as Izuku looked at him. Naruto. Long time no see, who is this child? He looks odd. Kurama stated as Izuku chuckled. Oh yeah, this is Izuku. I'm his ancestor. Naruto grinned. Hey, Kurama. You look slightly more different since the last time I saw you. I mean, you're glowing like a lot. Grr. There have been spirits or ghosts around here. For some reason I've gained much more power here. I think it's because of them. I can't really get into much detail, but they are glowing, like a lot. Kurama said. Also, it's not just me. Kurama said, gaining Naruto and Izuku a raised eyebrow. Huh? I'll tell you some other time. But as for right now, it seems like you've gotten yourself in a tight pickle here. Kurama said as Izuku nodded as Kurama smirked. I've seen you fight before, and I've been watching you for quite some time now. I would like to see how this fight ends, so I will lend you some of my power. Now, wake up. Kurama shouted, shaking the entire room. Izuku's eyes shot open as he was back into the real world. He was so close to the edge a red chakra aura went around him. With one flick of his finger, a mighty shockwave went around the entire area. People had to cover their eyes as the wind was hitting their face. Gah! This wind is way too strong, Denki shouted. Shinso was in the center of the assault as his body was being pushed back by the strong force. Shinso looked back to see Izuku panting. His middle finger was bruised but it was slowly healing. Midoriya,
Stop, President Mike shouted. How no one's ever done that before. Shinso said as Izuku looked back at him and shot him a death glare. Shinso was sweating but still kept his composure. You've got some amazing talent, no wonder you're in the hero course. Shinso shouted as Izuku turned completely around and dashed at him, leaving a giant dust behind his wake. You must have been gifted with some crazy power. You must be very blessed. Shinso said as Izuku leapt in the air, spinning ready to give him a spinning kick. What the hell? Why won't I get through to him? He thought. Izuku's leg connected with Shinso's cheek, as the purple-haired boy got blasted out of bounds. Shinso is out of bounds, Izuku Midoriya wins. Midnight shouted. The crowd went wild, people were cheering Izuku on as they pumped their fist up. He did it, he did, Mina shouted as she bear-hugged Toru. You say that I have talent, Izuku said to Shinso as the boy looked up. That's not true at all, Izuku said as Shinso got on one knee. You expect me to believe that? We've all heard about how you stopped that creature at the USJ. You're blessed with such a quirk as yours while everyone thinks that my quirk is like a villain quirk. Shinso said. I wasn't always like this. I wasn't born out of talent at all, I was weak, powerless, unable to defend myself. People judged me for how I was created. I can't get into much detail of that, but just so you know. I never, ever had it easy. I worked hard, I trained hard to get this strong. You say I'm born out of talent, but that's not true at all. You could get strong too. If you work hard, Izuku said as Shinso's eyes widened and closed them and then chuckled. No wonder you're in the hero course. Midoriya, Shinso said as he got up. You really have the heart of a hero, but I don't think other people feel the same way about me. Shinso chuckled. I like to think otherwise. Izuku pointed at the crowd. Good job, Shinso. You almost had him. Your quirk is hella useful. That boy, his quirk is mind-controlling, yes. The hero course said, looking at the match. That could be really helpful with hostage situations. Another said. All Might smiled as he couldn't help but overhear what happened. Young Midoriya, you're not just inspiring one person, you're inspiring the world around you, All Might thought as he got up from his seat. Izuku was walking back in the tunnel, he looked at his middle finger seeing that it was healed. He couldn't help but think what Shizno had said, he was right, he had been blessed with not one quirk, but multiple other powers. He was the reincarnation of the strongest shinobi in history, he couldn't help but feel selfish. Not only that, he also had All Might's quirk as well, while some others might not have that much powerful quirks. Nice match, All Might, Izuku said as All Might walked up to him. You did great out there. All Might said. Yeah, thanks, Izuku said, looking quite down. You must have been gifted with some crazy power. You must be very blessed. You're thinking about your match, huh? All Might said as Izuku nodded. Hey, don't feel down, you wanna know something? Izuku looked back up at his mentor. I was once quirkless. Huh, really you? Yeah, after I met my mentor, everything changed. There are only a few people that are worthy of this power. That's the reason why I picked you. I don't think no one will do what you did many months ago. If you couldn't make a difference in that boy's head, who would? All Might stated as Izuku smiled. Thanks All Might, Izuku smiled. Izuku's mindscape. I don't know why, or how. But when I was sealed inside another Uzumaki, I thought he would act like the other Uzumakis. Not caring about me, using me as weapons or a tool for power. But he was different from the rest. I didn't think he would change me so much, to me sacrificing myself for a village that hated both of us. Now that old man Sage reincarnated us into this new world, this boy is the reincarnation of Naruto. I don't think there's another person like Naruto. I wasn't paying attention until I saw this boy run into danger, powerless, and unable to defend himself. Maybe there are more people like Naruto, who knows, I don't know, maybe I should keep watching, and see if this boy is worthy of my trust. Kurama said, drifting off to sleep. This place sure is crowded. Kisame said. Kisame and Itachi finally made it to the festival. They both saw children and people asking for snacks or popsicles. Itachi was the first person to look around. He saw an entrance being guarded by 3 people. Mount Lady, Kami Woods and Death Arms. Itachi could easily sneak into the festival, but he figured that he already stood out. If you look at the two, everyone could already tell that they looked suspicious. I mean, who wears weird cloaks in an event such as this? Kisame, however, was grinning and was self-aware with his surroundings. It was so strange. All of these different things, custom items, technology, being born with different quirks was so extraordinary. I mean, it wasn't so different from his era. Everyone was born with chakra, it is just the way their techniques are, or your keke genkai. But, really, this place isn't. In shorter terms, if we push the way of the clans or visual prowess, this place is similar. There, Itachi pointed at the entrance of the festival that was being guarded by the three heroes. Great. Kisame grinned as he took his straw hat off. They both made their way to the entrance as both of them stopped in front of them. You two trying to get in? Mount Lady asked as Death Arm put his hand up to stop her from speaking any further. Hold up, who are you two? You two don't look like you're from around here. Death Arm said as Kisame grinned. Oh yeah, we just moved into the city, so people might not recognize us. Kisame started to speak up. What's up with the cloaks? I've never seen those before. Mount Lady said, putting her hand on her hips. Sorry about that, family tradition. Plus, it gets pretty chilly out here. Kisame said. It's 89 degrees. Mount Lady said, raising an eyebrow. It's different for us sharks. Kisame said. He easily said this because the people in this world weren't all human. There was a dog in a business suit walking around the city when they were making their way to the festival. Oh yeah, what about that guy? Kami Woods said with his head gesturing towards Itachi, who was still staying silent. Oh yeah, he's what the hell? Kisame grinned as he was about to grab his sword, but Itachi already knew what he was about to do. Don't, Itachi said as Kisame stopped and looked towards them. The three heroes looked at Itachi. Itachi closed his eyes and then opened them. He activated his Sharingan, his eyes went fully red, as 3 comma marks were swirling around his pupil. The three heroes felt their heart beat, then before they knew it, they both fell on the floor unconscious. Oh well, that's another way to take care of things. Kisame grinned, he looked back to see other people looking at what just happened. Deciding not to take things further, he quickly reached out to Itachi. We better go. Very well. Itachi deactivated his Sharingan as both members of the Akatsuki walked into the festival. Hey, All Might, Izuku started to speak as he and his mentor were walking in the halls. All Might's head drifted to his face. When I was mind-controlled by Shinso, I saw Kurama. Kurama, that's the All Might said, trying to think about what he's about to say. It's the fox I told you about. Oh yes, of course, what about it? Well, he said that while he was in my body, he saw ghosts or spirits. Naruto never experienced anything like that while he was with Kurama. If he didn't know about it, I thought maybe I should just ask you. Izuku said. Ghost huh, young Midoriya, remember when I told you, I wasn't the original host of One for All? All Might stated. Izuku nodded his head. Well, there were more people who had One for All. I'm the 8th user of One for All, so that makes you the 9th. So that might be the other users of One for All who previously had One for All originally. And, have you ever experienced anything like that before? Izuku asked. Actually yes, once only though. I actually experienced it 3 times actually. Izuku said. Once in the entrance exam, and one in my dreams. Really? Young Midoriya experienced the presence of One for All more than me. Could it be to? Hey, All Might, I'm sorry I have to go, I remembered that Uraraka is fighting Kachan next. Izuku reached inside his pockets and pulled out a notebook. Where did he get that from? All Might said, dumbfounded as his sweat dropped. I wanted to show her a list of Kachan's abilities and techniques he uses. I hope it will be useful to her, ya know. Izuku said, as All Might nodded. Good point. Now go. All Might said as Izuku nodded and sprinted towards wherever Uraraka was. Young Midoriya, you might be the one who completes One for All fully. Izuku ran in the halls of Ua as he met a familiar face. Oh Iida, what's up? Izuku looked up at Iida as Iida smiled. Oh Midoriya, I was just going to check on Ochako. Iida said. Oh, that's cool, me too. Izuku said as he began to walk alongside Iida. They both found room 2 as they opened the door. They figured she would be here, 'cause she will be the second person who fights, and also worried because Kakan would literally touch a woman. Oh Ocha, you're not like yourself at all. Your eyebrows are still wrinkles. Iida yelled as Uraraka got startled as she checked her eyebrows. Oh yeah, you're right, it is still wrinkles I suppose. Uraraka said, so what are you doing here, aren't you guys going to wait for the match to start? That's why we're here. To be completely honest, I don't think Bakugo would ever go hard on a woman. Iida said. I'm not really sure about that. Anyway, I wanted to show you a list of combat abilities and techniques Kacchan uses in battle Yano. So you can better understand what you have to do in your battle against him Yano. Izuku said. Deku, you're always looking after me, always saving me when I'm in trouble, I just feel like a burden to you at this point. You even saved the entire class once. I'm sorry Deku. Izuku and Iida said. Deku, I've relied on you too much during my time here at UA. You saved me when Todoroki was attacking me in Asui, you also saved UA as well from the villains. You also saved me during the entrance exam. All this time, you've been looking out for me, protecting me. I don't want to be a burden to you anymore. Uraraka said, getting up from the chair. Uraraka, Izuku said quietly, I know you're just doing it for my sake but, I won't keep on relying on you. So, I'll see you at the finals. Uraraka said, giving a thumbs up and walking out of the door. I never expected Uraraka to say anything like that. Iida said, still in shock. Yeah, neither. Anyway, Iida, we should grab some seats, the match is about to start. Izuku said, sprinting out of the door followed by Iida. Alright my wonderful audience, are you guys ready for the second round of the tournament? President Mike shouted again. The crowd went wild once again, clapping it up for the upcoming contestants. Midori, Iida, about the time you guys got here, we saved you guys a seat. Mina said with Izuku and Iida walking over to them. Izuku sat in between Mina and Jiro, Mina deciding to make her move and lean into Izuku, making the boy startled. So, who do you guys have your money on? Shiro asked. I mean it's pretty obvious. Denki said. Ain't that right Kirishima? He looked over to the redhead who was kinda nervous. Man, I want to root for Ochako, but Bakugo is just way too powerful for her. I know Bakugo is a jerk, but I don't think he would ever hurt a girl. Asui said. I'm pretty sure he would. Denki said, groaning. How is Ochako going to beat him, or even have a chance to touch him? Ojiro said. Actually, that's all she needs. Izuku said. They all looked towards Izuku. Remember, Uraraka's quirk is zero gravity, if she touches Kacchan once, all she needs to do is wait for him to float out of bounds. You make a good point, but what makes you think Bakugo is just going to let her touch him? Jiro asked. Uraraka is a smart person, I mean she was able to hold her own from Todoroki, so, there is no doubt in my mind she will find a way to touch him. Izuku said. Wow, so wise Midori. Mina touched his cheeks. Hey, don't think sweet talking to him will get you closer to him Ashido. Jiro said, talking on Izuku's shoulders, making Mina do the same. Hey, no one asked you to butt in, shoo shoo. Mina said, making a hand gesture to shoo her away. I was here first. Jiro shouted, shoo shoo. Mina said again. You both are annoying, just watch the match. Izuku said keeping a composure and stared at the match. MMPF. Mina pouted and looked away as she still had a hold of Izuku's arm. Jiro did the same. To the right we have the bubbled-haired girl from Class 1A, and the person I am rooting for in the match. Ochako Uraraka, President Mike shouted as Ochako walked out to the tunnel. And to the left, we have the bomb-head TNT Ash Blonde, also from Class 1A, Akatsuki Bakugo. President Mike shouted as Kacchan walked out of the tunnel. I'll kill him for that later. Kacchan said in a stern tone. It is the same rules from last time. Begin. Midnight shouted. Ochako sprinted towards Kacchan running as fast as she could. Kacchan put his hand up, as his palm was brimming with explosions. Now you die. Kacchan said he blasted her face in. Ochako grunted as she skipped on the ground. Ahhhh. He would literally hit a woman. Denki shouted. It's a match dude, of course he would have to hit her. Shiro said. But, I didn't expect him to do it without any hesitation. Momo said. I can't watch. Jiro said, covering her eyes. Ochako got back up as Kachan was walking towards her. She got into a stance and ran to the other side. She then dashed at him head first, as Kachan put his left arm up and blasted her again. Giant pillars erupted from the ground. Ochako bounced off of the ground again. She slowly got up as she eyed her opponent. Is this what Deku had to go through when he fought Bakugo? His explosions are no joke, but I can tell, he's going easy on me. Ochako said, slowly getting up. Again, she continued her assault. Why won't she try something different? Isn't this thing not getting tiring? Mina asked. It's just like Midoriya said. All she needs to do is touch Bakugo once, and then move him out of bonds. But, I'm worried she might pass out before she gets the chance to touch him. Momo said, putting her hand on her chest. What's happening? What's happening? President Mike shouted under the table, fearing what may occur. If you want to see, look for yourself. Aizawa said with his eyes still glued to the battle. Once again, she rushed at Kachan, outstretching her arm. Kachan blasted her again. As the smoke cleared, we can see a jacket floating the minute Kachan used her quirk on her. She used her jacket as a deco. Iida shouted, if I just touch him. Ochako thought as he came behind Kachan, stretching her arm out. Damn it, she tricked me, Kachan said as she quickly turned around and sent a giant explosion. Ochako bounced on the ground as she was coughing and struggling to stand up. Making me float won't make you win, Kachan said, as Ochako gasped. Kachan put his palm up and stared at it. I've been training my quirk to propel myself in the air. Basically making me fly. Making me float won't be any different from flying. 'Cause I'll just blast myself at you over and over again, Kachan said as Ochako slowly got up, struggling. Ochako, Asui said quietly. He's not even hesitating at all, Shiro stated. This is gruesome, Sato said. Ochako is trying multiple assaults, but Bakugo is just blasting them all away like they're nothing. President Mike shouted in the mic. Looks like the girl has no shot at beating this guy, Kisame said, grinning. She keeps trying the same things over and over again, why couldn't she try something different? Kisame noticed that Itachi didn't respond, he was so focused on looking above. And what's gotten you all rude? Kisami's head drifted to him. You have eyes, use it, Itachi said not to look at him. Kisame followed what he was doing and looked up. Oh, ho, very interesting, Kisame said. Bakugo, Ochako said as she slowly got up. Thank you for keeping your guard up, Ochako said. Kachan had a raised eyebrow as Ochako touched all of her fingers. Kachan looked up to see multiple rocks rocking down on him. Ochako Uraraka looks like she made some kind of meteor shower. President Mike shouted in the mic. But how did she even do that? Her rushing in at Bakugo wasn't her only plan. Aizawa started to speak. When Bakugo kept on blasting at her, thinking he would tire her out. But really, all of the rocks and rubble that was around the area, she used her quirk to make them float above. Bakugo never expected it, so she took that chance and released the rubble on Bakugo when he least expected it. But, Aizawa said. But what? President Mike asked. Kachan put his hand up, and then, boom, an entire explosion shot above the pillars and rocks. A giant shockwave was sent around the area. Giant gust of wind hit Ochako. She tried to cover her face but got pushed back regardless. Kachan looked at his palm and grunted. That was too close. No, not yet. Ochako struggled to stand up. She was panting and sweating at the same time. Ochako, are you unable to continue? Midnight's asked, looking at the girl. She didn't say anything as she fell flat on the floor. Ochako, Uraraka is unable to continue. Katsuki Bakugo wins, Midnight declared. The UA drone swooped Ochako away in a bed and took her to the medical room to get her checked out. Izuku and Iida wasted no time jumping out of their seats and rushing to the medical room. Kachan was walking up the steps in the festival. As he was walking in the halls of the sports festival, he looked at his palm. Damn, that was too close, one wrong move and I would have. A figure bumped into him as Kachan stepped back. Hey, what it? His eyes widened as he was met with two pairs of Itachi's eyes glaring at him. Hey, Itachi. Hey, It's the kid from the match, what do you want with him? Kisame asked. Nothing. Let's go. Itachi looked away, not after getting one last good look at the boy, then they both vanished. Kachan shook his head, it's not like he cared regardless. He needed to focus on the upcoming matches. But little did he know, this won't be the last time they meet. Man, I should have kept my guard up. Dang it, Ochako said, rubbing her neck with a bandage on her cheek. Izuku and Iida quickly went into the hospital room to see how she was doing.
Yeah, but, Uraraka, are you okay? Izuku said as Ochako waved him off. I'm fine, Deku, don't worry about it. I'll be fine, Ochako said as Recovery Girl walked into the room. Now. Leave the girl alone. She has to recover from her injuries. Don't you two have matches to watch? Recovery Girl said. Oh yeah. I am next, aren't I? Well, I better get going, Iida said as he walked out of the room.
Okay, we'll see you around, Ochako. Izuku waved and walked off with Recover Girl following behind.
Ochako was left alone in her thoughts. She could have done better with her match. She didn't even affect Kachan all that much. She couldn't do anything but cry in her room. Alone in her thoughts, she was going to call her father and apologize to him. Izuku was walking in the hallways of the festival until he bumped into a familiar ash blonde. Deku. Watch where you're going. Kachan shouted as he put his hands in his pockets and walked the other way. Kachan stopped midway and looked back at the green and yellow-haired boy. Hey. Izuku stopped and looked back at him. That move she did. Kachan said as he recalled the events of Ochako's meteor shower. You made that plan, didn't you? Let me remind her. That round-faced girl is her own person, damn it. It's a one-on-one match. Stay out of it. Kachan huffed and continued to walk away on his path. Izuku clenched his fist. Kachan stopped in his path. I didn't tell her anything. That was her own plan, she came up with it herself, I had nothing to do with it. Izuku said, looking at the ash blonde. Kachan scoffed and walked away. Expect me to believe that, Kachan said, leaving the Whisker Boy alone. The other matches went by surprisingly quickly. Tokiyami had the upper hand in his match. All he had to do was use Dark Shadow to push Momo out of bounds. He won without even a problem. Momo, however, wasn't really proud of herself. Tokiyami won the match. Iida's match was up next. Mei had tricked him into using her gear for the whole match. She had no intention of winning the festival. She knew the support course was watching the festival, so it would be the perfect opportunity to showcase her babies. She showed them for about 4 hours, and when she finished all of them, she forfeited the match. Iida won. Asui and Mina's match was very close. Despite Mina's agility and speed when using her acid to skate across the area, Asui was very agile and quick on her feet. Her tongue was able to catch her more than once. Asui used her leaping ability to get the upper hand and push Mina out of the ring. Asui won the match. Denki and Ibara were very quick. All she had to do was use her long hair to tie him in place, until he wasn't unable to move anymore. Ibara won that match without any problems. Tetsu and Krishima's match was very close. It was a never-ending match of fist. Each of them punched each other again and again. It took a long time and wasn't really all that fun for the spectators. They wanted these two boys to try something different. The match ended with them punching each other simultaneously. They both passed out. The match was a tie. They were going to handle the match in an arm wrestle. And then there was Shoto. Shoto was ready for his match. He was walking in the tunnel making his way to his match. After this match, he would be fighting Midoriya. He didn't know why, but he had this uneasy feeling in his stomach. Was he nervous? Shoto stopped as he saw the second pro hero, Endeavor, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. And what do you want? Shoto asked. Shoto, this is ridiculous. You are wasting your potential. If you had used your fire back at the obstacle course, you could have easily beaten everyone. Why do you reject my quirk? Endeavor said as Shoto walked past him. I already told you once, I won't become the man you want me to be. I'm not your pet, not anymore. I'm going to win this festival only using Mom's quirk, and that's it, Shoto said. Stop being a child, Shoto. This is your fate and you must accept that, Endeavor said as Shoto clenched his fist. Shoto walked out of the tunnel leaving his father alone. To the right we have the ice-cold boy from Class 1A Shoto Todoroki. President Mike shouted as Shoto stepped in the arena eyeing his opponent. And to the left we have the tape master of Class 1A Honta Zero. He said as Zero walked in the arena. Begin. Midnight shouted. I don't know if I could win, but I don't want to lose either. Zero shouted as he shot a line of tape at Shoto. Shoto, with one death glare, froze the entire arena. Everyone could feel a cold chill across their spine. And not even to say second, and Todoroki froze the arena. President Mike said, hugging himself, stuttering because of how cold he was. Shoto looked at his hand and clenched it. Damn it, I let that old man get the best of me, Shoto said. Zero, can you move? Midnight asked the boy who was completely covered in ice. Well, that's not really a question, is it? Zero is unable to move. Shoto Todoroki wins. Midnight shouted as Shoto walked over to Zero. Why you don't think we went a little overboard? Zero stuttered over his words as Shoto was melting the ice off of him.
I'm sorry, I just got a little mad. Shoto said. Yo, there he is. Denki said as Kachan walked in the spectator's seat. Didn't think you would show your face after what you did to Ochako. Denki said. Why wouldn't I? Kachan said with his hands in his pockets. Well, I mean, what type of guy would hurt a frail girl? Denki said. You shouldn't underestimate girls all that often, Carminari. Shiozaki did destroy you, Asui said. Ah, come on. One thing is for sure. That girl is anything but frail. Kachan said. So who's up next? Jiro asked. Well, since Midoriya went first, and Shoto went last, I think Midoriya and Shoto will fight next. Momo said. Ouch, how do you think Midoriya will handle this? Mina asked. He's smart, I'm sure he will figure it out. Sato said. Yeah, but, Todoroki, I mean, have you seen the guy? His ice quirk is no joke, I mean he froze the entire stadium. Denki said. Yeah, but, Midoriya is fast, way faster than Iida. Ojiro said. That's true. Hey, speaking of Iida, where is he? Momo said. Somewhere in Hosu City. Ingenium was patrolling around the city. He was speeding down each road at high speed until he looked to his left to see a pro hero lying on the floor, blood pouring down from his head. Ingenium stopped midway and dashed over to him. Hey, are you okay? Ingenium asked as he was trying to shake the hero awake. He was dead. Hey, aren't you the pro hero, Ingenium? An unknown voice was drawing out a katana. Ingenium looked back at the unknown man drawing a katana. Hey, I know you, you're the hero killer, who hunts down pro heroes for no reason. Ingenium said. There's a reason. We live in a fake society, where there are fake heroes. Those fake heroes. The hero killer brought out two blades. Will be purged. The hero killer shouted as he charged at the speedster. Back at the festival, Izuku was nervous. His fight with Todoroki was next. He needed to prepare, so he went into his locker room and brought out as many tools as he could. He didn't need kunai or shurikens, or explosives tags, and smoke bombs. This should slow him down as much. Izuku put his weapons in his belt pocket, it was red. Izuku walked out of his room and completely strapped the belt pocket on his waist, with Todoroki's words playing over and over in his head. I'm gonna to become a hero without using his fire, only using my mom's quirk, and I'll beat you with it. Izuku stopped dead tracks as he looked up to see the second pro hero, Endeavor, eyeing him down. Ah, here you are, I was looking everywhere for you. Endeavor said as Izuku gulped. What can I do for you, Mr. Endeavor? Izuku asked, it sounded stupid to him. Just call me Endeavor, anyway, you're up against my son next. Your power, you showcased it against that purple-haired boy, it reminded me of All Might, and not only that, you run just as fast as him, maybe even faster. Endeavor said as Izuku gulped. He was catching on. You probably don't know this, but my son, Shoto, has a second quirk, such as my quirk. He has an ice type and a fire type, but he refuses to use it for family issues. So, Shoto was telling the truth. I know this had nothing to do with you, but if you can make my son use his quirk in the battle with you, I will be in your debt. I'll make him use it, Izuku said with his hair covering his eyes, cutting the second hero off. Thank you, I'm sure Shoto would be glad, but not the way you want him to use it, Izuku said, shutting him off again. Izuku looked up at him fully. Sir, no offense, but I'm not All Might, and Shoto is not you, Yano. We came here to show the world the new generation of heroes, not the old ones. We're here to surpass you pro-heroes and become better than you. I promised myself I would become the world's greatest hero, but I can't call myself that if I can't save Todoroki from himself. Izuku said. This boy, Endeavor said quietly, so, I will make him use his fire quirk, his way Yano. Izuku said as he walked past the second pro-hero.
Kacchan put his hands in his pockets as he was walking to room 2. He couldn't stand those extras talking about who would win the semifinals match. He would destroy those two the upcoming match. He still couldn't shake the feeling off when Shoto completely froze the entire arena, or when Izuku ran so fast, it was like a blink of an eye. Kacchan kicked room 8 door down as he looked at Shoto sitting on a chair pondering over his thoughts. Oh shit, is this room 8? Kacchan asked. Shoto looked away as Kacchan grumbled. It doesn't matter. I'm still going to crush you or Deku in the finals. Kacchan shouted. Can I ask you something? Shoto said as he looked at his hand. Don't ignore me. Kacchan shouted with a vein popping out. What is Midoriya to you? Shoto said. At the free-for-all, you said. Your business. Don't you fucking interfere. I take it there is history between the both of you, Shoto said. Kacchan growled under his teeth. Are you okay? Kid Izuku said, handing Kid Kacchan a hand, after he fell off of a log. That looked like it hurt Yano. My business with the nerd doesn't concern you, stay out of it. Icy hot bastard. Kacchan walked out of the room leaving Shoto. Alright everyone. Are you ready for the first match of the semifinals? President Mike shouted as again, the crowd went wild with them cheering and clapping on. Hey guys. Ochako said, walking into the seats. Oh, Uraraka. You made it just in time for Midoriya's match ribbit, Asui said. Really? She tilted her head and took a seat next to her friend. Who's he fighting? Todoroki. Denki said. Really, yeah, it might be interesting, but I hope Midoriya wins, Jiro said. You really have a lot of faith in him, Momo said as Jiro blushed and played with her jacks. Shush, shut it, it's nothing, Jiro said as Momo giggled. To the left we have the ice-cold boy from Class 1A, Shoto Todoroki, President Mike shouted as Shoto walked in the arena. And to the left, we have the green and yellow flash of Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya. The crowd cheered even louder for our green boy. Are you two ready? Midnight asked as Kacchan made his way to the spectator's seat. There was no way he was going to miss this. Begin. In an instant, Shoto shot out a pillar of ice at Izuku's direction. Izuku rolled out of the way and dashed left and right. Shoto kept on his assault, shooting out more pillars. Izuku decided to take this top speed and pushed his body further. He jumped on each ice as he was scatting on it. He leapt in the air as he did a hand sign. Multiple shadow clones came out as they each were running down the ice path. On instant, Todoroki just made multiple pillars of ice, but Izuku was way quick on his feet, able to dodge all of them easily. Is there no limit to his speed? President Mike shouted. I need to keep my distance, or at least push him out of the ring. Shoto thought as he made more pillars of ice. Izuku had no time to react to this, so he put one for all into his fingertips and shot out a powerful gust of wind. The pillar of ice completely shattered. Shoto got pushed back by the gust of wind. Izuku saw his change and dashed towards him at hyper speeds. He punched Shoto in the face, sending him far away. Shoto bounced on the ground as he quickly froze his legs before he got pushed out of bounds. That was close. Denki shouted. Too close. Kacchan clenched his fist. Shoto quickly scattered across the arena and shot out multiple pillars of ice in different directions. Izuku dashed around the arena, dodging each pillar left and right, but he placed each explosive tag on it. When the time was right, he would release it. He's getting used to my style of fighting. I need to see if I can get him into close combat, Izuku thought. If he gets too close to me, I'm screwed, Shoto thought. Izuku grabbed 2 smoke bombs and threw them on the floor. A giant puff of smoke went around the arena. Shoto couldn't see Izuku at all. Huh. Smoke bombs, since when did Midoriya have those? President Mike shouted in the mic. He's strategizing, Aizawa said as President Mike's head darted at him. He knows he will never be able to get Todoroki to fight up close by himself, so he would have to force him to. The smoke bombs should be able to block out Todoroki's blind of vision. Izuku knows that Shoto can't win in one-on-one fights, so he will force him to. Todoroki's ice works for offense and defense, but what happens when he doesn't have his ice anymore in battle? Aizawa said. Shoto brushed the smoke away as he was trying to eye Izuku, but he couldn't see where he was, but little did he know Izuku was right next to him charging for a spinning kick. He's completely vulnerable. Aizawa finished. Izuku kicked Shoto away into the ice Shoto had made from the start. Izuku put up a hand sign. Ha! A giant explosion went around the entire arena. It was a clear hit for Shoto, blocks of ice scattered around the arena. A clear shot. Will Todoroki be able to get up after that? President Mike shouted. Geez, no joke, Midoriya might win this, Denki said.
Took you long enough to figure that out, dummy. Mina said. Go Midoriya. The dust cleared, showing Shoto with his gym clothes ripped from his torso. He was panting as scratch marks were around his face. He wiped the blood off of his mouth as his legs and arms were trembling. You're trembling, Todoroki, Izuku said with the venom in his voice. Shoto's eyes widened. Did he notice that from the start? You told me you could win without using your fire and only your ice. What's happening now, huh? Izuku shouted as he punched his gut. Shoto gagged as he completely froze Izuku's arm. Izuku gasped as an ice pillar completely shot from the ground and hit Izuku's gut. Izuku skipped across the ground as he slowly got up. Izuku broke the ice off of his arm with the help of the concrete on the ground. Izuku's eyes darted up as multiple ice pillars were sent at him. Izuku had no time to move. Izuku tried to, but his legs were completely frozen. Izuku gritted as he weaved. Monkey, dragon, rat, bird, rooster, ox, snake, dog, tiger, monkey. Flashback. Alright, I want to show you something, Izuku, Sasuke said as Izuku looked up at him. It's a new hand sign. It's tough to figure out, but your training being surprisingly quick, you should be able to get it. Sasuke said as he brought his hand up. His entire hand went up crackly with blue electricity. The sound was like a chirping bird. Wow, lighting nature, Izuku said as he took his notebooks. It's called the Chidori. It's a lighting nature technique you can use to cut through anything. If you find yourself having trouble in tight situations that you can't break out of, use this. Now I will teach you how to use the Chidori, Sasuke said as Izuku nodded. Izuku spent multiple hours trying to master this jutsu. It took him quite some time, but he was able to get some of it down. Izuku finished his hand sign as a crackling lighting was made. It tore through his skin. It hurt, but he was able to get some of it down. The lighting faded as he went on his knees and panted. Take a breather. You did good. Let's take a break, Sasuke said as Izuku nodded. Flashback over. I can do it now. Chidori, Izuku shouted as a ball of lighting was made on his hand. Crackling lighting was around the arena as faint sounds of birds were across the area. Lighting, Denki shouted as he slapped himself across the head. Is there anything Midoriya can't do? What's up with that bird chirping though? Ochako said. The Chidori, Itachi said as a faint smile was across his lips. So you really were preparing him, Sasuke. Izuku quickly cut open the ice across his feet and split the ice pillars in half. Shoto's eyes widened as Izuku dashed at him. Izuku held his arm as the Chidori was breaking apart the surface of the arena. Shoto put up an ice wall as Izuku pierced the wall open. Izuku's Chidori died down. Why are you going so far for me? Shoto found the strength to push out multiple pillars of ice. Izuku jumped back as he rocked his hand back and put one for all into his fist. Smaash. The ice wall completely shattered into pieces. Shoto got pushed back by the force of the wind. Shoto skipped across the ground. He was able to plant his ice on the ground to stop the force of the punch. I'm going to make you use your fire, if it's the last thing I do, Izuku shouted as his hand was healing. Fire. Did my old man talk to you? Shoto said, slowly getting up. What? Did he agree to pay you to get me to use his quirk? Shoto said. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. Izuku shouted at him, as Shoto gasped. You decide how you use your fire. Be your own hero, Izuku shouted. Shoto. Shoto's mother started to speak in head. What type of hero do you want to be? Shoto's left arm went up in flames. It was blazing hot. Everyone felt the radiant here across their face. Shoto. Endeavor shouted. That's right, my son. You will surpass me and become a way better hero than me. Endeavor shouted. Endeavor is cheering for his son like a loving father. How thoughtful is that? President Mike shouted. Izuku grinned. You're crazy, you know that. Shoto said as he looked up. He was grinning as well. Helping out your enemy in battle. Who does that? Shoto said. I swore. Izuku pointed at him. I was going to make you use your left side, ya know. Izuku said as he clasped his hands together. A red chakra aura shot out of him. His hair and gym clothes were waving in the wind. They're going too far. Smatos shouted. Their bodies won't keep up. Midnight shouted as she tore off a piece of her suit revealing her skin. Izuku put his hand up as a spinning Rasengan was made easily. Shoto quickly made bigger ice pillars shooting right at Izuku. Izuku dashed at him as he flew across the ice pillars. Shoto waved his hand back as a giant wave of fire was made ready to shoot it at Izuku. Midoriya, thank you, Rasengan. Izuku shouted as a giant bright red light was made. A pillar of stone was made trying to block the two heroes in training, but it came to no avail. A giant explosion ran across the arena. Everyone in the spectator's seat tried to cover their eyes. The entire arena was completely gone as smoke was radiating down.
Shoto was on the floor unconscious as Izuku was standing tall with his gym clothes completely torn with sweat running down his face. Todoroki is unable to continue, Midoriya wins. Todoroki is unable to continue. Midoriya wins, Midnight declared. The crowd once again went wild. Clapping noises were everywhere in the festival. People cheering on the yellow and green-haired boy cheering his name. This kid is good. A female voice said. Yeah, plus he's pretty cute, another said. Izuku. Inko shouted in her house watching it with tears running down her face, but they were tears of joy. Young Midoriya, not only you pushed young Todoroki into going all out in the match, but you also saved him from his emptiness, All Might said. Wow. Todoroki and Midoriya destroyed the entire arena. It's going to take forever for them to fix that, Mineta said. It's like after every match, Midoriya gets even stronger. Sato said. Kachan just had about enough, and shot up from his seat and walked away. What's his deal? Jiro said. It's Bakugo, he always has a deal, Asui said. Could be, or maybe he's just upset because he's not at the level at Midoriya or Todoroki. Shiro said with a smug smile. Yeah, but neither are we. Should we, I dunno, try to develop to become stronger? Denki said. Izuku fell flat on the floor. He was trying everything in his power to catch his breath. He would never imagined using the Chidori and Kurama's chakra at the same time in one day would take such a toll on his body. He knew Kurama was a part of him and it wouldn't hurt him all that much, but the Chidori was a new technique given to him by the shinobi of the shadows. This was the first time he used it. He needed to get used to it first before taking things to an extreme measures. Izuku felt his head being lifted up. Again, he thought this was a dream. He saw two big melons right in front of his eyes. He wasn't really a fan of melons, so why was he dreaming about it? You alright, sweetie? Midnight asked as Izuku's eyes shot open and blushed hard. There he was, seeing Midnight's almighty boobs. Hell, he felt it, but he was never this up close to them before. That was quite the match there. Ya did good. Thank you. How's Todoroki? Izuku asked as he closed his eyes. He's more worried about other people other than himself, she thought. He'll be fine. They took him to recover girl, so he should be up in a couple of hours, Midnight said. Oh, that's great. Izuku said as he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep in her lap. Midoriya's such a lucky bastard, sleeping on a mommy milker's lap so easily, Mineta shouted as he got smacked by Asui's tongue to shut him up. That was such an interesting match, to think that Midoriya kid could handle the nine-tailed chakra power at will, Kisame said. It doesn't matter, we can confirm that he's the child we have been looking for, all we need to do is wait until the moment comes to take him. Itachi said watching the Ua robots putting Izuku in a stretcher and carrying him away. The other matches will have to wait for a bit. After the climactic battle between these two young listeners, it will take some time to get the arena fixed up, President Mike shouted as Cemento was currently using his cement quirk to fix the arena. In the meantime, you all could grab some snacks or lunch and wait until the other matches come to play. Iida was currently in his room talking to his mother. Yes, mother, what's wrong? Iida said he heard some faint sniffing noises. It sounded like she was crying about something. Iida, it's your brother, he was attacked by a villain. The hospital said that he might not walk again. His mother said. Iida was astonished, his mouth was left hanging open, he wasted no time running out of festival. He didn't need to tell Aizawa what happened, the parents would inform the teachers, or they would find out for themselves. Kachan was sitting in room 2, his second match was currently with Fumikage. Fumikage was also strong, that damn dark shadow Quirk works on offense and defense, but the easiest thing about that bastard was his weakness. Light. It was sun out, so that means he should have a low power strength, not only that, but his explosions were made of bright light, so this should be easy for him. All he needed to do was keep his guard up. But the one thing he was most afraid of was Deku. He had gotten way more stronger than the last he saw him. He was able to blow apart a building to destroy an entire ground. Even Cementos, who stated that he could fix a giant crater, is taking a long time to fix the combined strength of Deku and Todoroki's crater they just made. Damn it. Kachan shouted as he slammed his fist on the table. He got that strong in under a couple of days. It almost sounds inhuman. Kachan knew that he was getting left behind. He would destroy the other contests that will come before Deku, and then put that nerd back in his place. Shoto slowly opened his eyes. He lifted his body up as he winced in pain. Shoto clenched his fist and stared at it. He never knew he had that much firepower. It makes sense since he never used it before. If he was going up against Midoriya of all people, he would need to use everything in his power. He smiled. Midoriya tried so hard to free him from his past, he did exactly what he said he was going to do. He used his fire. But the thought about him using it for his own personal benefit made it okay. He had been free from his old man's ego. Shoto got up from his bed and walked out of the hospital room and walked in the hallways of the festival. He looked up to see the man he was actually looking for. Shoto. Endeavor said. This is the first time in a long time you made me proud, son. Shoto kept his usual face on, not believing a word that came out of his mouth. He put his hand on his shoulder. I will personally train you, but you are under my wing to help you control your fire. It's too out of control and you need more practice, and when you have a hold of that, you will surpass. Today. Shoto said, cutting his father off. When I used my fire for the first time, I completely forgot about you. Everything you said to me as a child, everything you did vanished from my memory. When I was fighting him, Shoto said, thinking about Izuku. I remembered something important. I'm going to be my own hero, not some puppet for you to control, Shoto said as he walked past him. Gah! Izuku shouted in pain as both of his arms were being wrapped up by Recovery Girl.
Stop your whining. If you didn't want to come here, you shouldn't use your quirk so often, she said. You're lucky you could heal fast, or else there would be even more major injuries. Hey, right, sorry about that, Izuku said, grinning. I guess I got a little carried away. Deku. Izuku jolted up as he heard his voice from Ochako and the others. Oh hey guys. Izuku waved. Dude. That was so cool, you beat, like the strongest dude in the class. Denki shouted at him. You didn't even believe he could win, Jiro said with a deadpan face. I made a bet. Denki frowned as Shiro smirked. Pay up. Go to hell. Midori, are your arms okay? Mina asked as Izuku stared at him. It's fine. Granny helped wrap up my arms, so I should be okay now. Pulse I heal fast, Izuku said. Ya no, I noticed something about you, Jiro said, getting close with a deadly aura. Oh, and what may that be? You have a cloning quirk, and a fire quirk, electricity quirk, and know you can heal quick. I think you got more than one quirk, Midoriya, Jiro said as Izuku's sweat dropped. See crap. I knew this would happen, Izuku thought. I should just stick with one jutsu. Hold up. I noticed that as well. It's kinda odd though. I thought only one person could have one quirk, Ochako said. Yeah, but Todoroki has an ice and fire quirk ribbit, so it would probably be the same thing for Midoriya, Asui said. True, but that doesn't explain that blue ball thing on his hand, Shiro said. Right, what was it called again? The Rasengan or something, Mina said. My quirk is an element type, Izuku shouted, startling them. Izuku cleared his throat. Or, I should put this in more frank, a spiritual quirk. I can control different elements in my body by weaving hand signs. That's how my quirk works, and as for the clones, I made that technique by myself.
In the afterlife, Tobirama was mad for some odd reason, earning a grunt from his mouth. "You all right, Tobirama?" Hashirama asked his little brother. "I'm fine, I just have the sudden urge to punch somebody," Tobirama said, shaking it off quickly. "Back with Izuku. So that means you have an endless supply of power. Man, you're lucky," Denki said. "Well, I guess that explains it," Jiro said. "Oh," Siro said, looking at the door, tapping Denki, who gained his attention. They all looked at the door to see none other than Shoto standing there. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, I just wanted to talk to Midoriya for a sec," Todoroki said. They all looked at Izuku. "It's fine guys," Izuku said. They all went out of the door and Shoto walked infirmary. "I wanted to thank you," Shoto said. "You did?" "No, a proper thank you. That doesn't count, I was in the moment," Shoto said, rubbing his neck. Oh yeah, of course," Izuku said, kinda embarrassed. "It's because of you, you helped me remember something important. I didn't want to accept my power, but after seeing you, trying so hard to make me use it, it made me want to try. So, thank you Midoriya," Shoto said, putting his hand up. Izuku looked at his hand and smiled and shook it. "Of course, I'm always there for my classmates," Izuku said as Shoto did a small smile. The other matches went by pretty quickly. Kirishima's match with Tetsu was an arm wrestle. Kirishima won that match, but it was pretty close. After that, it was Kacchan versus Fumikage. Kacchan won that match pretty quickly than the others thought. After that, since Iida wasn't competing anymore, Asui had to fight Ibara. Unlike Denki, she put up a good fight, but Ibara's vines were too strong for her to handle. Ibara won that match. Multiple matches passed each time, but Izuku and Kacchan were the only ones who passed each round. Until, it was the final match. Izuku versus Kacchan, round 2.
"Alright people, are you all ready to see the final match of the sports festival?" President Mike shouted. The crowd's chatter and roars of joy echoed throughout the festival. "Midoriya, Midoriya, Midoriya." Speaking of him, Izuku walked out of the tunnel. Hearing his name called again and again made his heart flutter with embarrassment. "We love you Midoriya," a group of girls shouted in unison. Izuku looked back at him and shyly waved at them. They all squealed in joy. "Hey!" He looked at Me. They all shouted with their cheeks red. Izuku got back into serious face and walked in the arena. "He's now a celebrity, huh?" Siro said, groaning. "We have, once again, the green flash of Class 1A. Izuku Midoriya," President Mike shouted. "And to the left, we have the TNT bomber of Class 1A Akatsuki Bakugo," President Mike shouted as Kacchan walked out of the tunnel and walked on the platform to face the boy he knew since childhood. "Are you two ready?" Midnight asked the two. "This won't be the same as last time, Deku," Kacchan told him. "I already know that, Kacchan. Every time I face you, you seem to gain a new sense of confidence and strength," Izuku said as Kacchan clenched his fist. Was that supposed to be an insult? It was the complete opposite. Ever since Izuku's quirk came, Izuku has been the one to gain stronger. It was hard to admit, but it was true. He wasn't going to let that stop him though, but Kacchan had to wake up to reality, in order to win, in order to overcome this new brick wall that came across him. He needed to face the truth, that Deku was already ahead of him. They didn't say anything. Silence filled the festival. Every spectator felt an uneasy chill running down their spine. The air changed completely. Everyone's sweat dropped as All Might clenched his seat tightly. "Begin." Kacchan was the first one to blast at him. Izuku dodged his left as Izuku went with a spinning kick. Kacchan blocked it, and tried to punch him, but Izuku tilted his head back dodging it. Izuku tripped his former friend but Kacchan blasted himself upward. Izuku ran at him as their battle continued. They both fought in different directions. Kacchan blocked Izuku's kicks and prostituted with a left and a right, but Izuku blocked all of them. He punched Kacchan's gut, but Kacchan pushed his hands up and sent in lefts and a right on his cheeks. Izuku was dazed but he kicked his face. He did a hand sign but Kacchan cupped his face and sent in a punch, but Izuku blocked the second punch and hurled one of his at him. Kacchan ducked and kneed his gut, but Izuku grabbed his head as they both were spinning. Izuku flipped his body upwards and spinned in the air with Kacchan. The velocity of the air hit Kacchan's face like it was a slap from All Might. Izuku stopped and slammed Kachan's face on the pavement. Kachan was able to grab his face, he planted his feet and got up. Kachan grabbed the hem of his shirt and slammed Izuku on the ground. Gah, Midoriya seems like he has a fair share against combat. But Bakugo's attacks are as deadly as ever. This might be a close match, my Lyzanters. President Mike shouted. Seems the boy is handling pretty well. His taijutsu is no joke. Why won't he put up any hand signs? I wonder. Kisame said, watching the match unfold as well. The child knows. Itachi said. Huh, look at the ash blonde. Itachi said. Oh, yeah, the hot-headed one, what about him? Kisame said. If you look closely, he's paying close attention to Midoriya's hands. He's trying everything he possibly can to make sure he doesn't use his hand signs. I think this isn't the first time they fought together. Itachi said. Izuku and Kachan backed away from each other for a split second and then came together the next. Izuku caught Kachan's punch as Kachan stopped Izuku's arm. Whatcha going to now that you don't have your pointless clones to help ya? Kachan grinned as Izuku looked at Kachan's palm. I'm going to borrow this, Kachan. Izuku said. He made a tiger seal, and a horse seal using Kachan's hand. Kachan was cut off as Izuku's front kicked Kachan's chin. Izuku pushed off of him and finished the seal. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Izuku spit out a giant fireball at Kachan. Kachan blasted to the other side of the platform and sprinted at Izuku. Kachan blasted himself in the air and exploded the ground beneath Izuku's feet. Izuku jumped back but lost his footing. He's tripping, Jiro shouted. Kachan rocketed himself at Izuku at incredible speed. With a flaming hot fiery trail leaving behind him, the smoke blinded Izuku as he couldn't tell where Kachan was. Midoriya, behind you, Shoto shouted. Izuku quickly looked behind him as Kachan pulled his fist back and punched Izuku's side. Izuku got pushed back as he rolled on the floor. Izuku felt the air leaving lungs. He gasped for breath, but Kachan didn't stop there. He charged at him again. Izuku sucked up huge amount of air as he dodged Kachan's punches. He limboed Kachan's jabs and cross. He cartwheeled away, avoiding Kachan's explosions. Izuku spin flip, avoiding Kachan punch. Izuku got back into position on the floor, composing himself. Izuku charged at him again, avoiding Kachan's explosion and dodging his jab. Izuku jumped and kicked his face, as he jabbed his gut. Kachan caught Izuku's fist and headbutted him. He then blasted his stomach, sending him tumbling on the floor. Damn it, Kachan is getting used to my fighting style. I need to find a different approach. Izuku said, panting. Shadow clone jutsu. Izuku shouted. Multiple shadow clones came out and all charged at him. It's the clone thing again. Ochako said. Hey, this might be good for Midoriya. He might overwhelm him. Mina said. Kachan backed up, dodging a spinning kick from one of the clones. He kicked off one of them and punched another one, and backhanded another. He blasted each one away and caught one's arm. He pushed him into another clone and blocked his jab and cross. He kicked the clone back. He pushed two of the clones back and pushed him into multiple clones. The real Izuku jumped into the air, charging a punch. Kachan noticed it but felt a sharp pain in his chin. One of the clones sent an upward kick on his chin. Kachan was in the air as each clone stepped on each other to increase their boost. Each clone sent in strong kicks at his back and his stomach. The real Izuku was waiting for him to give him a punch right in his face. Kachan quickly darted his eyes on him. Kachan put his palm right on his face, then a giant explosion went across the entire sky. Izuku and Kachan fell on the floor, making a hard thud.
Deku. Ochako shouted in worry. That looked painful. It was a direct hit, Siro said. An exciting turn of events, ladies and gentlemen. It looked like Midoriya had the upper hand, but Bakugo was able to find a way to counter it by using his tactical skills. President Mike shouted. Kachan coughed and slowly got up. He lifted his body up to see Izuku getting up as well. Damn it. Kachan gritted his teeth. He got on all floors and faced him, as Izuku did the same. Izuku and Kachan both charged at each other, both rocking back their punches. Ha! They both shouted in unison as they both punched each other's face simultaneously. They both fell on the floor again, with each of them panting out of breath. What's this? Akatsuki and Midoriya are unable to continue. Could this match be a draw? President Mike shouted. Akatsuki. Are you able to continue? Midnight shouted as Kacchan slowly got up. Midoriya. Are you? Midnight stopped speaking as Izuku was already on his feet eyeing Kacchan. They got up. Akatsuki and Midoriya are still standing, President Mike shouted. I'm not done yet, Kacchan shouted as he blasted himself up in the air. An attack from above, Izuku thought. Kacchan sent in each blast from side to side, with smoke leaving a trail behind his palms. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Izuku shouted as another clone came out. He put his hand out as the clone put chakra in his palm again and again. Howitzer. Kacchan shouted as his explosions were getting bigger and bigger as he was spinning towards him. It's ready, Izuku thought. Impact, Rasengan. Both of their attacks collide with each other. The air pressure was sent across the festival. Everyone tried to shield themselves from the air. Midnight as cementitious tried to take cover as a giant explosion, one that was even bigger than Shoto and Izuku's match was made. As it died down, we could see Izuku's legs shaky. He was standing tall as Kacchan was on the floor battered and beaten. Katsuki Bakugo is unable to continue. Midoriya Izuku wins the sports festival, Midnight declared. Katsuki Bakugo is unable to continue. Midoriya Izuku wins the sports festival, Midnight declared. Izuku gave a weak smile as he heard cheers of joy and clapping. Izuku went on his knees and passed out. He did it. He did it. Mina shouted as he hugged Ochako. Shoto gave a small smile as he watched the boy who saved him win. A couple minutes later Kacchan was in his mindscape. He slowly opened his eyes. He was in a red area. He looked around. He couldn't speak or hear anything. What did he remember? Oh yeah. He lost. Kacchan clenched his fist. He felt nothing but rage and hate for the boy. But he saw something. Two Mangekyo Sharingan looking straight at him. Gasp! Kacchan shot up from his bed. He clenched his stomach in pain as he gritted his teeth. Kacchan did care if it hurt. He clenched his fist as tightly as he could and slammed his fist on the table next to him. Deku. How far will you go? Kacchan shouted. Izuku's mindscape. Sasuke's eyes widened as he looked at Naruto. Naruto turned his head to his former rival. MMPF. Something wrong, Sasuke? He asked. Something came up, Naruto. I'll be gone from Midoriya's mindscape for a while to check up on something else. Sasuke said as Naruto nodded his head. A reincarnated version of you, huh? When my chakra was implanted into Midoriya, I thought he was the reincarnation of me and you. But I was wrong. Looking at it now, Midoriya doesn't resemble any of my features as much as you. So, I realized, Midoriya will never get the Sharingan. My purpose here was to guide and train him, and to be honest. He smiled. It was worth it. Naruto chuckled. Midoriya resembles you and Boruto when you two were younger. I'm happy to see the next version of you. Naruto, Sasuke said. How long will you be gone? Naruto said as he rubbed his head. Cause, you're way better with this teaching thing than I am. Naruto chuckled. Not long. Not until this kid gets stronger and awakens his Sharingan, Sasuke said. Well, see y'all later. Naruto waved. Sasuke nodded and put up a seal and vanished in sight. Hey, where did Master Sasuke go? Boruto asked. Somewhere else helping someone. Naruto smiled. Back in the real world. You, OWWW, my head. Izuku slowly sat up and rubbed his head. He heard multiple people cheering him on and clapping him up. Huh? What happened? Did I? Izuku was about to take his questions further. Yep. You won, Midnight said as Izuku had a big smile. Yes. Yes. I did it, I won, huh? Izuku shouted and got up and ran around the stadium putting out peace signs to everyone. Hold up there, sweetie. Midnight said, stopping Izuku. Everyone was confused and looked at Midnight. Huh? What does she plan on doing? Momo asked. We're not done yet, Midnight said. Huh? What is she talking about? He literally won, Denki said. I know that we host 3 events in the sports festival, but I know that isn't enough for you all. So, I propose a 4th event, the last one. Who's up for it? The audience roared with cheers and praise as they felt like they didn't want the festival to stop. Looks like we're not done yet. Audience, what will be the fourth and true final event? Present Mike announced while Aizawa looked below with curious eyes. I wonder what she plans to do. Midnight snapped her whip as the wheel began to spin. The fourth event will be the gauntlet, Midnight shouted. The gauntlet? Denki asked. What does that mean? Zero asked. I'll explain. Midoriya will be facing an opponent, and that opponent is someone from the stands that wished to challenge him. And if Midoriya happens to lose against an opponent, they will take his place as the winner of the sports festival. Ring outs will also not count, Midnight shouted as she snapped her whip once more. Now, which one of you would like to challenge Midoriya first? Everyone was silent at Midnight's words. After witnessing Izuku's fighting style and quirk, he was almost unstoppable. Not even the strongest students could slow him down. He also made an entire crater again without even trying. There was no way someone was going to challenge him. I'll go. Everyone looked at Kirishima, who jumped out of the bleachers and activated his hardened quirk and slammed on the ground, creating giant debris and rubble. The smoke cleared, seeing Kirishima walking out, showing his sharp toothy grin. All right, our first challenger of the day. Ejiro Kirishima versus Midoriya Izuku, Midnight declared. What made you want to fight me, Kirishima? Izuku asked. After seeing you stand up to Todoroki back then, Kirishima said. I don't know what you want from me, but the one thing I know is, don't think for a second that you will become the best hero one day, because I'm the top dog around here. I was so inspired by your words, it was so manly, so I wanted to see it for myself, Kirishima said as Izuku smiled. All right then. Izuku got into a stance. Come on, Izuku shouted. Hope you're ready for this, Midori bro. I'm not holding back, Kirishima shouted as his arms hardened and clanked them together. Are you two boys ready? Midnight asked. Yes ma'am, they both shouted. Start. Midnight shouted. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Izuku shouted as 20 shadow clones appeared. Kirishima looked around him as he punched each shadow clone away. Each shadow clone disappeared in a cloud of smoke as the real Izuku leapt in the air and spin kicked him. NRRR. That ain't gonna work, Kirishima shouted as he blocked it. Damn. Izuku flipped away as he dashed at him side to side. Kirishima tried to punch him, but Izuku starved side to side, dodging it. Izuku grabbed his arm and tripped him over and put chakra into his knee and kneed his chin, sending Kirishima flying backwards into a wall. Ooh. That's gotta hurt, Denki shouted. You got this, man, Zero said. Kirishima leapt in the air as he pulled his arm back and tried to punch him, but Izuku backed away. A crater went around the platform. Izuku put up a hand sign with multiple clones flying right at Kirishima. Kirishima punched each one away as more and more clones kept flying straight at him. Another clone grabbed Izuku's leg and hurtled him at Kirishima. Izuku flew right at Kirishima and clasped his hand together. He pulled the last bit of Kurama's chakra out of him as the chakra went around him, leaving a red streak behind him. Izuku headbutted Kirishima, sending out a strong shockwave around the area. Kirishima gagged as he got pushed to the wall again. Kirishima's nose was bleeding as his pupils were completely gone. Kirishima is unable to continue. Midoriya Izuku wins, Midnight shouted. Once again. The crowd went wild, cheering for Izuku while clapping him up. Izuku slowly lifted himself off of the ground. Anyone else will like to fight for Izuku's victory? I'll go next. A feminine voice shouted as she leapt out of the bleachers and onto the scene. Ain't no way I'm going to miss out on a challenge such as this. The number 5 hero. Mirko challenges Midoriya Izuku, President Mike shouted. Ain't gonna lie, kid. You interested me seeing you fight number 2's son, Mirko said, grinning. Huh. Well, I was just trying to help a friend out, ya know. Izuku chuckled, blushing slightly at the woman's words. Are you two ready? Midnight asked. Yep, Mirko said as Izuku nodded.
Begin. Mirko dashed at Izuku as she spin-kicked him. Izuku cartwheeled away, dodging the impact of the kick, but she spin-flipped and kicked his gut in. Gag. Shish, she's faster than she looks. Izuku thought. Come on, ain't ya gonna give me a challenge? Mirko shouted as she spun and kicked his cheek. Izuku skipped on the ground as Mirko dashed at him. Izuku dodged her upcoming kicks as he tried to punch her, but she blocked the fist with her feet. She blocked it with her feet. Izuku thought. Mirko's grinned and grabbed the hem of his shirt and brought him close and headbutted his face and kicked his side. Izuku skipped on the floor as he flipped up and regained his composure. Can't win like this. Need more chakra. Izuku clasped his hands together with a blue aura going around him and weaved out hand signs. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. Izuku shouted as fireballs shot out from his mouth. Mirko kicked each one away, flipping and kicking each of them away. Izuku came in front of her, pulling back his fist. Kids fast, Mirko thought. Izuku punched her stomach as she got pushed back. She planted her feet on the ground with debris being lifted up. She stomped her feet on the ground as rocks shot from the ground. She kicked each rock at him as Izuku limboed and flipped away from the rock. Luna ring. Mirko spinned her body faster than ever. Izuku couldn't dodge it, so he had to block it with his arms. Her feet connected with Izuku's arms, but the force was too hard for Izuku's arms to hold. Izuku's guard broke as her feet connected with his face. Mirko's grin turned into one of shock. Izuku grabbed her leg while it was still connected to his face. Shit, I didn't expect this kid to still fight. Mirko thought Izuku pulled her leg as he put chakra into his fist and punched her gut, leaving a strong streak of blue light. Gag. Mirko gagged blood and Izuku quickly spinned around and kicked her away, sending her skipping on the ground. Mirko is unable to continue. Midoriya Izuku wins. Midnight shouted. Izuku was panting as he heard the crowd went wild again. I knew Mirko would be a struggle. She is the number 5 hero after all. Izuku said with his hands on his knees. Damn right. Izuku's eyes widened as she wiped the dust off of her suit, walking to the boy. Shish, she can still move. Izuku thought as Mirko towered over him. If y'all ever need an agency, give me a call, yeah? Mirko asked, grinning as Izuku nodded. Yes ma'am. Izuku nodded as Mirko put her hand up. Izuku was startled and closed his eyes but felt something on his forehead. Grow up to be a strong guy, alright. Mirko grinned as Izuku's cheeks were flushed and grinned. Midoriya, you lucky son of a bit. Mineta stopped talking as Asui smacked him away with her tongue. Alright, who else wants to challenge Midoriya? Midnight shouted as Mirko left the scene. I'll challenge him. Izuku's eyes widened as Kisame jumped into the area, with his cloak waving as he fell. Huh, who's that guy? Jiro asked. That's the. Naruto started to sweat drop as he looked at him. What's wrong, Naruto? Izuku asked. That's one of the Akatsuki members. Naruto shouted as Izuku's eyes widened as Kisame grinned. Ready, begin. Midnight shouted as Kisame charged at him, drawing out his sword. He's fast, Izuku thought. With one swipe he slashed Izuku's arm as his gym clothes got ripped with blood dripping. Kisame kicked his gut, sending Izuku flying. After all of the fighting, I thought you might be a challenge for me. I guess I was wrong. I will be taking the tailed beast from you now, Kisame said, pointing his sword at Izuku. Izuku gasped. How do you know about the tailed beast? Izuku asked as his wound was slowly healing. The amount of chakra you have. Your red chakra. That's no ordinary chakra. You're drawing out the tailed beast's chakra. These idiots don't know what your power means. But we do, Kisame said. Crap, all of them are back, Naruto thought. Izuku gritted his teeth as he did a hand sign as a lighting ball of energy formed on his hand. Izuku grabbed his arm and charged at him with more speed. He struck at him but Kisame blocked it with his sword. Before he knew it, his chakra was gone. My chakra, Izuku shouted. So much chakra drawing out from you. Samahata can't help but to eat from it. Kisame grinned as he slashed Izuku's stomach open. Gag, Deku, Ochako shouted. Kisame grabbed Izuku's throat and lifted him up. I thought this would be more of a challenge, but it's not. This would be like taking candy from a baby, Kisame said as he slammed Izuku on the floor, stomping on his head. Midoriya, are you going to lose like this? You told me your dream was to become the world's greatest hero. What happened to that? Shoto shouted at him as Izuku's eyes widened and closed his eyes. He was right. He wasn't going to let this guy take his dream goal away from him. He didn't need chakra. Izuku grabbed Kisame's arm and pushed him off. He can still move, Kisame thought. Izuku, your eyes, Naruto thought. Lighting cracked around the entire area, hitting Kisame's chakra points completely. Kisame gritted his teeth. It hurt like hell. Who the hell is this kid? Kisame shouted. His eyes. Sato said. Izuku didn't think twice as he jumped at him. One for all darted around his arm. Pink veins went around him as he was about to punch Kisame. Kisame dodged left as he did one quick swipe, but Izuku limboed away and jumped back. What is this? His appearance completely changed, Kisame thought. Izuku dashed at him with incredible speed. Izuku leapt in the air and spin-kicked him multiple times, but Kisame blocked it with his sword. Izuku dashed on the floor again, dodging Kisame's quick swipe and punched Kisame's gut, sending him back. Kisame leapt in the air and weaved multiple hand signs. Water release. Water shark bullet. Kisame shot out a giant shark made out of water. Izuku leapt away, but the water quickly caught him in the waves. Izuku was unable to move at all as Kisame leapt in the air, weaving another hand sign. Water release. 1,000 feeding sharks. Kisame shouted as multiple sharks came out of the wave of water, biting onto Izuku's skin. Izuku's blood splattered all around the ground as Izuku screamed in pain. Kisame unwrapped the scarf around Samahata, revealing itself about to struck down on Izuku. Izuku gritted his teeth. Ha! Izuku's roar echoed throughout the festival. The sharks on his skin couldn't stand the intense power coming from the boy, they completely vanished in sight. His roar alone broke the sound barrier completely. Everyone had to cover their ears quickly before it started to bleed. The waves crashed together, moving away. Izuku's Jogan eyes went completely red, shining bright. The pupil of his eyes went into a slit like beastie pupil. Izuku vanished and reappeared in the air and punched Kisame on the floor, making a giant crater on the ground, expanding. Izuku landed and dashed at him with blinding speed. Izuku could see all of Kisame's chakra points and, wasting no time, sending a barrage of punches on each of Kisame's body parts. Blood was everywhere. Kisame couldn't feel his chakra points anymore. Kisame found the strength to put Samahata in front of him to block Izuku's upcoming punch. Chakra is not the only thing I was gifted with, Izuku shouted as he put one for all in his fist once again, with pink veins going around his arm. He punched Samahata, creating a might shockwave around the festival. You idiot! Didn't I tell you that Samahata absorbs chakra? There won't be any difference here, Kisame shouted. But something was wrong. Samahata wasn't taking any chakra. It was the complete opposite. He was in pain. What? Kisame shouted. I told you, chakra was not the only thing I was gifted with. Izuku planted his feet on the floor as the ground's crater was getting bigger and bigger with each shock wave. Before Kisame knew it, Samahata completely broke apart, leaving Kisame vulnerable. SMMASH. Izuku punched Kisame in the face, blood splatter from Kisame's mouth and nose. Izuku's arm began to break with blood shooting out from his arm. Izuku completely punched Kisame out of the sports festival, leaving a strong gust of wind and shockwave. Midoriya Izuku wins, Midnight declared. Izuku got on his knees once more. He clutched his left eye in pain as he fell on the floor. He saw nothing but black. Izuku slowly woke up as he was met by multiple people sitting down in the chair, all looking at him. With Kurama towering above them all, with other tailed beast also looking at Izuku with Naruto and Boruto. We need to have a talk before you wake up, a bald man said with goggles on his forehead. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.